Hello friends, my name is Manhwa. Please check out other video. If you are new to the channel, then do not forget to subscribe the channel and like the video. Rutgers froze in place, his expression slightly distorted, but he still tried to maintain his demeanor. You are only level 25, I should be more qualified than you. Lin Moyu shook his head, that's just what you think. Haha. Rutgers laughed angrily, you're only level 24, and it's normal that you don't have enough vision. Do you know what book your highness wants to print? My highness wants to clear the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon alone to get the legendary title. Beautiful lady, I will invite you after His Royal Highness successfully completes the dungeon of Hell Difficulty and obtains the title. Ning Yi's big eyes were shining. She looked at him like an idiot and pointed to her head. Are you not doing well here? Many Shanxia professionals on the sidelines laughed. Hearing such nonsense of Rutgers, everyone there started laughing, and you know why they all are laughing, because they all know our MC, and by saying such a small thing in front of him, Rutgers has made fun of himself. Ning Yi was saying that there seemed to be something wrong with Rutgers' head. Rutgers' head was red and white, but in order to maintain his demeanor, he couldn't get angry at Ning Yi, although already very angry, but still have to endure. I endured it very hard, and I pinched my head. Lin Moyu gave him a weird look. You can't get the title. Rutgers suddenly covered his forehead and laughed loudly. You actually said that His Highness can't win the title. If His Highness can't win the title, who else can win the title? There was incomparable arrogance in the voice. Before, Mo Yun was considered arrogant enough, but now compared with him, Mo Yun has no choice but to bow down. Rutgers is not only arrogant, but also high profile. From the horse-drawn chariot of the Flame War, accompanied by the professional team, the red carpet paves the way. All behavior is high profile. He did it on purpose, to let professionals from other countries see how he completed the dungeon of the Hell Difficulty Outpost, how to win the legendary title that no one can get. He looked around while laughing, wanting to see the reaction of others. The result was to see a pair of sneering faces. The situation, it seems, is not quite right. It's not a secret at all that Lin Moyu solos the Hell Outpost. All the professionals of the Shanxia Empire present knew about this. At that time, Lin Moyu admitted it openly in front of everyone in the entire Legion. It's just that the properties are not published. When they saw Rutgers, they announced in such a high-profile manner that they were going to fight Hell Outpost solo, and that they were going to grab the title. Everyone looked at him as if they were watching a joke. There can only be one title. According to the rules, the first person to complete the single brush can get the title. As long as Lin Moyu is alive, he will never get the title again. Even if he is better than Lin Moyu in single brush, it's useless. Rutgers could not understand why everyone was laughing. Then a soldier from his force comes to him and whispers into his ear. The title has been taken away. Someone has already completed the feat of clearing the copy of the Hell level outpost one step ahead of him. And that person is the level 24 necromancer who just entered. I think he is the person in front of you. Rutgers was dumbfounded. After Rutgers knew the result, his face turned red and blue, as if changing his face. Very funny. There was a dangerous light in Rutgers' eyes, and killing intent emerged. He looked towards the entrance of the copy, clenched his fist, and made a decision. No longer caring about being a gentleman, he angrily calls his soldiers, come here. Riding flaming horses, the majestic knights of the ancient Roman Holy See got off their horses and came to Rutgers. Rutgers whispered a few words towards them, and they couldn't help but get nervous. Your Highness, do you really want to do this? If something happens, there will be big trouble. Although this is the Yuan battlefield, this area belongs to Shanxia, and most of the people here are professionals of Shanxia. Facing the hesitation of his subordinates, Rutgers finally made a decision. We'll be fine as long as we keep it secret. Even if they die, people will only think they died in the dungeon. In the face of Rutgers' decision, they have the right to question, but they have no right to intervene. Ning Yi was looking at Rutgers at this time. There was some tension on her face. The tension was such that she had made Rutgers angry, but our Lin Moyu consoled Ning Yi a little and said, leave it, let's go. After finishing speaking, he and Ning Yi looked at each other. The cooling talisman shimmered, and the two entered the dungeon again. Rutgers took out a dungeon tracking scroll. The scroll in Rutgers' hand can track all the people in dungeon, no matter who or where they are. In the world of professionals, many things exist in the form of scrolls, such as skill scrolls, spell scrolls, and so on. Scrolls can perform various functions. Rutgers activated the scroll, and the scroll immediately began to sparkle. Blocked by 11 professionals and the flame horse, outsiders could not see what Rutgers was doing. What are they doing? It seems to be discussing something. That's right, since Rutgers has the confidence to solo, he naturally has the corresponding strength. Then the dungeon lit up, and 12 people entered the dungeon together. They've entered the dungeon. If you can't do it alone, let's reorganize the team. He was saying he would do it one-on-one, right? Now he's joining a team. Wait, did he just use a tracking spell? The people of the Holy See of ancient Rome are so arrogant, they want to save face. Only the flame warhorse remained outside the dungeon. The flame horses have been tamed, and they will not be lost without the master's order. Here Lin Moyu and Ning Yi were doing their work in the dragon frontline outpost when Lin Moyu felt something. Lin Moyu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the exit of the instance. Several figures appeared at the exit of the copy. Seeing the people who came, it was the Rutgers group. As soon as he reaches there, Rutgers sees Ning Yi and Lin Moyu and says laughingly, "You didn't expect that I would come after you. I heard that you just cleared the dungeon and took away the title. Then I have no choice but to kill you, otherwise I won't be able to get this title." With a grin, Rutgers took out another scroll and activated it. A strange aura swept across the entire dungeon. Ning Yi's complexion changed again. It's the teleportation seal scroll. We can't use the dungeon escape symbol anymore. Lin Moyu took a look, and sure enough, the escape character of the copy had become dim. Rutgers ran over with people, and faintly surrounded Lin Moyu and Ning Yi. Rutgers completely tore off the mask of hypocrisy. "Aren't you very desperate and helpless? Panic? Scared? Don't worry, beautiful lady, I won't kill you so easily. I think you will be a very tender toy." As others said, the people in the Holy See are all lunatics. Once it's mad, it's no different from a mad dog. Lin Moyu still has some scruples in doing things. For example, he will not kill people from other countries in public, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. But now in the dungeon, the other party has sealed the dungeon breakout symbol. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. Ning Yi didn't look scared or worried at all, but anger was already in her beautiful eyes. Rutgers pissed her off. Rutgers was taken aback. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Moyu said softly, "You used the teleportation seal scroll. I can't do without it. And you probably can't do it either." The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. Rutgers didn't understand Lin Moyu's words for a moment. In the next second, the clicking sound continued. A large number of skeletons rushed over. Almost instantaneously, the skeletons completed the anti-siege. 10 skeletons ran to the entrance of the dungeon and firmly guarded the entrance to prevent Rutgers and others from escaping. "What's the situation?" Rutgers panicked, not knowing what was going on. Why was it surrounded all of a sudden? He thought of Lin Moyu's profession, necromancer. These skeletons are most likely Lin Moyu's summons. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never end in 100 battles. You didn't even know my professional skills, so you came here to die by yourself. Lin Moyu said coldly. The intention to kill has already started. These few must die. Skeleton warriors surrounded them, and skeleton mages stood on the periphery, readying their skills. Although surrounded, Rutgers was not particularly afraid. "A few broken skeletons just want to kill me. I am a Vulcan fighter, a legendary profession. Do it." He gave an order, and raging flames burst out all over his body. For a while, the flames soared into the sky. Even the dungeon sky was dyed red. Skill, body of Vulcan. Rutgers was in flames all over his body. At this time, he was more than 2 meters tall, and his figure was burly like a giant. "This is my skill, Vulcan body. What can you use to fight against me? Those tattered skeletons of yours." In this state, all my attributes are increased by 3 times. The attack power of my skills is increased by 3 times. The damage is reduced by 3 times. And I am immune to all control skills, plus the auxiliary status. Rutgers took out the golden sword and laughed wildly. Statuses appeared one by one on his body, and the assistants in the team were supplementing his status. The momentum of the whole body is also blessed by the state, and it is getting stronger and stronger. Rutgers at level 30 is stronger than some 38 and 39 professionals in full condition. The subordinates he brought also had high morale, and they had full confidence in Rutgers. Along the way, Rutgers has experienced countless battles, big and small, and is the representative of invincibility. Rutgers, who is full of status, is even more crazy. Below level 40, I am invincible. Lin Moyu also confirmed at this time. It is worthy of being a legendary profession, and the effect of this skill is indeed strong. Rutgers' state is very abnormal, and everyone can see it. But the legendary class does have its strengths. Just looking at the attributes of Vulcan's body, it's quite astonishing. Even if there are some influences, it is not unacceptable. With Rutgers in this state, it is easy for one person to destroy a team. If you are well prepared and have enough medicine in your pocket, it is not impossible to brush the mobs in the Hell Sentinel dungeon alone. However, your teammates don't have skills like Vulcan body, right? Lin Moyu tapped his finger lightly. Do it. The skeleton warrior rushed up immediately. An overwhelming red net acts as a hood. Skill, slow curse. Rutgers is indeed not affected by the curse, but others are not. The teammates he brought suddenly had red shackles on their heads. The speed immediately slowed down. Oops, it's a curse. Quickly undo the curse. Hurry up, they're coming. The auxiliary action was fast, and the curse was lifted for the first knight at the first time, allowing them to return to normal. The knight held up his shield and collided with the skeleton warrior. After several bangs, the two knights flew out with screams. There was horror on their faces, and the power crystal of the skeleton warrior made them feel shocked. After flying the two knights, the skeleton warriors had entered their team. With a roar, Rutgers swung his giant sword and collided with the skeleton warrior. The giant sword was more than 1.5 meters tall, and it blocked two skeletons with one sweep. The skeleton warrior's broadsword collided with his golden giant sword, making a roar. The flame exploded, and Rutgers trembled violently. How is it possible? How can the power be so strong? Up to 18,000 basic attributes, much higher strength than bosses. Even if Rutgers has a full set of status, the double blessing of Vulcan's body, plus the status, he can't compare with the skeleton warrior. It's not bad if it can't be directly smashed into the air like the knight. The skeletons were slowly destroying everyone and moving forward by attacking whatever was coming in their way. All the skeletons were busy weakening their defense. The group provocation made the skeletons divert their attention and regard them as targets. The battle lasted less than 2 seconds, and the entire team had fallen into despair. Seeing the skeleton, his team members say in fear, "Are we going to die here?" Boom. Thunder falls. Immediately afterwards, flames, ice, and strong winds followed. The magical attacks of the 90 skeleton mages fell overwhelmingly, completely engulfing them. Rutgers was stunned and completely desperate. He didn't understand why this happened. Obviously, he is invincible below level 40. Why can't even beat a level 24 necromancer? Only then did he realize that there was no necromancer profession in his memory. Necromancer is a brand new profession. I don't know the depth of the profession. Lin Moyu was right. He didn't even know the opponent's professional skills before attacking. And he really kicked the iron plate. Death came quickly. When he turned his head, he saw that no one was standing except him. All 11 of his teammates died. He realized that he was entering the dungeon to seek death. After finishing everyone, Lin Moyu laughs and looks at Rutgers and says, "There's only one person left, it would be too easy." Even after all this, Rutgers has not lost his arrogance. He looks at Lin angrily and says, "I am going to kill you. I must kill you." Then Lin Moyu takes out scythe and says, "What good luck. I was worried that I had nowhere to test my new skills. You are now in my abundance. Summon spirits." As soon as this is said, the entire area becomes dark and there appears a boss of hell level difficulty, which looked very dangerous. There was just a slight change in this boss. It was made of bones. And as soon as he summoned there, he was ready to accept what his master said. He stood in front of Rutgers, and seeing him, Rutgers was completely scared. He was not in a position to say anything. Lin Moyu says after summon this hell boss, "Don't you want to clear the hell difficulty alone? Why not try to challenge the boss alone?" Seeing hell difficulty dungeon boss in front of him, Rutgers was very scared and sweat was coming out from his forehead. Because death was standing in front of him. He said in fear, "Dragon Guardian, why can he summon the hell difficulty dungeon boss?" Before Rutgers could say anything else or make any plan to run away, the dungeon boss was ready to attack him. He moves forward to attack Rutgers with a punch. The pressure of boss's punch was very strong. As the punch was moving downwards, even air was passing through it very fast and Rutgers had frozen like ice. But still Rutgers tries his best to block the boss's punch with his sword. It seems like a futile effort. Rutgers was doing his best to stop the boss's punch with his Vulcan body, but no one knew how long this effect would last. And the same thing happened. Within some time his courage responded. The boss's punch penetrated his defense, and as the boss punch hit him, he fell very far, breaking the rocks nearby. After this punch, Rutgers somehow controls himself. He sits on the ground on his knees and thinks that only one blow destroyed the state of the Vulcan body. Is this the real power of hell level boss? That's all he was thinking about. As soon as he raised his neck, he saw the hell level boss in front of him. The boss was completely ready to finish him off. The boss raises his hand to kill him, and Rutgers lying down was screaming like an insect. And the boss's eyes were shining completely, and there was no emotion in him, because it was made of skeleton. And lying down, Rutgers was no longer in a position to do anything. He could only scream. He rubs slowly and moves back and says out of fear. Rutgers yelled frantically. In the face of life and death, he was afraid. Lin Mo Yu either doesn't do it, or if he does, he won't stop. Lin Mo Yu's eyes had turned red like evil. He wanted to end this as soon as possible, no matter what the consequences might be later. And immediately after that, the boss attacked Rutgers with his full power. Boom, 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 3 consecutive explosions overwhelmed Rutgers. Calm was restored again. Rutgers fell to the ground, nearly blasted to pieces, dying beyond death. From the beginning of the battle, Rutgers and the others were completely suppressed, without any chance to fight back. After persisting for less than 10 seconds, it was completely wiped out. For Lin Mo Yu, killing them is no more difficult than killing a group of monsters. At the end of the battle, the skeleton warriors took off all their equipment. Ningyi also picks up Rutgers' armor and says, I didn't expect that he would beg for mercy before he died. Guys like them never take other people's lives seriously. At this time, only Rutgers' armor is left at that place. I can't even see his body. His body is completely destroyed, possibly due to the boss attack. His body has turned into dust. All equipment left on it is gold level, and they are all top-notch, more or less worth a little money. Especially the suit worn by Rutgers, which is completely handmade, worth more money. Lin Mo Yu and Ningyi continued. Ningyi said, he is from the Holy See of Ancient Rome. Are you afraid? Lin Mo Yu chuckled. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you mess with me, then I'll go to the Holy See of Ancient Rome and tear it down. Ningyi is not afraid of big troubles when watching the excitement. Hee, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Ningyi and Lin Mo Yu start leaving from there laughing and joking. Then Ningyi asks Lin Mo Yu, what should we do with this Vulcan suit? Lin Mo Yu tells her to keep it. It will be useful for upgrading later. Let us first upgrade the headquarters of the Holy See in the ancient Roman country. A statue in the majestic palace shook violently. Even the palace was shaking. It alarmed the professionals in the Holy See. An elderly top professional came to feel it and his face changed drastically. Rutgers is dead. Several powerful professionals rushed over, each with angry faces. Call the Pope. Get to a therapist quickly. Maybe all these people are going to do something. We will see in the coming chapter what are their future plans. The story shifts to Zaging Academy, Bashan courtyard, where Ning Tyron walked in with a displeased face. Hey, old man, Ning is here. It's rare. Why do you put on a stinky face as soon as you come here? Who provoked you? Bai Yuan teased and poured him a cup of tea by the way. Ning Tyron sat down vigorously and drank 3 cups of tea. That kid Lin Mo Yu is not authentic. Ning Tyron stared at Bai Yuan. Why did you announce to my granddaughter that she is going to the Yuan battlefield? Tell me the truth. Did you instruct Kid Lin to seduce he? Thart. Bai Yuan cursed loudly. Boy Lin is so good and still needs to be seduced. In a word, girls are lining up to come. For some time there remains such hot heat between them. Then Bai Yuan, while sipping his tea, asks when are they both coming? Ning Tyron says, thinking with a little tension. That guy said that he could help ye clear the hell difficulty dungeon. But I don't know if it's true or not. A few hours later, Lin Mo Yu opened the copy of the outpost again. And at this time Lin Mo Yu had reached level 26. Ningyi had also reached level 23. She looked at Lin Mo Yu and said, my cooling amulet needs a recharge. I plan to go back to school to hand in the assignments I completed. What about you? And yes friends, at some places their levels are a little different. Like Ningyi's level is shown as 28 at some places, 23 at some places, and 25 at some places. So don't get confused. Ningyi successfully upgraded to level 23. When she was upgraded, Ningyi smiled happily. Both of them have run out of cooling amulet time. So Lin Mo Yu also says, the professional competition is about to start, and I plan to go back and sell all the equipment. After brushing the last time, the two left the instance and returned to the fort on the first floor. Lin Mo Yu goes straight to the exchange store where he can sell his goods. Whatever Lin Mo Yu had was sold in the exchange store for 20 million gold coins. The shopkeeper asks him, do you want to sell all this? Lin Mo Yu says yes because he wanted to sell all the useless stuff. The shopkeeper is very happy because these are all Hell Guardian's equipment, and he also thinks about Lin Mo Yu. Who is this boy? Only one set of equipment is difficult for Lin Mo Yu to handle. Vulcan suit. The Vulcan suit obtained from Rutgers, forged by blacksmiths and alchemists. Although it is only gold equipment, its attributes have completely surpassed the top gold suits, pretty close to the Hell's Post set. Moreover, the Vulcan suit is specially made for the legendary profession of Vulcan fighter, and it has corresponding bonuses to various skills of Vulcan fighter. If others wear it, it is not very useful. This thing is not easy to sell, and it would be a pity to throw it away. Lin Mo Yu decided to take it back and hand it over to Bai Yuan. After selling the equipment, Lin Mo Yu contacted Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's deep voice came from the communicator. Why did you come back so soon? Lin Mo Yu said, I completed the task and came back. The communicator was silent for 2 seconds before Bai Yuan exclaimed, have you completed the task? Then get out of here quickly. Do you still want me to pick you up? Lin Mo Yu took out the teleportation stone that Bai Yuan gave him, activated it, and went to Bashan courtyard. There were footsteps outside the yard, and Lin Mo Yu arrived. Seeing Lin Mo Yu, Bai Yuan thinks, how did this boy reach level 26 so quickly? Then he also asks Lin Mo Yu, how did you reach level 26 so quickly? I've been brushing my books. Lin Mo Yu doesn't feel how fast he is because he has been teaming up with Ningyi and taking him to brush books together. Half of the experience was given to Ningyi. Otherwise, he should be able to reach level 28 by now. Bai Yuan made some calculations, showing a puzzled look. No, even if you keep grinding the nightmare level dungeon alone, you can't level up so quickly. Lin Mo Yu shook his head slightly. I'm doing a dungeon of hell, but I'm bringing one person with me. Bai Yuan stared at Lin Mo Yu with wide eyes. Meng Anwen laughed. I told you, this young man can finish hell level missions on his own. The person he brought must be old man Ning's precious granddaughter. Lin Mo Yu generously admitted, yes, Bai Yuan, Ning Terran, and Meng Anwen are all big figures of the same level. Working together to fight against the abyss, we must all know each other. That title, got it. Title, Dragon War King. All attributes increase 500, skill consumption halved. Bai Yuan was very happy to see Lin Mo Yu's progress. He said after seeing him that it is very good, this time you have done a very good job. Lin Mo Yu then took out whatever ingredients Bai Yuan needed, and also took out the coolness amulet that had already faded. Masturbation. I can't find the alchemist. Please. Bai Yuan chuckled. You're really straightforward. You know it's not easy to recharge the cooling talisman. Lin Mo Yu was straightforward and thick-skinned. Masturbation. Said that he likes to go straight and don't like to go around the corner. Bai Yuan put away all his things. You performed very well this time. I helped you do it. I will let you know when it is ready. Thank you, Lord Bashan. Bai Yuan was very satisfied with Lin Mo Yu's attitude. You know about the professional contest, right? Lin Mo Yu nodded. I know. The professional competition is held every 5 years, and this year it will be hosted by our Shangxia Empire. It will be held in 10 days. Lin Mo Yu said, I will participate. At this time, Lin Mo Yu took out a set of equipment. Slightly. How come you have the golden Vulcan suit from the Vulcan Temple of the ancient Luo? Holy See. Meng Anwen also became interested. I heard that last year the Holy See of Ancient Rome produced a fighter and gave him the golden Vulcan suit. Lin Mo Yu told what happened. Bai Yuan frowned and thought. Meng Anwen sneered, it's a bit interesting. You dare to intercept and kill our students on our Shangxia territory. I heard that they used the method of resurrecting the statues of gods. Maybe the kid is not dead yet. At this moment, Meng Anwen was filled with killing intent. If the killing intent had any substance, it stirred back and forth in the Bashan courtyard, shaking the entire courtyard. Bai Yuan coughed twice. Calm down, Meng Anwen. Don't think about destroying this house. Only then did Meng Anwen stop and didn't say anything. The corner of Lin Mo Yu's mouth twitched slightly. The relationship between these two people was so good that they could say anything. Bai Yuan put away the golden Vulcan suit. Leave this to me, and you don't have to worry about it. I haven't done it for many years, and it seems that I forgot my other name. Another name for the white god. Lin Mo Yu felt slightly appalled. Shangxia kills god. Bashan once broke into Little Bangzi country alone, and went all the way in. That battle was earth-shattering. Many top powerhouses came to stop it, but no one could stop it. Bashan was very strong and killed 2 of the 3 top powerhouses in Bangzi country, almost accomplished the feat of destroying the country by one person. From then on, Bashan was also known as the god of killing. Later, there were fewer stories about Bashan. Especially in recent years, Bashan lived in seclusion. It seems that the murderous intent has resurfaced this time, and the ancient Luo Holy See is about to suffer again. After giving everything to Bai Yuan, Lin Mo Yu leaves from here. After Lin Mo Yu left, Bai Yuan chuckled. I can't do this alone. I have to involve old man Ning as well. Meng Anwen said softly, that guy dares to say that old man Ning's precious granddaughter. If the ancient Luo Holy See is not destroyed this time, she will be half disabled. Half an hour later, the Holy See of ancient Rome, a huge fireball appeared in midair. The diameter of the fireball is more than 100 meters, covering the sky and the sun like the sun. The sun disappeared, and the entire ancient Roman Holy See was illuminated red. The temperature rose sharply, and the earth seemed to be burning. A large number of people rushed out of the Holy See, each with panicked faces. God, what's going on here? Where did the fireball come from? Look, there is someone beside the fireball. There are enemies standing in the void. He is a top professional of the 3rd rank. Ning Taran and Bai Yuan stood in emptiness. Hubat, get out of here. Hubat, come here right now. Hubat is the name of their pope. Ning Taran roared like a lion, shaking the entire Holy See of ancient Rome. And after this, Bai Yuan leaves with Ning Taran to destroy Vatican Holy See. The hall of the Holy See of ancient Rome was shaking and would collapse at any time. All the professionals of the ancient Roman Holy See showed horror. Where did this character come from, so terrifying? And Ning Taran was watching all this very seriously from the sky. Rutgers has made a big mistake by teasing his granddaughter. That's why Ning Taran was very angry, and flames were coming out from all sides of him. There is no doubt that if this big fireball falls, at least half of the ancient Roman Holy See will be wiped out. Such a large fireball has never been seen before. The people there were saying out of fear that everything is over, our Holy See is going to end soon. Where is the Pope? Hubat is the name of their Pope. People called him by his first name, but no one dared to refute. In this state, whoever dares to make a sound is looking for death. 7 people flew out of the main hall of the Holy See of ancient Luo and came straight to Ning Taran. They are the top officials of the ancient Roman Holy See, 6 elders and Pope Hubat. All of them are top-level professionals who have completed 3 rotations over level 70. The Pope is here. The elders are here too, so there should be nothing wrong. I hope nothing will happen, but I see the other party's aura. It seems that he is not afraid of the Pope at all. Seeing the Pope and others dispatched, the congregation felt a little relieved. In their view, the Pope and others are top professionals who will definitely solve the troubles. Who is looking for me? If you dare to break into our Vatican Holy See, are you seeking death? Hubat took a sip. The next second, when he saw the person coming, his face changed drastically and he was dumbfounded. He knew Ning Taran, a god-level professional in the Shangxia Empire, very powerful. Although he is also a top professional, there is still a little distance from Ning Taran. As for the people around Ning Taran, Huguat's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body trembled involuntarily. Shenzia kills God. He came anyway. Did these 2 people come together to destroy their ancient Roman Holy See? Hubat thought in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that offended them. He quickly put on a smiling face. You 2 gentlemen are here. I have something to say. If we have offended you in any way, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of the Holy See. Hubat had realized the seriousness of the matter and he had no other option. There is no way to be inferior to others. Unexpectedly, the Pope of the ancient Roman Holy See would react in this way. This situation also stunned the congregation on the ground. How can Pope do this and so cowardly? Could it be said that the end of our ancient Roman Holy See has really come? Ning Taran said coldly, there is a guy named Rutgers in your Holy See, tell him to get out. In the Holy See of ancient Rome, there are 2 temples of water and fire. Rutgers awakened the Vulcan fighter profession and was established as the son of the Vulcan Temple, and the future successor of the Vulcan Temple. It turned out to be looking for Rutgers, but there is a huge difference in rank and status between the 2 sides. How could Rutgers offend someone like Ning Taran? It's out of reach. He made a gesture to the elders beside him, telling them to bring Rutgers immediately. Hubat asked cautiously, I don't know where Rutgers offended the 2 adults. Ning Taran said, he didn't offend me. Bai Yuan sneered, he didn't offend me either. Hubat and the elders around him couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as they didn't offend them. But in the next second, Ning Taran's words broke their hearts to the bottom. Killing intent appeared in Ning Taran's eyes. He offended my precious granddaughter. Bai Yuan also said casually, he offended my precious apprentice. Hubat trembled and almost fell from midair. He has scolded Rutgers countless times in his heart. Damn it, Rutgers, what the hell did he do? It's over. This is worse than offending them themselves. Soon, Rutgers was brought out. After a few days, Rutgers has been resurrected. It's just that he has just been resurrected. His body is very weak, and it will take some time to recover. Rutgers was resting, and was suddenly brought out by force, and he was a little confused. When he saw the sun like fireball above his head, he was even more puzzled. Is this the god of fire coming to the world? Suddenly, with a light body, he flew up, and a gust of wind carried him into the air. Hubat said cautiously, my lords, this is Rutgers. He died accidentally 2 days ago and was just resurrected. Seeing him, Ning Taran says very harshly with the intention of killing him. Is it you who used the copy of the tracking scroll to lead people to hunt down Lin Moyu, a student of my Zia Jing Academy? Are you the one who said my granddaughter is a toy? Facing Ning Terran's questioning, Rutger's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Then the pupils lost focus, and the expression became demented. Guguat's eyebrows twitched. He knew that Ning Terran had used a bewitching skill. With Ning Terran's level ability, how can Rutgers, who is only level 30, resist? With ferocious hatred on his face, Rutgers yelled frantically, "How dare he kill me? How dare that kid kill me? Sooner or later, I will kill him. The title is mine, and the woman is mine. I want her to be my toy. I want her to live or die." The faces of all people present changed drastically. This is a big trouble. Seeing this, Gubat wanted to say something. But what Gubat wanted to say was interrupted by Bai Yuan's eyes. Bai Yuan's eyes were cold and heartless. The terrifying aura kept rising. Killing intent filled the air, and the entire space was rumbling. Everyone in the town trembled. At this moment, Shangxia kills God and returns. Ning Terran sneered. He can be resurrected after death. He has his imprint left in the statue of the Holy See, right? Let's see if he can be resurrected without the statue. With a pointed finger, the huge fireball above the head suddenly fell towards the Holy See of Guro. Gubat's face changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and save people. Everyone, run away." Only Rutgers was still in the air, and no one paid attention. The chief culprit, Gubat wished that he would die immediately. The huge fireball rolled down and crushed on Rutgers. Under the terrifying scorching heat, Rutgers gasified instantly. Instead of being burned to death, it was directly gasified. Fortunately, the falling speed of the fireball was not fast, leaving enough time for them. A minute later, there was no one in Tongliuoji's headquarters. The fireball fell completely and burst into brilliant flames, dyeing the sky red. The headquarters of the ancient Roman Holy See turned into a sea of flames, and the exquisite palace collapsed in the flames. Ning Terran's voice sounded coldly. "There will be another time. This old man will kill the Holy See of Giluo." When the two left, Gubat's face was extremely ugly. The headquarters of the Holy See has been swallowed by the flames and turned into ruins. Nothing else. He felt sorry for the god statue in the headquarters of the Holy See, the god statue that can imprint the soul and resurrect the dead. Now the idol is gone, and the imprint inside is gone too. The few disciples in the Holy See who have branded their souls, if they die, they are really dead. He couldn't be more clear about how difficult it is to build the idol, which has been accumulated by the Holy See for many years. Hope, several elders looked sad. Gubat sighed, "As long as we live, it's all right. With the tempers of those two, they didn't destroy us. It's considered a kindness. Don't forget how miserable the Bangzi kingdom was back then, and how many people died." Thinking of what Bai Yuan had done, everyone tensed up. Now this is considered a blessing in misfortune. The temple can be rebuilt if it is gone, as long as people are alive. Everyone hated Rutgers. If it wasn't for this guy, the Holy See of ancient Rome would not have suffered such a catastrophe. The statue of the god was destroyed, and the vitality of our ancient Roman Vatican Church was severely damaged. I am afraid that we will need to hibernate in the future. In Bashan's courtyard, Bai Yuan and Ning Terran teleported back. Bai Yuan laughed and said, "Old man Ning, why has your temper improved? Could it be that you spoil your granddaughter too much?" Ning Terran blew his beard. "You are not the same. Before, you would have killed all the people in the Holy See of Giluo." Bai Yuan smiled even more happily. "As you get older, you should accumulate virtue and do less killing." He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. The culprit has been killed, and it doesn't make much difference whether the remaining people are killed or not. Meng Anwen was also present there along with both of them. He also says while drinking tea, "Aren't you just thinking about leaving them to kill more abyss monsters?" Speaking of which, Meng Anwen threw the fully charged cooling amulet over, "Charge it, and give it. You move so fast." Ning Terran also took out a low-level cooling amulet with no energy. Cheekily said, "Recharge it for me too." Meng Anwen tells him to give me whatever you have, but Ning Terran says forget it. This is how they all start making fun. After a few days we see Lin Moyu has come to the Zia Jing Academy to study. Lin Moyu came to the library. Before you know it, night falls. Lin Moyu's communicator vibrated. Registration for the professional competition has begun. This competition is divided into 3 competition formats. They are team competition, single-player competition, and challenge competition. Lin Moyu thinks about this competition. The game is divided into 10 grades, so the grade I am in is level 20-29. The championship rewards are also very generous. In team competitions below level 40, the champion of each group can receive a flash primary skill scroll, a primary magical potion, and 50 million gold coins. The champion of the single-player competition will receive a primary magical potion, elementary flash skill scroll. After use, you can 100% obtain a skill that you have not yet mastered. This time the Shangxia Empire spent a lot of money and brought out a lot of good things. What Lin Moyu took a fancy to was this primary flash skill scroll. Elementary flash skill scrolls are very rare and cannot be bought at exchanges. Skill scrolls are all made by enchanters. Enchanters make 10,000 primary skill scrolls before there is a possibility of a primary flash skill scroll. This stuff Lin Moyu needs. Another bonus is the elementary magic potion, which has the effect of permanently increasing all base stats by 200. 200 attributes doesn't seem like much, not even a piece of gold equipment. But that is the basic attribute. Starting from platinum equipment, some equipment upgrades are calculated by percentage. The stronger the basic attribute, the better the effect after wearing the equipment. Thinking all this, Lin Moyu goes towards the training hall. After reaching there, Lin Moyu was checking the status of his power. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Necromancer Accurate. Level, 26. Title, Dragon War King. Strength, 480 increased 5001. Physique, 480 increased 500. Agility, 480 increased 500. Spirit, 2500 increased 30,001. He checks the power status of his scythe, his skeleton mage and the simple skeleton. Everyone's power had increased, but even after seeing this, Lin Moyu was not very happy. He was seriously checking everyone's power comfortably. A level 26 skeleton mage consumes 2,400 points of mental power. It also requires 1,200 points to have the title attribute. Counting the equipment and title, it has a total of 4,600 points of spiritual power, and only 3 can be summoned at a time. Through meditation to restore mental strength, 10 skeleton mages were summoned in one night. There are 150 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton mages, and 10 remaining places for summoning. So many skeletons, enough for Lin Moyu to handle most situations. At least among professionals of the same level, he is invincible. After coming out, Lin Moyu was thinking about all this when someone calls him Lin Moyu. Someone called Lin Moyu's name, and she was a girl. And all this was none other than Lin Moyu's classmate. As soon as they reach there, they all ask Lin Moyu, "Have you also come here to sign up for a professional competition?" Lin Moyu also looks at them and asks, "Will all 3 of you participate in the competition together?" Ziazu says after listening to him, "Yes, I originally wanted to ask you to take us, but you were already level 22 at the last opening ceremony, and we are not in the same level group." Then Zuomei asks, "By the way, Lin Moyu, what level are you at now?" Lin Moyu says in a casual manner, "I am at level 26. Ziazu, Zuomei and Feng Zhu are unable to say anything after listening to him, and they all get totally surprised at level 26. As Lin Moyu said that I am at level 26, Ziazu, Zuomei and Feng Zhu get totally surprised, because this is not common for them. But this is a small thing for our Lin Moyu. All 3 of them were so surprised that Ziazu says 26, Zuomei says you are very fast, then Feng Zhu also says there is something wrong with you. How can you be so fast? After they entered the academy, they had just been promoted to a higher level. Lin Moyu has been promoted 4 levels in a row. I was only level 22 at the opening ceremony, and I was 26 in just a few days. This is not an upgrade, it is simply flying. But still it was no surprise to them. Zuomei understood, so she said, "You can understand, all the way. It's the same as every time. This is not a new thing. This has happened before also." While these 4 are talking, Ningyi also arrives there, who greets everyone with a smile. Seeing Ningyi there, Ziazu asks who is she. Ningyi tells, but before she could say anything her face had turned red. She tells everyone that I am Lin Moyu's friend. My name is Ningyi, a level 25 shadow assassin. As Ningyi tells level 25, the smile on Ziazu's face disappears and she says in surprise, level 25. She also thinks in her mind, it turns out that there are still people who can upgrade as fast as Lin Moyu. But Ningyi blushes a little and says that all this is because of Lin Moyu. He has helped me in getting upgraded. After listening to him, Ziazu says, "There is no doubt that you have upgraded so quickly." At this time, Ziazu looked at Ningyi and extended her hand generously. Ziazu, level 17, Elemental Mage, classmate of Lin Moyu. Zuomei, level 17, Stalker. Feng Zhu, level 17, Holy Swordsman. All of them tell each other about themselves. Ningyi and Ziazu were talking to each other at a distance. Feng Zhu and Zuomei were standing on one side. Zuomei tells Feng Zhu that having great talent is also a problem. Feng Zhu listens to her and says, "I agree with you." After finishing their conversation, they all start going their separate ways. While going from there, Ziazu says, "Let's meet again." Seeing her leaving, Lin Moyu says, "If you want to clear the Tyrant Desert, you can contact me." Looking at Ning Yi standing next to him, it seemed like she was a little jealous, because the way Lin Moyu is talking to Ziazu is enough to provoke Ning Yi, who thinks in her mind that they are high school classmates and something more. Then Ning Yi asks Lin Moyu that you and Ziazu seem to have a good relationship. Lin Moyu says that we are just high school classmates. Ning Yi giggled, "You're just too stupid. If I had such a beautiful female classmate around me, I would definitely pursue her." Hearing her words, Lin Moyu did not say anything. He was just wondering what she was saying. Then suddenly someone called Yi. Hearing someone calling her name, Yi looked up, and the smile on Kaio's face became even brighter. Jiang Taodao, Duan Gao, and Mio Yu, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, walked over side by side. Ning Yi ran over and took Jiang Taodao's hands respectively. "Sister Taodao, have you found the team?" Jiang Taodao hummed, "Yes, the professional contest is held every 5 years, so you can't miss it. And I haven't found a team yet." Mio Yu snorted, "Those people dislike us for not having enough level, and they are unwilling to form a team with us." Jiang Taodao and the others were promoted to a level during the trial on Mermaid Island. Now Jiang Taodao is level 24, an elf knight. Duan Gao is a level 21 prophet, and Mio Yu is a level 21 elder. Jiang Taodao could find the team by herself, but dragging the two of them along was really hard to find. In this group from level 20 to level 29, it is always hoped that the higher the team level, the better. If they can't find it, then they can only form a team of 3. Jiang Taodao said softly, "In fact, we didn't want to compete for any ranking. We just wanted to experience it." Ning Yi rolled her watery eyes. "You can form a team with us. It saves us time looking for teammates." Jiang Taodao not say anything after listening to Ning Yi, but her eyes lit up. She naturally knows how powerful Lin Moyu is. One person bringing 39 people to brush the copy of the tyrant has spread in the academy. There are very few people who don't know about Lin Moyu. With Lin Moyu around, the championship is guaranteed. Jiang Taodao did not agree. "I have a condition. Yi, if you agree, we will form a team." Ning Yi and Jiang Taodao had a very good relationship, and didn't think too much about it. "Whatever the conditions are, Sister Taozi just says it." Jiang Taodao said, "If we win the championship, we don't want any prizes." She knew that if she could win the championship, it must be due to Lin Moyu. Ning Yi did not expect such a condition. Jiang Taodao continued, "If we can win the championship, the school will reward us with contribution points, which is already the best reward for us." Duan Gao and Mio Yu also quickly said, "That's right, we don't want anything. Just a few contribution points is enough." Contribution points are particularly difficult to obtain. For example, Lin Moyu only had 90 contribution points before going to the Yuan battlefield. Later, when the military rank is promoted, every star private will increase by 10 points. At the time of the 10-star private, the contribution point has reached 190. Later, he became a second lieutenant and added another 100 contribution points, and now has 290 contribution points. After saying her words, Jiang Taodao thinks in her mind, "I'm afraid they won't agree to form a team. If it is not agreeable then." Before Jiang Taodao thinks anything else, Lin Moyu says, "Okay, I agree." Under Jiang Taodao's insistence, Ning Yi had to compromise. 5 people formed a team and signed up. After the formation of this team, Ning Yi is thankful to Lin Moyu, and after hearing this, Lin Moyu says no problem. It is nothing. Then we see 2 people who are talking to each other. "Hehe, I am bound to win the championship reward in this professional competition. With the boss's strength and finding some reliable teammates, this championship must be in the boss's bag." And at this time there is a huge crowd for the competition line, and when both of them reach near the line, one of them, who is a friend of the first one, starts pushing all the people. The students standing in the line had recognized this boy and started talking to each other. "He is the grandson of Bailey Academy, don't mess with him." However, Bailey Sheng's eyes do not fall on anyone standing in the crowd, rather his eyes fall on Ning Yi, who was with Lin Moyu at that time. Seeing Ning Yi, Bai Lisheng thinks that she is Ning Yi and the person with her is Lin Moyu. Why is he with Lin Moyu? Seeing both of them, Bai Lisheng comes in front of them and stops them. Yi was not very happy to see Bai Lisheng in front of her. She thinks angrily in her mind, "The nasty guy showed up." Then Bai Lisheng said coldly, "Ning Yi, why are you with this guy?" His eyes fixed on Ning Yi. Ning Yi's small white hands were holding Lin Moyu. His eyes were full of jealousy. Ning Yi's small face was full of disgust. "Do you care who I hang out with?" Bai Lisheng was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. "I don't care." "You say I don't care? Who doesn't know that you are my Bai Lisheng's fiancé?" "Shut your mouth." Ning Yi yelled angrily, like an angry cub. "Are you mentally ill? You came to propose marriage but was rejected by me, and then you went around telling others that I was your fiancé. Since our two families are family friends, I won't argue with you about this matter. Tell yourself so many lies that you start to think it's true. If you have a problem with your mind, find a better therapist. Don't go crazy here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tell Grandpa and let him deal with you. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ning Yi, who was usually joking, to have such a pungent side. Ning Yi's face was flushed red, and her chest was heaving and heaving with rage. He kept looking at Lin Moyu from time to time, and was relieved to see that he didn't respond, because Lin Moyu has told that he does not care about such people. Being scolded by Ning Yi, Bai Lisheng's whole face turned blue and red and then turned white again. He gritted his teeth. Okay, Ning Yi. This matter is endless. Remember, you are my Bai Lisheng's woman. No one can steal it from me. It's you again, Lin Moyu. Go against me again and again. Now you even want to rob women from me. I haven't settled the accounts with you from last time yet. Lin Moyu doesn't pay much attention to what he says. On the contrary, he calls him a clone, which angers Bai Lisheng even more. Stinky boy, you are dead. I will kill you sooner or later. Ning Yi drew out her dagger. If you want to die, say something else. Jiang Taodao also quickly drew out her long sword. And Duan Gao and Mayo Yu also put on a fighting posture. Flame rose from the palm of Lin Moyu's palm, revealing killing intent. Lin Moyu had a complete plan to kill Bai Lisheng because he was afraid that if he did not kill it, he will harass Yi again more in the future. Although Bai Lisheng's status far exceeds them, it does not prevent them from giving it a go. At this moment, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi are their comrades in arms. Suddenly a huge breath poured down, and Bai Lisheng fell to the ground with a scream as if he had been hit hard. The corners of his mouth were watering, and he was already injured. In midair, Bashan stared at Bai Lisheng with chilling eyes. You want to kill him? At this time Bashan was looking very dangerous. Looking at his eyes, it seems that he will do something. Everyone was a little surprised to see Bashan there, but Bai Lisheng was a little scared after Bashan. No words were coming out of his mouth. Sweat was coming out of his forehead due to fear. The only thing that came out of his mouth was the name of Bashan. In midair, Bashan looked at Bai Lisheng with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice, Bai Lisheng, I'm asking you a question. Who did you say you wanted to kill? Bai Lisheng was very frightened. He was already stunned with fear, and he shook his head frantically. Lord Bai, I didn't say anything like that. Believe me, anyone would get scared seeing Bashan's scary appearance, and Bai Lisheng is a spoiled child of a strong man. His condition was very bad. Then Bashan looks at him coldly and says again, get lost from here. If this happens again, I will personally go to your head. Bai Liho. Bai Liho is the dean of Bailey College. Bai Yun's words made Bai Lisheng tremble with fear, and because of this fear he ran away in embarrassment. After all of them left from there, Bashan came down from the sky and came in front of Ning Yi and Lin Moyu. Seeing him, Ning Yi says Grandpa Bai and Lin Moyu also says Lord Bai. Bai Yun looked at Lin Moyu. Moyu, were you planning to attack him if I hadn't appeared? Hearing Bai's words, Lin Moyu shakes his head and says, I had to act first since he wanted to kill me. Then Bai Yun asked, are you not afraid of the vengeance that you might incur? His grandfather, Bai Lihao, is the headmaster of Bailey Academy and is a peak level 81 professional. However, Moyu already had the answer to this question of Lord Bai because he had already thought that if he could not kill it, he would return to the Yun battlefield, and he was confident that he would survive there. Hearing such an answer from Lin Moyu, Bashan praises him by patting his back and laughingly says, good, you're just like the younger me. When you do things, you cannot be indecisive. Just like the Holy Son of Vatican that you killed. Once you made up your mind to kill him, you killed him. Old Ning has also flattened the Vatican, so they don't dare to make a noise anymore. Then Bashan continues his talk by showing his fist. Remember, a tough fist is the hard truth. Fairness and fear are both achieved through one's own strength. Bashan threw a cold talisman towards Lin Moyu and said, I've already given you the method to raise your level. Once you gather enough materials, I will send someone to help you. I've also given you a new task. Go and finish it quickly. Bashan also looks back where he sees Lin Moyu's team members. Seeing them, Bashan says that you three are also very good, and after finishing his talk, Bashan leaves from there. In his eyes, Jiang Taodao and the others dared to attack Bai Lisheng just now. It was considered very good. At least they have this much guts. Unlike some people, timid as a mouse. They don't even have the courage to be that strong. All three of them were very happy with this praise of Lord Bai, because praising Lord Bai means that you are capable of something. The praise warms the hearts of all three of them, and they heave a sigh of relief. After Bashan leaves from there, Jiang Taodao comes to Moyu and Yi and says it seems that both of you are going to be busy. The tournament will be held in Nanhong City this year, so let's meet up again there. Then after this everyone bids goodbye to each other because the tournament will be held this year and Bashan has given some task to Lin Moyu which he has to complete. After everyone leaves from there, Lin Moyu checks his communicator in which he will get the details of the mission. Ning Yi leaned over with her eyes wide open. What kind of task Grandpa Bai give you? Lin Moyu has to read the details written in the communicator where it was written that he has to kill the abyss demons of the third fortress and increase his rank to at least a 2-star lieutenant. It's that simple. Ning Yi thought it shouldn't be that simple. Lin Moyu shakes his head and says to Ning Yi, not only that. There will be an elemental dungeon outside the third fortress. Lord Bai asked me to retrieve elemental crystals from the elemental dungeon. Ning Yi thinks something after listening to third fortress but nothing comes to her mind because she does not know anything about it. He might have heard a little but apart from that Ning Yi did not know much else. Then Lin Moyu tells her, I remember the place outside the third fortress is also known as the elemental plane. A large-scale battle once broke out there. Nearly 100 elemental mages with more than 3 ranks cast a total of more than 1,000 forbidden spell level spell attacks. That piece of land was elementalized, and many elemental creatures were born later. It was also after that great war that people called it the Plane of Elements. Ning Yi's eyes were filled with curiosity. I've never seen an elemental creatures before. What kind of thing would it be like? She doesn't seem to be afraid of danger at all. It's more just curiosity. Lin Moyu said, you'll find out when we go there. The two took the teleportation array to the Yuan battlefield. Now that both of them have military ranks, if Ning Yi is a private soldier, he can use the teleportation array to reach the third fortress at the farthest. Lin Moyu is a second lieutenant. Even if he doesn't have 1 star, it is enough to reach the 5th fortress. After finishing their conversation, they both enter the academy teleportation platform and leave for their mission. Then after some time both of them reach the Menthard third fortress teleportation platform. With the transmission over, after only being closed for a day, Lin Moyu set foot on this land again. Ning Yi curled up in his arms and closed her eyes tightly. During the teleportation, Yi got a little nervous and uneasy, so Moyu catches her. Yi controls herself. I am still not capable of long-distance teleportation. As soon as they come to the third fortress, they see a message notification. Beginner Fire Element Crystal Core 100,000 Golo Coins. Piece. Material used for enchantment. Used on weapons to increase fire element damage, and used on armor to increase fire element resistance. Beginner Wind Element Crystal Core 100,000 Gold Coins. Piece. Beginner Water Element Crystal Core 100,000 Golo Coins. Piece. After reading this notification, Lin Moyu says Element Crystal Cores. It should be something that's dropped by an elemental monster. It seems to be a specialty of the third fortress. It's a pity that I don't need it. The layout of the third fort is exactly like the first fort, which our MC was desperate to enter as it would be a different adventure for him. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi walked to the gate of the castle. The guards at the city gate stopped the two of them. Young lad, you will die if you go out like that. It's too dangerous for the both of you to leave. The weakest monster in the plains is level 33, and you're only level 26. Don't waste your life like this. At this time, a patrol team passed by, and the leader asked what happened. The guard hurriedly explained, Captain, they are going out. I said it's too dangerous. Let them go back. The captain looked at Lin Moyu and Ning Yi, level 26, level 25, go out to seek death. Where are your elders? What's going on? Why did they send you guys here? The captain is as serious and responsible as the guard. Lin Moyu knew that they were also thinking about their own safety, so he didn't say anything. Suddenly they all see a monster coming towards the gate very fast. Professionals have amazing eyesight. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw an elemental monster wandering aimlessly 700 to 800 meters away. It is a fire elemental monster with flames on its body, and that monster was level 33. Suddenly there was a gust of wind and the captain and the guard shivered at the same time. The captain and the guard were not shocked to see the monster, but they were shocked to see the skeleton of RMC. Immediately afterwards, their hairs stood on end, and 5 skeleton warriors appeared in front of Lin Moyu. As soon as they appeared, the skeleton was ready to follow every order of his master, and their job was to kill the coming monster. The 5 skeletons ran out with a clicking sound, at a very fast speed. After running out of the city gate, the speed increased again, like an electric shot. So fast, the captain and the guard were very surprised to see the speed of the skeleton. Such a fast speed means that the attributes of the skeleton are very high. The 5 skeletons rushed in front of the fire elemental monster like lightning. There was a red light in his hand. Skill, Rage Strike. The hand rises and the knife falls. 5 consecutive skills fell on the fire elemental monster. With a puff of smoke, the fire elemental monster died on the spot. Kill the spirit of fire element at level 33. Experience increase 165,000. The skeleton had killed the fire element monster with just one hit, which shocked both the captain and the guard. Killed in one hit. A level 26 skeleton killed a level 33 fire element spirit in one hit. The captain suddenly saw the sergeant badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder. Second lieutenant. So young to be a second lieutenant. He is also a second lieutenant himself, a 5-star second lieutenant. But he remembered that when he became a second lieutenant, he was already level 38. Young and powerful, Lin Moyu left a deep impression on his heart. Ning Yi had already guessed that this would happen. Can we go out now? The captain controls himself and says in a low voice, you can go. Finally, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi finally stepped into the plane of elements. After going inside, both of them were discussing among themselves. They're way too cautious. However, it is precisely professionals like them, who are diligent and responsible, that makes Shangxia so peaceful. Yep, I understand why they're like that. After coming here, both of them were not able to understand anything because they were getting breath of element creature everywhere, due to which once Ning Yi's hair got blown away due to lightning. In the air, on the ground, there are massive elements everywhere. With every breath you take in a lot of elements. Maybe the first breath is still refreshing and pleasant, and the next breath is burning hot. The wind element mixed with a small amount of water element in the previous breath. The second breath is mainly based on the fire element. What the hell kind of place is this? How could there be such a place? Ning Yi's first bite was still hot, but the next bite was terribly cold. It even made it difficult to breathe. Seeing her bitter face, Lin Moyu seldom laughed out loud. Ning Yi gave him a hammer. You're still laughing. What's so funny? Moyu was laughing at her, so Yi felt very embarrassed. Both of them were talking when suddenly a ball of air flew from a distance and hit both of them. Due to his attack, there was a huge explosion. As soon as the dust cleared, we saw it. The bone armor shone brightly, blocking the wind ball. The wind howled, and the tornado struck head-on. He was a wild element spirit monster who was level 34. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 7,000. Physique, 5,500. Skills, Wind Ball, Storm, Wind Blade. Unique characteristic, Wind Element Immunity. There is one more feature in the detection technique, which has never been seen before. The characteristic means that the spirit of the wind element does not need to activate skills, and it is inherently immune to the wind element. Seeing that monster, Lin Moyu calls his skeleton and asks, "Are you bullying my skeleton because it can't fly?" Lin Moyu had summoned his skeleton so that he could destroy this wind monster, as it had the audacity to attack him suddenly. As soon as they cross the gate, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi are attacked by a wind spirit monster. That wind element spirit was flying in the air with faint blue, standing in front of the water elemental generals. After this, Lin Moyu calls Hell Difficulty Dungeon Boss to fight this water general. The Hell Difficulty Dungeon Boss was ready to fight the water elemental general. That's when the water elemental general uses his ice whirlwind technique. The water elemental general attacks the Hell Difficulty boss with Icicle at his full power. Hell boss was ready for this attack of element general. As soon as he gets hit by the attack, nothing happens to him. He remains standing absolutely safe. This was the same attack that had defeated the skeleton warrior and the mage and forced Lin Moyu to hide, but this attack did nothing to the Hell boss. He did not move back an inch. Seeing the same trick, a smile appears on Lin Moyu's face and he says with a smile, the same trick is ineffective in front of the Hell Difficulty boss. And here the element general's attacks were continuing, but his attacks were not able to do anything to the outpost guardian. Meanwhile, some skeleton warriors move at full speed to attack the element general. The skeleton warriors attack the element general's chest as they approach him. Despite so many attacks from the skeleton warrior, all of the water element general's injuries were healed within a few seconds. But this time he didn't heal like before. The injury was only a good part, and his body was still bumped by the skeleton warrior. Suddenly a blue light appeared again on the water element general's body, and then a large stream of water emerged from it. The stream turned rapidly and turned into a huge wave in just 2 seconds. A huge wave of water comes from all sides towards the skeletons and the Hell Difficulty boss, and the entire area is filled with waves and water elements. This time the element boss attacked with flooding ability, and with this attack all the skeleton warriors disappear in a few moments. Seeing the waves of water coming towards him so fast, Lin Moyu's eyes also opened with surprise because the attack was very terrible, and by this time everywhere was filled with water. If these water waves hit anyone, they would definitely tear them to pieces. These waves were so terrible. However, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi moved to a higher rock to avoid this attack. Seeing the power of this attack, Lin Moyu says, "The wide range of element general skills really restrains my skeletons." Seeing this attack of elementary general, Lin Moyu was wondering, because these attacks are preventing his skeleton from reaching him. And here after doing his attack, element general becomes very serious after seeing something. Anger was visible in his eyes, and this anger was for the hell difficulty boss because he had torn through the water waves of elementary general, and all the skeletons were sitting on his shoulders. The waves of water could not even shake the hell difficulty boss at all. As the water was receding, the hell difficulty boss was seen standing completely as if he had not even moved at all, and all the skeletons were sitting on his shoulders and everywhere. As soon as the water recedes, the skeleton warriors and hell difficulty boss set out at full speed to attack the water element boss. This time, there was no chance for the water elemental general. All the skeleton warriors were going at full speed to attack. Hell difficulty boss also moved at full speed to attack the water element boss, and the hell difficulty boss was going so fast that an aurora of red light was coming out from behind him. The hell boss cuts through the water and quickly reaches the water element boss and attacks it and kills it right there in just one attack. Within a few seconds, the water element broke into pieces of ice. Even the throne under it was smashed to pieces. Kill level 37 water element general. Experience increase 14,800. Obtain water element crystal nucleus 10. After the water element boss is killed, Lin Moyu call the hell difficulty boss back into the side and in attempts to capture the water element general boss's soul. Lin Moyu says after seeing Scythe, "Sure enough, pure elemental life has no corpse and no soul. It seems there is no way to use conjuration on them." Lin Moyu thinks in his mind while picking up some nucleus crystals. At present, although the boss monster summoned lasts only 3 minutes, it is enough for me to kill an ordinary boss. After receiving the reminder, Ningyi ran out of the ice palace with a smile on her pretty face. After the death of the water elemental general, the environment has undergone some wonderful changes. Seeing the change in the environment, Ningyi says, "The degree of chaos in the elements seems to have been reduced." Lin Moyu agrees with her. "Indeed, I feel a little more comfortable than before." Then after this, Lin Moyu asks to leave from here. After this, Lin Moyu and Ningyi start moving forward from Ice Place. Lin Moyu and Ningyi walk into the flame world. This time he is completely surrounded by flame. Lin Moyu had already used skeleton armor on himself and Ningyi. The entire space is full of raging flames, which have turned into a sea of flames. The two stepped on it, and the skeleton armor reacted immediately. The silver-white armor floated outside, glistening, resisting the flames. Ningyi says while bearing the flame of this flame world, "Fortunately, you have your skeleton armor. If other professionals come here, they may continue to receive harm." Lin Moyu was also moving forward bearing the flame, but there was a little tension in his mind. He had understood that first was a glacier and now it is a sea of fire. Will there be a world of wind and a world of thunder and lightning next? But still the same as in the Ice Palace, there is no spirit of fire element here. Both of them were moving like this for a long time when suddenly they see a flame mountain, seeing which they both stop. Lin Moyu and Ningyi were a little surprised, and Lin Moyu says this is not a mountain, it's a ball of flame. The flame is 50 or 60 meters high, and it looks like a high mountain from a distance. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame mountain had already come to life. A pair of huge eyes appeared above. Fire Element General Secret Realm Boss. Level 37. Power 0. Agility 0. Spirit 20,000. Physique 16,000. Skill Flame Eruption. Explosion in Sea of Fire. Characteristics: physical damage halved, fire element immunity, fire burns. Seeing the stats of this monster, Lin Moyu thinks, another immobile monster, and it has no physical attack ability. To eliminate this fire monster, Lin Moyu quickly summons more than 150 skeletons. He could eliminate this fire monster quickly because he had collected experience from the previous water monster. The general fire element is like a hill, which suddenly shoots out hundreds of huge pillars of fire. Seeing his enemies in front of him, the fire monster threw a pillar of fire into the air, and it fell down in the sky in the form of a ball of fire. He had done a fire eruption attack to stop Lin Moyu and his skeleton, due to which flames were falling everywhere. Lin Moyu thinks seeing this, sure enough, it's this kind of indiscriminate AI attack again. Full range, saturation attack, densely packed. There is no possibility of evasion at all. Flames have already risen from the skeleton warriors, and the flames continue to burn them, making a loud noise. This is the general characteristic of the fire element. Fire burns. Seeing his simple skeleton soldier burning in flames, Lin Moyu quickly released all the water-type skeleton mages, 28 water-type skeleton mages. After summoning all those mages, he creates a ice rainstorm in the entire area with the help of all of them. After this attack, ice poured down like rain on the general of the fire element, and thick water vapor rose up. The general of the fire element kept roaring again and kept attacking one after another so that he could eliminate everyone as quickly as possible. The pillar of fire sprayed continuously, turning into rain of fire all over the sky. The skeleton warrior seemed to be surrounded by flames and burned, but the injuries he suffered were really not that high. Due to his continuous attacks, the ground there starts breaking completely. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi started trying to save themselves somehow. Due to rainstorm and skeleton's attacks, General Fire Elemental suffered more and more injuries. His body began to shrink and his flame gradually diminished. As soon as it realized that its life was in danger, its roar became more intense. To save himself, he attacks with Sea of Fire Explosion. Due to this attack, the environment there becomes worse and the ground shook and cracked like a magnitude 10 earthquake, rumbling. Due to this ground breaking, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi control themselves because this was the last and dangerous crossbow, and whatever happens next will be done by skeletons only. Ice rainstorm was continuously falling on that flame monster. Mage and skeleton were continuously attacking. There was one explosion after another, and in the blink of an eye, the entire world of destroying elements was swallowed by the violent explosion. During the explosion, the skeletons were blown away one after another. Seeing the fire monster weak, Lin Moyu says to Yi, "Yi, I will show you the fireworks." Ning Yi looks at him to see what he is saying when suddenly there is a last blast in the sky which looks like a firework, and with this the fire monster also gets exploded into pieces with a scream. Ning Yi just keeps looking at this firework. Kill a level 37 Fire Element General. Experience increase 1,480,000. Obtain Fire Element Crystal Core 10. Lin Moyu quickly collects the things found from there. Yi, standing behind him, says in a romantic way, "I never thought that you can be so romantic." Lin Moyu gets shy after listening to her. He thinks what to say and then he says, "Let's go now." Elsewhere, we see some 5 men standing right in front of the gate of the Element's secret realm. They wear the unique costumes of the professionals of the Bangzi Kingdom. This was a professional team from each country. Single night, double support, double output, 5-man team, very standard team combination. Then one of these guys says, "Boss, I didn't expect that we would actually find him. The secret realm of elements. We have been looking for it for so many days and finally found it. Strange, isn't it said that all the elemental secret realms are elemental spirits? Why aren't there any?" Several team members showed doubts. The entrance of the element's secret realm did not match the information they had. Park Yingcheng looked at the entrance of the secret realm of elements. Someone should have already entered. So what are we waiting for? Come in quickly, it will be too late if you are late. Unexpectedly, someone else was the first to get in. They all looked anxious. Then Park Yingcheng laughs with his evil smile and says, "Don't worry, I can feel the residual breath of the elements, which means it hasn't been long since they entered. When others open the way for us, we can save some effort." The boss, followed by his minions, entered the secret realm's portal. He was wearing a white robe and was carrying a metal shield. The followers were calm because they had their boss with them. All they had to do is just kill the last boss, and if anyone dares to stop them, they thought that they will just have to kill them too, thinking that it was a good idea. They finally entered the Ice Palace. One of the minions of the hunter group traced some footsteps of people and understood that there was someone not far away from them. He told everyone to follow him as he knew their location. As the scene shifts, we see Lin and Ning Yi covered in the skeletal armor and fighting the Lightning Wind Elemental General. It was a level 38 general with a strength of 0, but agility of 5,000 and spirit of 25,000. He had a physique of 20,000 with the skills Lightning Gale and Tempest. It had a unique characteristic of 50% resistance to physical damage and was also immune to the wind element attacks and lightning element attacks. While covering his face due to the dust and wind, Lin was amused by seeing a merger of lightning and wind elementals. Suddenly, a furious bolt of lightning struck Lin and Ning Yi, but as they were covered in the skeleton armor, they were unfazed. Lin used his slow curse skill, reducing the speed of the lightning wind elemental general to half. As the general was bonded with the red chains of the slow curse, he got furious. He started striking the skeletal warriors with his lightning. It was again a large-scale area of effect attack which affected multiple skeletal warriors, but Lin's army retaliated to this attack. His ice and fire skeletal mages started attacking the general with their spells of Flame Burst and Ice Storm. The wind elementals were also disturbing Lin's focus by not standing in one place and flying here and there. But with the barrage of skeletal warriors' brute attacks and skeletal mages' elemental spells, along with the slow curse Lin used on him, the lightning wind elemental general faced his defeat in front of Lin and Ningyi. A notification popped up telling Lin that the level 38 lightning wind elemental general was now defeated, giving an experience of 15 Inoas and along with 10 wind element crystals and 10 lightning element crystals. After this victory, Lin was determined and told Ningyi that they are finally going to the elemental queen. He was sure that with the elemental planes around them, the bosses will reappear once again. After traveling for a little bit of time, they finally reached a very beautiful place with auroras in the sky. There was a great palace, floating on an island type of landmass, with large rocks as stairs, floating in the air. Inside the palace, there sat the elemental queen, with a beautiful and elegant face, which is going to change soon. She was a level 39 elemental queen, with a strength of 20 as agility of 5,000, spirit of 20, and a physique of 20,000. She had 2 skills of elemental attack and elemental starburst. Her unique characteristic was 50% resistance to physical damage and 50% resistance to elemental damage. When he got inside the palace, Lin started attacking the elemental queen with his army of skeletal warriors and skeletal mages, but he was still not able to believe that she was resistant to both physical and elemental attacks. As she was getting attacked, she used her second skill, the elemental starburst. Sparks of different elements came out of her attack, killing 3 skeletal warriors in one fell swoop. Lin understood that as the skeletons were weak because of all the fighting they have been in the secret palace, the elemental queen was easily destroying them with her attacks. Suddenly, the elemental queen moved with her mouth and her 2 sets of hands and 3 lights of different elements started coming out of her. She attacked Ningyi and Lin with the elemental attack. A beam of ice, fire, and lightning went through the skeleton warriors, destroying 5 of them in a row. Lin admitted that he was in trouble from the attacks of the elemental queen, but he also expected that much from the queen of the secret realm. The skeletal mages attacked once more as soon as the attack of the elemental queen was finished, but she again retaliated with elemental starbursts. As a burst of elemental types attack hit the skeletal warriors, many of them were killed again by burning to death again. The elemental queen attacked with a flood of water, again killing 11 skeletal warriors at once. Lin admitted that this fight was difficult and wondered why Lord Bai gave him this task. Lin started pondering, thinking that elemental creatures have no souls or corpses, so he cannot really use any killing moves or soul blaze or corpse explosion. He thought that there is only one way of finishing this fight. He had to summon the undead general and the undead outpost guardian again. Lin was finally excited by a fight of this caliber. He admitted that he was a little bit reckless and didn't collect enough information about the place. He just wanted to run and face the elemental queen head on. But seems like this boss needed some tactics to be killed. As the scene shifts, we see that the hunter group, who have arrived at the place where Lin and Ningyi were fighting the elemental queen. One of the minions wanted to get in the way and fight the elemental queen too, but another one suggested that they should kill all 3 of them together by doing an ambush. Their boss ordered a girl named Ziofa to use her skill to kill all of them. Agreeing to her boss' command, she started mumbling some spells for her attack. Yellow aura surrounded her from his head to toe. Suddenly Ningyi got a shock in her brain as her assassin instinct activated, telling her that something was wrong. She understood that an attack was coming and warned Lin to watch out, as there was an ambush. While Lin was getting bombarded with various elemental attacks, he still thought that it was a very good timing for the ambush to happen. He looked at the girl who was using an attack named Armageddon and asked them to die by that attack. Ziofa's Armageddon attack hits Moyu and Yi and causes a huge explosion there. But as the dust clears, we see that Lin, Moyu, and Yi were completely safe even after being hit by her attack because they were saved by the skeleton armor. At this time, there was an atmosphere of war in the whole area. On one side was the Element Queen and on the other side were these 5 people. After their snake attack, Moyu sends his skeleton warrior to finish them off. One after another, many skeleton warriors start moving towards them in large numbers. Suddenly seeing so many skeletons coming towards them, the boss got scared and started wondering what these things were. Seeing so many skeletons, the boss starts sweating. He gets completely scared because he could not understand where so many dead creatures were coming from. He felt as if they were the companions of the Element Queen. But as far as he had heard that the Element Queen had no minions. Then he tells his team member that there is no need to panic. As soon as they hear their boss's words, all the team members come into fighting position. The healer starts doing his work. The archer also stood with his mark. Before they can do anything, the chain of slow curse catches them. All of them were captured by the red-colored chain. They all get scared after seeing the curse ability being used on them because this ability of Lin Moyu is enough to slow down anyone. The healer of their team starts trying to break these chains as soon as possible. On the other hand, Moyu uses his ability and says that unlike the monsters, the professionals will probably have the skills to remove the curse. Lin Moyu wanted to eliminate the healer of their team first. So without any delay, Moyu attacks the healer with his skeleton mage. All the skeleton mage present there, lightning, ice and fire together cast their spell on the healer. Healer was completely terrified after seeing so many attacks coming towards him. The attacks were so fast that he didn't even get a chance to move, and dozens of magic attacks fell on him almost simultaneously. All the spells like fire, ice, rainstorm, lightning hit it one after the other, and due to the collision of those attacks, there is a blast. Seeing so many simultaneous attacks on his partner, the boss could not understand anything. He was just cursing the team in front, and here the healer was lying on the ground after so many attacks. He was alive, but his condition had become very bad. The boss was so angry that he used his ability group provocation and anger. Due to his skill, Lin's slow curse are deflected from all of them, and a visible red-colored energy engulfs all the skeleton warriors. In a way, his ability was enough to stop these skeleton warriors for a while. As soon as the slow curse is removed, their boss quickly asks everyone to drink potions so that everyone can heal as soon as possible. Lin's curse has not been completely removed from them yet, but after drinking this potion they will all be saved from the curse. All of them were supporting each other and drinking the nutrition. Their healer was also drinking the nutrition, thinking I almost died. He also used some healing abilities on himself so that he could heal himself as quickly as possible. However, the second round of attack begins and they are attacked from all sides. Team leader shouts and uses his ability group protection. As soon as the skill is activated, an energy shield surrounds them all. The entire team was under energy shield at this time. The skeleton magician's attacks hit them. All the attacks were continuously hitting them, but all those attacks were becoming useless in front of the energy shield. Seeing this, Ning Yi says, they're all level 40. The knight's group protection, group chain, and the mage sneak attack with meteorite fire are all level 40 skills after the second evolution. Lin Moyu was also thinking after seeing these abilities of all of them. There's an anti-curse potion. Is this the depth of a second evolution professional? Under the circumstances of being able to use props, level 40 professionals are indeed difficult to deal with. Thinking about all these things, a smile appears on Moyu's face but if it wasn't for the skeleton armor, I'm afraid Yi and I would have been in a very dangerous situation right now. You can't be soft on your enemies. With this same smile, Lin Moyu sends more skeleton warriors towards them to kill them all. Many skeleton warriors were coming towards them with swords in their hands. Now their number had increased even more. The entire area had been surrounded by these skeleton warriors. Seeing so many skeletons created panic in the front team. All of them were not able to understand anything because no matter how hard they tried, they were not able to kill the skeletons. They all asked their boss, what should we do? Sweat of fear was coming out from everyone's forehead. They were all tired now. If they tried to stay here for too long, they would all be killed. The team leader, who was still saving his team, had also understood by this time that he had made a big mistake because he had not anticipated that the guy in front would be so strong. Because Lin was giving competition to all of them along with Element Queen, the team leader was worried that he was too strong. So without any delay, the team leader asks his team members to retreat. After listening to the team leader, they all say together that we should retreat. As soon as they all try to retreat, Lin Moyu is coming in front of them. To eliminate all of them, Lin raised his hand. At this time, blue-colored soul flame was flashing in his hand. Just then we hear the sound of someone screaming in pain. It was the healer who was burning with soul flame. They all turn back and look at their comrades screaming in pain. But suddenly their team leader is also attacked by the mage, who is attacked with continuous lightning, ice and fire attacks. After this attack was over, he was almost down to his knees and his whole body was trembling as if he didn't even have the strength to stand. He sits on his knees watching his comrades fight against those mages and skeletons. He quickly drinks the healing potion without wasting any time. But as soon as he drinks the healing potion, some skeleton warriors move towards him and attack him. But he saves himself with the protection shield because after drinking the healing potion, he had gained some strength. If he had not taken the healing potion on time, he might have been attacked. After this they all start running away from there. All of them were running away to save their lives. There were continuous attacks on them, but they loved their lives from these small attacks, so they were running away from here while facing the attacks. Then Yi asks Moyu, are we going after them? Hearing this, Lin says no, we are not going after them. Knights on max defense are a little hard to kill. Besides, we have more important things to do here. After dealing with them all of Lin's skeleton warriors and mage stand in front of the Element Queen. There was fire all around the Element Queen's palace, and this skeleton warrior was currently carrying 3 dead bodies on his shoulders. This corpses belonged to the healer, the archer, and the mage on his back, and ran towards the Queen of Elements. Seeing the skeleton warriors coming to attack, the Queen attacks those skeleton warriors with her ability Element Blast. However, the skeleton warriors throw those 3 bodies towards the Elementary Queen. As the 3 dead bodies approach the Element Queen, a corpse explosion blast occurs. Lin Moyu used his ability Crops Explosion through these 3 dead bodies. He used all 3 dead bodies. The skeleton warriors also jump into the explosion, and without caring for their lives, they jump into the explosion and start continuously attacking the Element Queen. Element Queen was screaming in pain due to continuous attack. This is the last moment of the fight. Meanwhile, 2 more bodies are thrown near the Element Queen and they explode as they reach her. After those attacks, Element Queen had fallen on the ground. There were many cracks on her body. One of her hands was also cut off. She could die anytime. Lin thinks after seeing the Element Queen fallen on the ground, the damage from this is really good, as expected from a level 40 corpse. At this time, Lin had a smile on his face and the same soul flame was flashing in his hand. He wanted to eliminate the Element Queen that had fallen on the ground as soon as possible, so he orders his undead army to eliminate it as soon as possible. The half-dead Element Queen was lying helpless on the ground and all the skeleton warriors and mage surrounded her from all sides.
All the skeletons of Lin were ready for this last moment fight. All the mage used their skills together on the Element Queen and the skeleton warrior sets out to end the fight with his sword. Element Queen gets attacked with fire, ice rainstorm, lightning and sword simultaneously. All the skeleton warriors together make a last attack on the Element Queen, and with this last attack, the game for the Element Queen also ends. Killed Elemental Queen. Experience 2,340,000. Obtained Elemental Crystals 5. Elemental Crystals can be used to make platinum level equipment or enchant equipment, and is one of the materials to make a cooldown talisman. The Element Queen was slowly getting erased in her palace, and this element's secret place also started disappearing gradually. Seeing this, Yi says, finally we have done it in the end. After the elimination of Element Queen, Lin also got her crystals, so the task given to him was completed as he had collected all the element crystals. But many of Lin's skeleton warriors were injured in this fight, so he called them all to the summoning space for recovery. And this brought a little worry on Lin's face because he had a little loss along with the profit in this fight. After the disappearance of the secret place, Lin and Ningyi had come very close to the 3rd battlefield. Right now the atmosphere here was perfect. There was no fog anywhere, but this area is full of abyss monster. Lin was a little happy to see the 3rd battlefield near him because Lord Bai had asked him to increase his military rank, so this area would be suitable for him, so he asks Yi to go to the 3rd battlefield. After walking for some time, both of them entered inside the 3rd battlefield, and this time the atmosphere here had changed a lot. The area had become completely dark. Black air was continuously passing through here. The air here was filled with blood and dirt, due to which Yi covers her nose. Abyss monsters were roaming in the entire area, who were secretly watching our 2 heroes coming. Their eyes were glowing red in the darkness. These are all Abyss Devourer monsters. All the monsters there attack Lin and Yi simultaneously, but as soon as they come closer, the skeleton warrior kills them in one blow. All these monsters were level 35 monsters. After killing few, Lin received 17,500 experience points and a military qualification. He also received Abyss Devourer 1 claw. Lin's skeleton warriors were continuously eliminating these little abyss monsters. Lin was not happy to see these small level abyss monsters, and while killing them he says, "These monsters give too little military merit. It's better to find abyss demons to kill." Then suddenly some monsters come to attack Yi from behind. All of them were coming to attack secretly, seeing which Yi comes in fighting position and says, "Those guys have high intelligence and hide even deeper than mice. We will still find them somewhere." While fighting with them, a red-colored explosion occurs in the sky. This was a disaster signal. This signal was continuing, which means there is some danger there, that something must have happened ahead. And we all know that once the disaster signal is shown, then everyone has to go there, and whoever is in the area will definitely go to help the other team, no matter who it is. Lin and Yi also leave their work and start going to the signal area. The area from where this signal came and the area where Yi and Lin were very close, so both of them reach there within some time. When they reach some distance, they are shocked to see the scene there. Yi says in surprise, "Something's weird, the monsters here are all gone." However, suddenly they hear the sound of someone laughing. This sound was very scary. Yi recognizes this sound and she says with a little fear, "It's the voice of a demon. It looks like the devourers have been summoned away by a demon. I'm afraid the professional who just sent out a distress signal is under siege." Thinking this, both of them increase their speed. There was a little tension on the faces of both of them because Demon has summoned all the monsters and whoever is fighting him is in danger. Yi was ahead and Lin behind her. Both of them were going very fast towards the signal area. And from where the signal came, we see that more than 100 monsters have surrounded a group. His team was trapped in the middle of many monsters and all these monsters were ready to kill them and eat them. Their eyes were glowing red to eliminate them. However, his team member encourages his comrades and asks them to break out with him to kill all these demons together. The power level of this team is not low, so they can compete with all these monsters. For this they all move forward. But suddenly a level 38 monster comes there and attacks them with its claws. The team leader somehow survives his attack and is shocked to see the monster standing in front of him. Abyss Wolf Demon Ordinary Demon. Level 38. Strength 12,000. Agility 10,000. Spirit 3,000. Physique 9,000. Skills, Roar Attack, Bite. That demon was playing with them. While they were trying to get out of it, the demon was attacking them. At this time the demon was sitting on another monster and he was playing with this team. The number of these wolf demons is very high in this abyss area. When these two were born, they were born in a pair. One of them became a wolf demon and the other became a flying wolf, and then he became a mount. The relationship between this wolf abyss demon and this flying wolf is very strong. Seeing that demon playing with him, the team leader says, "Damn it, it's playing with us. It's trying to use our distress signal to attract more people." On the other hand, Yi and Lin had also reached here. Seeing so many monsters in the air, Lin says, "Again flying monsters." Yi, listening to him, says that we will have to bring them to the ground by some trick. It happened exactly as this demon wolf had thought. He had used the disaster signal to bring more humans here, and here Lin and Yi had come, seeing whom an evil smile had appeared on the wolf's face that finally more humans also came here. However, the smile on the wolf's face fades a bit when he sees Lin's level. What a level 26 boy is doing here, and why is this brat here? Still, Yi was there to bring a smile on his face again because he becomes very happy after seeing that even though she is a level 25 girl, this little girl has delicate skin and tender flesh. It looks delicious and should be very delicious. Seeing both of them there, the signal sending team was also surprised at how level 26 people came here. Every member of their team says, "What are the professionals below level 30 doing in the third battlefield? Now no one can save us." Meanwhile, the wolf demon leaves the earlier team and sets out to kill Lin and Yi. Seeing that wolf demon and his companions coming towards him, Lin hides Yi behind him, but seeing him doing this, the wolf demon laughs and says, "Hiding is useless. Your fate is already decided. I'm going to eat you one bite at a time. Eat your hands first, then your thighs. I won't let you die before finish eating. Your screams will be the best seasoning." Seeing the demon coming, Yi had a smile on her face, and the wolf demon wanted to eat the Yi first. That's why he was ready to kill Lin standing in front, saying, "Children, don't interfere with my meal." He attacks our hero with all his strength, but his attack is blocked by the skeleton armor. Before he could understand anything, he was caught by the chains of the curse. The wolf demon trapped in Lin's curse binding ability was very worried that what is happening to me. This is not good. I am trapped in the curse. He tries his best to free himself but does not succeed. Meanwhile, many skeletons come there and attack the wolf demon and his mount, due to which the wolf demon falls to the ground along with his mount. The skeleton warriors were going and destroying all the other small monsters there. Seeing everything finished in one fell swoop, the team that sent the signal gets a surprised smile on their faces and they all say to each other, "How did it suddenly become like this?" Yes, it's the power of curses. This is our chance to break through. They all quickly take advantage of the opportunity to get out of the group surrounded by raven wolves, and after saving their lives, they all take a sigh of relief that finally we did it. There was a smile on all their faces because they had saved their lives, but then suddenly their smile disappears and they all look in surprise that, oh my god, it seems as if they were feeling that now they will perish. And the one who stopped everyone laughing wasn't a wolf demon. Rather, their laughter was stopped by the wolf demons who were being beaten. Because at this time the demon who was troubling them for a long time was being beaten by many skeletons. Because at this time many skeletons were continuously attacking him with swords. He was unable to do anything except getting beaten. They all had a question mark expression on their faces and were surprised and said to each other, "That's an abyss wolf demon, right?" "I think so. What are those undead creatures? Why can't the abyss wolf demon fight back at all?" Then in a short time the skeleton warriors kill the wolf demons. Killed OVL 38 Abyss Wolf Demon. Experience 380,000. Military merit 50. Obtain Demon Blood Essence. Demon Blood Essence contains the power of the abyss, which alchemists and blacksmiths can use to craft equipment. As soon as the wolf demon ends, the team sending the signal comes towards Lin. Seeing them all coming towards him, Lin says, "Keep distance, I have to clear the scene." After listening to Lin, they says, "You will clean the area, but how?" There is confusion in the minds of all of them. He is a level 26 warrior. How can he eliminate the demons so quickly? Just then Yi calls them towards her and says, "All of you come here, otherwise you all will get hurt." Lin now wanted to kill the few remaining monsters, and the team that had sent the signal was standing with Yi, but there was still confusion in the minds of all of them that those devourers would not die in just a few attacks. But Yi listened to them and said, "Just keep watching." Here Lin was walking comfortably among all those monsters, and after seeing him coming, all those monsters started surrounding him. Seeing them, Lin says, "Sure enough, the place with corpses is my home ground." He slowly raises his hands and uses his corpse explosion abilities on all those monsters. As soon as he does this, a continuous blast starts happening there. One by one, all those monsters start dying due to the explosion. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next? We will know in the next chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too.
Lin's curse abilities had trapped Abyssal Shadow Monster and his companions. Due to this, the laughter of the demons which was echoing there became completely silent. Now there is fear instead of laughter. The skeleton warriors who had been summoned there go out to attack all of them as soon as they take orders from their master. Some skeleton warriors attack Shadow Monster. Shadow Monster's shadow abilities were not working due to Lin's crush ability, due to which whatever attack the skeletons were making on him, all the attacks were causing damage to him. Shadow Monster says, "While getting beaten by skeletons, I've been fooled. This guy's strength is not at least level 26. As soon as the silver skeleton warriors arrive, they start cutting his small companions like carrots and radishes. Silver skeleton warriors also have good status. Their level is 26, power agility, spirit physics is 7,000. And they can use Violet Blow and skills. Lin, who is watching this fight from a distance, is thinking that the Shadow Monster has been damaged a lot, but the Skeleton Warrior will not be able to kill him soon. So without any delay he calls the Skeleton Mage too, because our MC had understood that if he prolongs this fight then he will face problems. Because Shadow Monster is a high-level demon and it is not so easy to kill it. That's why Lin wants to end it as soon as possible with all his might. Lin has summoned many skeletons there. At this time green-colored flame is glowing in his hand. To destroy this high shadow demon, all the mages were present there, be it Fire Mage, Lightning Mage or Ice Mage. Everyone was present there. All the skeletons called by Lin were now just waiting for Lin's orders. The mage were just ready to attack as soon as Lin ordered them. On the other hand, Lin was laughing after seeing the Shadow Monster because physical attacks were not working on the Shadow Monster, so now he will do spell attacks on him. The Shadow Monster had already seen the Magician skeleton there. He was feeling very angry at this moment, but he was surrounded by swords on all sides, and right now he can't do anything, because as soon as he was moving, the skeleton warriors would be causing physical damage to him. However, this monster is a high-level demon, so it has some abilities, one of which is that it can take over anyone's body. Shadow Monster uses his winding technique to fight Lin and his skeletons. Shadow Demon catches one of the skeletons attacking him. Holding it, he starts putting some of his shadow in it. These skeleton warriors are weak, so Shadow Monster managed to catch them. As soon as the Shadow Monster captured the skeleton warrior's body, it set out to attack Lin and his skeleton warriors. The color of the skeleton that was occupied by the Shadow Monster had also changed. At this time, dark aura was coming out from his body and his power also seemed to be increasing. Then Shadow Monster laughs and says, "Your curse has no effect on me now." He starts attacking the skeleton warriors with that captured body. Still, he was alone at this time and there were a large number of skeleton warriors standing around him. Before he can do anything else, he sees the fireball attack. This attack has come so close to him that he no longer has time to escape from it. And along with this fire attack, lightning attack, ice attack, and whatever skill the mage was using, all those attacks came very close to him. Seeing so many attacks, Shadow Monster got a little scared, and before he could do anything, all the attacks hit him. The attacks are so terrible that even the ground there broke, and the Shadow Monster caught in the grip of this attack was just screaming in pain. After all the attacks are done, the dust clears and we see that the skeleton body has been completely destroyed. The shadow of the Shadow Monster was coming out of its body, who is very angry at this time because whatever move he is doing, Lin is dominating him. Seeing Lin, Shadow Demon shouts in anger because Lin has made him miserable. He angrily calls his children for help. As soon as they hear the voice of the high demon, the small companions present there start coming to help him. All the demons were passing by Lin and his skeleton at speed, and looking at it, it seems that these skeleton warriors are also moving with them. And here is our MC who has a smile on his face at this time, and he laughs at the shadow demons and says, "Are you looking for all of them?" Then we see that the sword of the skeleton warrior is stuck in the stomach of all his companions who were coming to help him. All the skeleton warriors were standing in such a position as if they were standing in the shooting of a movie. Everyone's eyes were glowing green and everyone had a dead demon trapped in their sword. Everything was done in a moment. Then Lin laughingly says to the shadow demon, "Count and see as they are all here." On the other hand, Yi was also killing the small monsters. It was becoming a bit difficult for Yi to kill them all. She was tired of killing them. Shadow demon, whose moves were not working, becomes very angry after seeing his comrades killed. He wants to kill Lin by whatever means. He shouts angrily at Lin, "How dare you kill my children?" At this moment he was in the air and was just helpless. He could not do anything except screaming. Seeing him shouting, Lin says, "Okay, I'll give it back to you." As soon as this conversation ends, the skeleton warriors start throwing the killed demons trapped in their swords into the air. Looking at it, it seems as if some game is going on here because Lin is the one who is doing everything here. As soon as the monster's dead body reaches the shadow demons, Lin uses his one of the best crops explosion ability, due to which there is a huge explosion and the bodies of the dead demons start exploding one by one in the sky. Lin was standing below watching all this. Shadow demon was just screaming in pain due to the explosion. After some time the shadow demon dies and its crystal falls on the ground. Kill the level 40 Abyss Shadow Demon. Experience increase 800,000. Military merit increase 500. Obtain Demon Crystal. Due to this, after the end of the demons, they got a lot of military points. Yi was very happy to see this when suddenly her sergeant badge starts glowing. The stars on the sergeant badge start increasing continuously, one after the other. Seeing this, Yi laughs and says, "I have also been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant. If my grandpa knew that I had been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant, he would be shocked that his beard would fall off." That's when Lin says her, after that, it takes 10,000 military merits to upgrade to 1 star. On hearing this, Yi says, "No wonder you haven't been promoted to a star after so long. It's okay, I heard there is a copy nearby, let's go take a look." After this both of them start moving forward from here. The story shifts to Bashan courtyard of Xiajing Academy, where we see Meng Anwen whose face is sweating after listening to something. He says to Bai Yuan sitting in front, "Are you crazy? Why did you send Boy Lin to the elemental secret realm?" Bai sitting in front of him laughs and says, "This is not madness. I want to see where this kid's limit is." Large-scale dungeons like Tyrant Desert couldn't stop him, but instead allowed him to earn a lot of points. He can clear even the Hell level difficulty dungeon alone. Tens of thousands of Hell demon dogs will be destroyed if they are told to be destroyed. Come to think of it, this elemental secret realm can't stop him. Meng Anwen was serious about this statement of Bai. He says seriously, "Can that be the same? What level is the elemental secret realm, and what level are those copies?" The attributes of the Queen of Elements are comparable to those of a level 40 high-level demon. It's not like you don't know how powerful her skills are. Boy Lin does have a lot of skeletons, but the Queen of Elements is not afraid of group attacks at all. Then Bai laughs and says again, "It's okay, it's okay. If you can't beat him, can you still escape? It's okay to suffer losses occasionally. At least you can know where this kid's limits are." While talking, Bai becomes serious and continues his point again. Besides, there is still the Hall of Heroes Hall imprint, so he won't really die. Not only in the elemental realm, I also asked him to go to the abyss boundary of the 3rd battlefield to kill demons and rise in rank. On hearing this, Meng Anwen gets surprised and says a little seriously, "Are you forgetting something?" Then Bai asks him what's the matter. Meng says in a very low tone, "Old man Ning's precious granddaughter is with Mr. Lin. She has not left a mark in the Hall of Heroes. If that girl dies." Hearing this, Bai's face started sweating and it seemed as if he was nervous. Meanwhile, we see someone's shadow behind Bai. It was Ning who comes there and asks Bai by placing his hand on his shoulder, "Who died and what are you two talking to each other?" Seeing old Ning behind him, Bai says in shock, "Nothing." Then Ning seriously asks Bai, "Where have you sent Lin for the mission?" Bai says in panic, "I sent them to the meta battlefield. Don't worry, with Mr. Lin here, your precious granddaughter will be fine." Then Ning says seriously again, "Yi has the soul protecting spell I planted on her body, so she should be fine. But if something happens to her, I will be the first to settle the score with you." Seeing Ning so angry, Bai was just telling him lies after lies. "Don't worry, with your soul protecting spell here, nothing will happen." Nang sitting in front of them was peacefully drinking tea while Bai and Ning were still fighting with each other. Here on battlefield number 3 near the Abyss border, Lin and Yi had come here. The atmosphere here was very terrible. There was fog everywhere. As soon as it subsided, a strange portal opened up. Seeing this, they say among themselves, "Is this Abyss battlefield boundary number 3? There were a lot of glowing red eyes at this time. It seemed as if all the demons had come here. The energy of the Abyss entered the 3rd battlefield without any hindrance, and there a terrible atmosphere was created on its own. The energy of the Abyss was scattered on the number 3 battlefield, and the cannibalistic monsters of the Abyss suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, thousands of monsters eating humans appeared in every corner of the 3rd battlefield. As soon as the demons arrive there, they start laughing with their evil laughter. Human world, this demon is here. The legendary delicious human flesh, this demon is here to taste it. Humans, wash your neck and wait. Before they can move further, magical attacks of fire and lightning start happening on them all. These attacks did no harm to those demons. He says in anger, "Who is it?" and the other one says, "Who has the courage to sneak attack on me? It hurts so much. Human being, you are dead." The monsters who were slightly hurt due to these attacks angrily say, "This is a very shameful act. It is hurting a lot. Human being, you are going to die now." After a snake attack on those monsters, all of them are caught by RMC's curse. They all got slowed down after getting hit by the curse. They were all shocked because they were being attacked one after the other, and now a curse chain has slowed them down even more. However, their troubles don't stop here as many skeletons start coming to attack them. The high demon present there are completely surprised to see so many undead creatures arriving as the skeletons are continuously approaching them, killing the lesser demons in their way. They all don't understand how so many undead creatures were summoned here. However, before they can do anything, these skeleton warriors start killing these high demons as well. The huge knife of the skeleton warriors started attacking their bodies continuously. They screamed from the continuous attack. Blood and flesh spread all over the battlefield. The wings were cut off, arms and legs were cut off, and the demon's blood flowed like fountains. At this time, the boundary of the 3rd battlefield looks like hell. Dead bodies were spread everywhere as if a very dangerous war has taken place here. But we know that this is a one-sided victory. However, all traces of the dead bodies lying here are also going to be destroyed. Because just then Lin uses his crop's explosion ability. As soon as the ability is activated, continuous blasts start occurring. Wherever there are dead bodies of monsters, continuous blasts are taking place. These blasts are so powerful that even the highest demons are being killed by it. There are so many continuous blasts that the monsters who survive the first attack die in the second attack. Due to killing so many monsters, Lin is also getting a lot of experience points. He is continuously receiving notifications of experience points in his system. There are many level 36 snake demons present here, after killing which Lin is getting 37,000 experience points and 50 military merit points on each monster, and he is also getting demon blood essence. The group of abyssal demons that had just entered the 3rd battlefield after the explosion died a terrible death. They didn't even get a chance to try and escape, and they almost died at the fastest speed ever. All these demons were unlucky to encounter RMC. If RMC had not come, they would have definitely attacked the human worlds. But RMC killed them the moment they came to the human world. Lin was very happy after eliminating all of them because he is happy to see the temporary road of human and demon. He has collected a lot of military points from there, so RMC has a smile on his face. However, this matter does not stop yet. More demons start coming into the human world through the gate. Seeing so many demons, Lin again sends his skeleton warrior towards them and again uses Crop's explosion ability. Continuous blasts occur again, and Lin gains the same experience points because they are all the same level 37 demons. As soon as all these demons die, Lin's badge starts flashing. Looking at this, Lin says, "I was only just trying it out, so I didn't expect it to be so effective. I've gotten about 3,000 military merit from that." Our MC understood that huge amount of demons trying to come out from the entrance. An idea came to his mind, and he understood that if he killed the demons coming from the gate, he would be able to achieve the military point more quickly. As more demons try to come through the gate, our MC starts killing them continuously. He becomes very happy after seeing so many military points together. Because her badge levels are continuously increasing, she says to our MC, "I am going to kill some devourers. You keep your explosions continuous." On hearing this, Lin asks him to stop and let some demons gather first. Shortly after this, many red-colored eyes appear in front of the space gate. As soon as all those demons come a little forward, Lin uses Crop's explosion again. The skeletons are throwing dead bodies into the gate, and Lin is killing them all in the same continuous manner using Corpse explosion. As soon as Lin kills those demons, he is shown the same notification because all these are demons of the same level. So every time he is getting the same experience and military points. But the experience points he is getting are in very high quantities. Lin's sergeant badge starts glowing again. This time he got 8,500 military points and he is a 0-star second lieutenant. Seeing the sergeant badge glowing continuously, Yi says that earning military merit points is much faster here. Yi's sergeant badge was also glowing continuously. She also achieved 7,900 military merit points from here and she is also a 0-star second lieutenant. After killing all the monsters coming from the gate, Yi and Lin look at the gate because the access way is being closed. Yi tells Lin that the access way is being closed. Hearing this, Lin says what a pity. Looks like the corpse explosions has overwhelmed it. Lin's continuous attack of corpse explosion has created some blockage in the gate due to which the gate completely closes on its own. However, even after the space gate is closed, Yi and Lin have smiles on their faces because they have collected a lot of military merit points. Lin smiles and says, "Looks like we can raise our level to 1-star second lieutenant." However, suddenly Lin's face becomes very serious. Looking at his face, it seems as if he has felt something which is very dangerous. Lin quickly activates the skeleton armor on Yi and himself. He tries to save Yi by holding her hand. He starts running away from here with Yi. Suddenly a very big eye is seen there which is very scary to look at. It is the eye of the Demon King who looks at Lin and says, "Lin, I caught you." The Demon King shouted so loudly that the pressure of his shouting is giving great trouble to both our heroes. At this time, Lin's face is sweating due to fear, while Yi is also completely scared. She has closed her ears because the shouting of the Demon King is giving her a headache. Demon King is very angry at Lin because of his loss last time. He wants to kill Lin by any means possible. He attacks Lin in anger. A series of death rays came out from inside the space gate and started coming very fast towards Lin Moyu. Lin was scared after seeing so many laser attacks because these attacks were very fast, so he could not defend himself. All the laser attacks hit Lin and the skeleton armor starts getting destroyed in just a few moments. Lin realized that the skeleton armor cannot save him from these attacks even for a second. Lin quickly transfers his damage to the skeleton, but as soon as the attacks hit the skeletons also start destroying within a few moments. They were getting destroyed one after the other. All the skeletons coming there are not able to save Lin even for a moment. Seeing this, Lin thinks with fear that his skeleton is continuously dying very fast. Till now 15 to 16 skeletons of Lin were destroyed. Struggling with this problem, he realized that he could not escape like this. Lin's summon space is depleting very fast because skeleton warriors are continuously being killed. He looks towards the Demon King where the dead bodies of some demons are already lying there. Seeing them, Lin quickly uses Crop's explosion because he had to take a decision quickly. By now his summoning space was very empty, and many skeleton warriors were getting destroyed as soon as they arrived there, so Lin took this decision. As the bodies explode, it impacts the eyes of the Demon King, because the space gate which was slightly open has been closed due to Lin's attack, due to which the Demon King gets very angry at Lin. He screams and calls Lin's name. Here the attacks on Lin have stopped. After doing his attack, Lin smiles and says that it seems I took the right decision. This time, the pathway won't be able to remain open. On the other hand, Demon King was very angry. He was so angry at Lin that he was not able to control himself. He says angrily, "Lin Moyu, I will never leave you alive no matter how much you beg for mercy." Lin, sitting on the ground, listens to the Demon King and says, "What a coincidence. I too will not leave you." At this time, Lin is teasing the Demon King in a way. He again says to the Demon King, "Goodbye. Next time I'll definitely make sure you explode into pieces." At the same time, the Demon King is slowly disappearing and watching Lin in anger because he cannot do anything at this time. All he can do is threaten to kill Lin, and he does just that, threatening to kill Lin as he goes. After some time, all traces of the Demon King disappear from there, and the area becomes normal again. As soon as everything is normal, Yi comes running to Lin and she asks Lin in a worried tone, "Lin, are you okay?" Lin stands up and says to Yi, "I'm fine, I just lost a few skeleton warriors. Since the access way is closed, let's leave this place." However, while leaving from here at this Lin, a kind of excitement can be seen in Lin's eyes. He's thinking about the Flame Demon King right now, that one day we will definitely meet in the Abyss world. After fighting the Flame Demon King, Lin and Yi reach the area of the third battlefield where level 30 dungeons are present. This area is very sensitive because a black-colored energy is coming out from everywhere as if it is absorbing the energy from both sides. Lin and Yi reach here within some time. There were already other hunters present here. And this is such an area of the third battlefield where to enter any dungeon it is necessary to be between level 25 to 35. After reaching here, Lin has seen this area. Before coming here, he was wondering how the combined dungeon with 3 powers would be. Lin quickly checks the stats of this area. This is the third battlefield world where each dungeon is of 30 levels. To enter the dungeon here, you must be between level 25 and 35. Normal difficulty recommended party of 4 people. Nightmare difficulty recommended party of 6 people. Hell difficulty recommended party of 12 people. After checking the dungeon's levels here, Lin gets a little thoughtful. He is thinking about his skeleton that my skeleton has almost recovered. There aren't many high-level professionals here, so I don't think I need to be wary of demons ambushing us. After thinking carefully about it, Lin asks Yi to accompany him to the dungeon. Hearing Lin, Yi smiles and says okay. However, another hunter comes there and stops Yi and Lin and tells them, "Youngster, that's a level 30 dungeon." He tells both of them about the dungeons here in a slightly frightened tone. The monsters inside are very dangerous. Even though it's on normal difficulty, the monsters inside aren't something that can be dealt with when you're only level 26. He also tells both of them that you need a good party to enter here. Why do you want to sacrifice your life without any reason? Hearing that hunter, Lin smiles and says thanks for thinking about us, but you don't need to worry about us. And after saying their words, both of them enter the dungeon. Seeing Lin and Yi not stopping, the well-intentioned professional heaved a sad sigh. At this moment it seemed to him that Lin and Yi themselves were moving towards their death. However, then another person says to him, "What are you sighing for? Did you not see their military badge? Their badges are silver in color, which means they're lieutenants and have killed demons before." The first person gets very surprised after hearing the words of that hunter. He is not accepting this as true because he had said such a thing just after seeing the levels of Lin and Yi. Then the second hunter smiles and tells him again, "What's impossible? Haven't you heard of it? A few days ago, on the first battlefield, level 24 lieutenant appeared, and also solo cleared the Hell difficulty outpost dungeon." His words surprised the hunters present there a bit. Another hunter stands with them and he says in surprise that I have not heard about it before. After this they all want to hear the whole story from the hunter. And here inside the dungeon, Yi and Lin are teleported directly to a mountain. After coming here and seeing the atmosphere here, both of them are very surprised and they think that this is a dungeon with 3 powers combined together. From where Lin and Yi are standing you can clearly see the entire dungeon world. This world of the dungeon is very strange. On one side there is night and on the other side there is day. In between, black and white colors keep changing, and from time to time the white color keeps changing continuously. There are 2 ways forward. One leads to the dark world that represents the abyss, and the other leads to the day world that represents the human world. Both of them have to choose one of these paths. However, just then Yi shouts in amazement and says, "Moyu, look over there." Ning Yi suddenly pointed towards the center of the dungeon, which is an alternating black and white world. Lin quickly looked there and seeing that he could not help but be surprised because a very terrible war was going on there. Due to the power of the dark abyss, a large number of demons come out of it. Their appearance is no different from the abyss demons, each of them cruel and terrifying, ferocious and bloodthirsty. There are so many monsters there that even human professionals are there to stop them. Lin is watching this battle and the people doing this battle very carefully. After watching this fight for a few seconds, he says with surprise that there is something wrong with those professionals and those demons. Our MC soon realizes that this is all a phantom shadow. It sounds scary, but it's actually a bit unrealistic. The fight between both sides is quite dangerous, but at this time the demon's side seems to be a little more powerful, and they slowly start taking down the professionals of the human race. However, then a mage quickly uses his restrict technique too. As soon as he did this, golden-colored light started shining there. And in a short while all the powerhouses of the human race along with all the demons fell down from the sky. At this moment there is no one in the sky except the mage. Demons that have fallen from the sky to the ground are very angry at this time. Before the demons can do anything, we see the mage raise his stuff in the air and start using the forbidden curse element destruction technique. Due to his doing this, the whole dungeon started shaking, and bright light spread across the sky and the whole area became chaotic. 100 of human mages also raised their stuff to help him, and at the same time they also started shouting. And as soon as the spell was completed, all the spells started hitting all the demons present there. The flames are burning the demons. They are just screaming in pain. The entire area is filled with the scream of pain. These attacks caused a lot of damage to the demons, and then we see that a very big demon arrives there. This demon that has come here is very big, as if like an ancient demon god. He is standing straight in front of all these attacks and he is not getting any damage from these attacks. Then he opens his wings and his wings start vibrating. And from that demon comes out a terrifying elemental power which wipes out the entire human race. The elemental power of that mage and that demon collide, and as soon as both the forbidden spells collide there is a huge explosion, due to which a brilliant colorful light covers the entire dungeon. Lin and Yi are watching this fight from a distance and protect their eyes from this light. As soon as the light dims a little, Yi looks towards the fight area, and seeing the condition there, she suddenly says in panic that they all have disappeared. Lin also looks there because the area which was earlier white and black now has no sign of white and black. Instead there is a chaotic atmosphere there. Our MC sees this and thinks to himself, is this the origin of the elemental planes? Yi is dazzled by this scene because it is the first time that both of them have seen such a battle. Then Yi says, is this the ancient battle of forbidden curses and elemental powers colliding? Lin was also a bit surprised to see such a fight, but still he says, I think so, but I fear this is just the tip of the iceberg in a bigger war. After looking here for some time, both of them move ahead from here. Lin has decided to go on the dark road because it is infected with abyssal energy, so Lin Moyu naturally chose this side. There is no danger here right now, but as they go inside we see that Lin has summoned his skeleton. And Yi is also in a fight position with her dagger. Just then we see a hell-level elite monster, which is the battlefield wolf demon, coming towards them at full speed. The level of this wolf demon monster is 34, its strength is 15,000, agility and spirit are 1,000, physics is also 15,000. Unique characteristic, influenced by the abyss, defense and health increased. Even before this monster comes close to them, Lin's mage skeletons start attacking this monster. This monster has simultaneous attacks of lightning, ice and fire. But even after these attacks, this monster was not killed. It is absolutely safe and is coming towards them at full speed. Seeing this, our MC is a little surprised that he is still alive. Then he wonders if perhaps this has happened because of abyss influence. Then Lin sends his skeleton warrior towards that monster. That its defense and health have just increased. It should be fine if I just hit it a few more times. As soon as all the skeleton warriors take orders from their master, they start physically attacking the monster, and within a short time the monster is killed by their attack. By killing this wolf, our MC has got 680,000 experience. When this monster was killed, it did not leave any corpse behind, seeing which Lin said that it also did not leave any corpse behind. This monster was made of abyss power. Seeing no corpse in the monster, Yi also says that it means that you will not be able to use your corpse explosion ability here. Hearing that, Lin says, then we will fight all the monsters one by one. At this time Yi is feeling a little worried because she feels that there is no light here, so it will be a little difficult to fight. Then suddenly his eyes start glowing golden color. After doing this she smiles and says to our MC, assassins are masters of the night. Just keep looking at me, I will help you find the monster. After this we see that Lin's curse chain is holding a monster and both of them are fighting with that monster. By doing this, both of them have destroyed many monsters. Lin's skeletons and Yi are continuously moving forward, eliminating such small monsters. After killing the monster, Yi says this hell level difficulty is not that easy. Lin also agrees with her, saying that there is something wrong here. Lin and Yi's level increases after killing some more monsters. While killing some monsters here, their level increased, which was stuck for a long time. Now our MC is a level 27 necromancer. His other stats have also increased: strength, physique, agility, spirit, which have also increased due to level increase. Yi's level has also increased. She has also become a level 26 assassin. After increasing her power, Yi asks, is this really a hell difficulty? Because they are continuously killing monsters here, and that too without any difficulty. Hence Yi feels as if she has entered an easy dungeon. However, just then our MC notices something. He sees that some black energy is being released from the bodies of the monsters they are killing and getting absorbed in this area. He also says this to Yi, this is abyss energy. Some of the abyss energy is being absorbed when the abyss monsters die. They look around. There is a huge statue there, seeing which Yi says that it is the statue which is absorbing everything. At this moment, there is a huge statue in front of them, which is absorbing the power of the monsters here after their death. Till now, the statue has absorbed more than half of the power of all the monsters that Lin and Yi have killed. Seeing this, Lin says seriously, it seems that when the statue absorbs deep enough energy, the boss will appear. Then after this, Lin and Yi get back to their work. They start continuously killing the monsters present here so that they can increase their level again. Lin was burning many monsters with his flame as if he was playing a child's game. and Yi is supporting Lin completely through her assassin skills. Both of them have continuously destroyed many monsters till now, and this statue is continuously absorbing the energy of those monsters. This statue has absorbed the energy of so many monsters that something changes start happening in it, which Lin and Yi were standing and watching from a distance. The statue started vibrating, and within no time a golden-colored light started shining in the statue. Seeing such a scene there, Lin says, as I expected, this is not much different from the boss of the outpost dungeon. However, suddenly an element leopard king appears on the statue. Due to the arrival of the element leopard king, the entire area there illuminates with golden lightning. This time the opponent who has come in front of our MC is much bigger. He has not faced such an opponent till now. This element leopard king is the leader of hell level. The level of this hell leader is 36. His strength, agility, spirit, and physics are all 15,000. His skills are element explosion and element whip. Unique characteristic, extreme speed, enhance health and defense. The hell leader screams angrily after coming there and seeing humans in front of him. The huge size of the hell leader brought an amazing feeling of oppression. Lin even felt short of breathing for a moment. As soon as Leopard King arrives there, he moves forward to attack Yi and Lin with his claw. Both our heroes look like ants in front of that Leopard King, although Lin has activated the skeleton armor at this time. Both of them have seen the attack coming, so as soon as the attack comes closer to them, they step back a little and save themselves. But despite being so big, this Leopard King is very fast, and the air pressure of its claw has put our MC in a little trouble. Our hero is a little nervous seeing such a dangerous opponent in front of him. This nervousness has made him think that the speed of this Leopard King is very fast. What was going on in his mind was that I had activated this skeleton armor at the right time. Lin quickly asks Yi to retreat from this fight. After listening to Lin, she leaves from there, and our MC quickly takes out the scythe and uses the evocation skill. As soon as the skill is used, the outpost guardian appears there. His level is 34, which is 2 levels less than Leopard King, and all the other stats are the same. Be it strength, agility, spirit, physics, everything is at 15,000. There is a change in skill and unique skill. At this moment, 2 giant monsters stand facing each other. The outpost guardian boss just needs an order from our MC and he will move to attack the Leopard King. Lin does not want to make any mistake in this fight, so he also uses slow curse on the Leopard King so that he can slow him down even more, which the outpost guardian can take advantage of. Due to the curse, the Leopard King has become slow, taking advantage of which the outpost guardian attacks him. The attack hits the leopard directly, seeing which Lin says is expected. Even though the strength attributes are the same, the Leopard King boss can resist the guardian of the outpost dungeon. Even though Leopard King is facing the attack of outpost guardian well, it gets slightly injured from some place, seeing which Lin had realized the Leopard King's weak point. Lin did not want to miss this opportunity, so he sends his soldier towards Leopard King to do physical attack. All the skeleton soldiers are attacking the Leopard King simultaneously. They have been damaging the Leopard King everywhere with their big knives, sometimes damaging his hair, and sometimes scratching his entire body with the knives. Along with the skeleton, Outpost Guardian is also attacking the Leopard King. His attacks are causing a lot of damage to the Leopard King. Outpost Guardian is repeatedly performing stun attacks on Leopard King so that these skeleton warriors get a chance to attack. The Leopard King, who was roaring like a king when he came here, is now screaming in pain like a cat. Lin has left so many skeletons on the Leopard King that he is unable to do anything. Along with the Outpost Guardians, all are working together like an army. Our MC was also very happy to see this. He had not expected this at this time. The Post Guardian would be used to stun while his skeletons will deal damage this time. The skeleton warrior again switched on the meat cutting mode and started attacking the elemental Leopard King with the knife without stopping. In the midst of these attacks, the Rage Strike skill is used and the Leopard King is screaming in pain. So many scratches have been made on his body that energy is being taken out of his body and absorbed in this area. However, Leopard King is not going to give up just yet. He screams with his remaining strength and performs Element Explosion. Due to Element Explosion, there was a huge explosion on the surface of the entire area, and dozens of skeletons were blown away amidst the loud noise. Our MC was very surprised to see this. There are 2 reasons for his surprise. The first reason was that after that attack the Leopard King had shrunk completely. His body had become like a skeleton. And secondly, due to his attack, some skeleton warriors present there have been destroyed. However, after seeing this attack, our MC understood something and he thinks in his mind that this element Leopard King is not some abyssal monster. It's a monster with a body that's made from pure energy. As long as its energy is depleted, it can be killed. After this, our MC quickly summons the skeleton mage there. As soon as the mages are summoned there, they make their magic attack on that Leopard King. There are many magical attacks moving towards the Leopard King at once, however the Leopard King uses the element wipe skill from his remaining strength. Both attacks hit each other simultaneously, and suddenly the outpost guardian appears there. As soon as he reaches there, he directly attacks the Leopard King, who is currently busy attacking the mage. The Leopard King dies on the spot after being attacked by an outpost guardian. After killing this Leopard King, our hero gets 2,160,000 experience points, and he also gets Element Scepter. This element is Scepter Gold level equipment. It increases Spirit by 600, Physics also increases by 400, and Magic Skill enhancement is 20%. After the death of Leopard King, Lin is a bit confused as he thinks that this fight ended too soon. Something is wrong here, because the fight here made him wonder if this is really hell level difficulty. The fight here was easier for our MC than the one in the outpost dungeon. This thought is troubling our MC that something is really wrong here. However, just then Yi comes running there and points and says, "Moyu, look there is something there." Lin quickly turns and sees that in that dungeon a person of human race was shining brilliantly. He is a mage. He is wrapped in the elements and has a huge wand in one hand. This is not a real person, it is made of energy, just like the elemental Leopard King. However, this guy's aura is more powerful than that element leopard. When our MC looked towards him, he also looked at our MC with his eyes down. That spirit appears to be very powerful, and suddenly a majestic voice enters Lin's mind. This is the voice of the spirit which is calling Lin to itself. Our MC gets stunned as soon as he hears the voice of that spirit in his mind, that this spirit is speaking directly in his mind. Lin decides to go there, so he asks Yi to stay here. Seeing Lin going there alone, Yi asks him to be careful. Our MC starts climbing the stairs, and after walking for some time he reaches the area where the spirit had called him. Suddenly that spirit person appears there who looks a little disappointed and says, "Kill me." From its voice it seems that it is very upset, and it is in some pain, so it is asking to kill itself.
Hello guys, welcome back in Goku Manhwa. Imek was tired of killing small monsters on Hell difficulty, because at this moment this Hell difficulty dungeon seemed like a normal difficulty to him. But after killing so many monsters, the levels of Imek and Yi increase. But after some time, Imek comes to know that the power of all the monsters he is killing is being absorbed by a statue present in this dungeon. Once the statue absorbs a large amount of the monster's energy, an element leopard appears, whom Imek defeats after a long fight. However, as soon as he defeats the element leopard, a man made of elements appears and calls Imek towards him. However, as soon as Imek reaches him, he says, "Kill me." Seeing our MC, that spirit body made of elements loudly says, "Kill me." A strange kind of pain along with anger can be seen in his eyes. This person is not an ordinary person. He is the great elemental mage and the leader of this Hell difficulty dungeon. The level of this mage is 39, its strength, agility, and physique are 10,000, and its spirit is 40,000. Among the skills, it has Wind Shackles, Flame Burst, Meteorite Fire, Silence, Magic Shield, and with unique characteristic, it can greatly enhance health. However, when the element mage is asking Imek to kill again and again, he is also getting angry because he gets very angry after seeing Imek not doing anything. He angrily tells Imek, "If you can't kill me, then you die." When he said this, the atmosphere of the area changed a lot, and due to the pressure of his power, it was becoming difficult to even stand there. He performs a fire-type attack on Imek with his magic wand, which is moving towards Imek at very high speed. Seeing that attack coming towards him, Lin quickly activates the skeleton armor, yet even after being so far away, the attack is still giving a lot of trouble to Lin. This element boss made Imek think, so it is the boss of Hell difficulty dungeon, but why does it have a human-like elemental body? To avoid that fire-type attack, Lin quickly summons a skeleton and places it in front of the attack. And as soon as that fire hits the skeleton dies within a few seconds. That fire attack just touched that skeleton and it gets destroyed. Seeing this, Imek steps back a bit. At this moment, we can see a worried expression on our MC's face. There's even a little sweat on his face due to the trouble. Because that element leader is very strong, he is wondering if this is the attack power of a mage with 40,000 spirit. However, Imek quickly summons a lot of skeleton warriors there, probably thinking of doing a physical attack. Imek has no other option at this moment, so he is thinking of physical attack. As soon as the skeletons hear the orders of their master, without wasting any time, they start moving towards the element mage. Each of them has a big knife in their hand, which is completely ready to kill this element boss. Seeing so many monster skeletons coming towards him, Element Boss quickly creates a magic shield around himself. And as soon as the skeletons reach him, they start attacking him continuously, but their attacks were failing to penetrate the shield of the Element Boss. So many big knife attacks, even with full force, still failing to break his shield. Looking at this, Amek seriously says, "What a strong magical shield this is. It has a defense that's even higher than a knight's. Among my skills, the only one that can ignore all forms of defense is." To break its shield, Amek uses Soul Blaze. The Soul Blaze attack is reaching near the shield where the skeleton is attacking, and the Soul Blaze hits there, and as soon as it touches the shield automatically breaks. Soul Blaze also hits that Element Boss. At first he had a little trouble, but after going through this attack, an excitement is also visible in his eyes. Struggling in this flame, he madly tells Amek to kill me. Only if you kill me you will get your answer. After this, there are many magical attacks on that Element Boss like Flame Burst, Ice Storm, Tornado, Thunderbolt, and many magical attacks hit it. Due to so many simultaneous attacks, the whole atmosphere there had changed as if it seemed as if there were only explosions. Sometimes one attack was coming and sometimes another attack was coming. Continuous attacks are taking place on the dungeon boss. The dungeon boss is surrounded by many magical attacks from all sides, yet he is still struggling against those attacks. The skeleton warriors standing below also do not want to miss this opportunity, so they simultaneously move towards the boss for a physical attack. The mage's magical attack and the skeleton warrior's physical attack all hit the boss simultaneously. However, as soon as the skeleton warriors perform a physical attack, a strange energy starts to generate and the energy comes out and hits a mage directly. It is the silence attack of this element boss that is enough to destroy any mage. Rays of light kept coming out and the skeleton magicians fell silent one after another. Skeletal magicians who cannot use skills can only stare blankly, unable to do anything. Amek is a little surprised at first to see such an attack, but as soon as the skeleton mage is able to do nothing with that attack, he realizes that it's a skill that specializes against mages. This silence attack completely stops Lin's skeleton mages and they fail to move. After being beaten by Lin's hand for a long time, the dungeon boss was very angry. He raises his stick and attacks Lin's skeleton warrior with wind shackles. After getting trapped in the wind shackles, RMC's skeletons were spinning in the air, and some were even getting destroyed in these attacks. All the skeleton warriors got caught in the chain of wind shackles one after another, and they are now unable to do anything. However, this was not enough to scare Amek because this time he leaves everything and moves towards the dungeon boss, thinking in his mind that the military controllee skill only works against stuns affecting the mental state, so it doesn't work with this wind shackles. Amek is moving towards the dungeon boss at full speed because he has understood that if his skeleton mages and warriors remain silent, then he will have to depend on himself in this fight. Amek quickly goes to the dungeon boss. This time the soul blaze is glowing in his hand, and he looks at the dungeon boss and says, "This is the first time for me that I have to fight a boss alone." As soon as Amek says this, he quickly throws Soul Blaze towards the boss. The boss is currently in his shield, but unfortunately for him, RMC's Soul Blaze can attack and penetrate any shield. This means that no magic defenses can resist Soul Blaze. As soon as Soul Blaze hits the boss, he starts having trouble with it. The boss's expression was distorted and pained by this attack, and his body was constantly shaking. In this pain, he somehow stood up with the help of his wand. As he stood up, he appeared to be performing some sort of magical ritual, a series of intricate and mysterious starburst patterns forming beneath his feet, and within a few moments the array turned into a magic array. As soon as the boss completes his magical array, he launches a meteorite fire attack towards RMC. Meteor type attack is a skill that only a level 40 magician professional can master after completing the second round. It is a large-scale group type attack. Due to the activation of this skill, the sky turned red, and then countless burning meteorites started falling down. Regardless of range or power, it is stronger than the mage attacking at that time. Amek standing below is very scared after seeing this attack, because the attack that this boss is doing is more powerful than its scale and power, and even the second transformation. At this time, Lin's mages and warriors are trapped in the silence attack of this boss, so Lin will have to do everything on his own. He doesn't want to run away from this boss out of fear, so without seeing any option he says that I will not dodge your attack. Rather, he takes out all the equipment he has found so far in the dungeons and says, I will strengthen my skeleton armor. As soon as Lin uses some equipment to increase his power, the power of his skeleton armor automatically increases, and that armor becomes even more powerful. The strength of the armor has become so much that it can withstand any attack very comfortably. The armor has also increased in size. However, in the meanwhile, the boss does a silence attack on Lin. That attack of the boss hits Lin directly. After this, meteorites attacks also start hitting Lin one after the other. So many meteorites fall there that the entire area there seems to be destroyed, but we can see in the image that the skeleton armor has kept him safe. Lin is moving forward after facing so many attacks, and while drinking the spirit recovery potion he says, "You want to silence me? But my skeleton armor is immune to all control skills and negative effects." Armor knows that he has the edge at this moment, so he wants to eliminate this boss as soon as possible. So he wastes no time and uses Soul Blaze and says to the boss, "Let's see who can hold out till the end." The battle between these two has been going on for a long time and is about to end now. Because after drinking the spirit recovery potion, our MC's power is recovered again, and he uses his Soul Blaze with full power. As soon as our MC's attack hits the boss, he gets destroyed with screams of pain. From the beginning until now, this boss has troubled Armic a lot, but it is finally defeated. Until now, no boss has been able to escape from the Soul Blaze of our MC. We all know how much pain this Soul Blaze of Lin causes. After finishing boss, our MC's eyes lit up, and he says after finishing this, "Looks like I'm the one still standing." So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next? We will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 200 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. So friends, if you want watch next part, click on left playlist quickly. Hello guys, welcome back in Manhwa. After reaching the dungeon, Almec fights the boss who has a humanoid body. The boss with whom Almec was fighting in this dungeon is a level 39 mage who is many times more powerful in level than our MC. With some of his strange skills, he has silenced all the skeleton warriors and mages of our MC. Therefore, for the first time, Almec entered the battlefield to fight alone, and as soon as he reached there, he burnt the boss to death. The dungeon boss is screaming in pain from our MC's Soul Blaze attack. The boss screaming in such pain foreshadowed that he is going to lose. Within a few moments, he knelt on the ground, curled up, and a large amount of blue gas came out of him. As his body was disintegrating, his body seemed unreal. And within a few moments, there is an explosion, and the body of that dungeon boss explodes in blue light into thousands of pieces like broken glass. As soon as he dies, all the skeleton warriors of Armic become normal again, and the lock on them is removed. Armic defeated this dungeon boss very easily single-handedly, and with just one skill, Soul Blaze. After defeating this level 39 element dungeon mage, Armic has got 3,900,000 experience. Along with this, he has also got equipment like he has got the broken Divine Flame Staff, as well as Space Crystal and Talent Stone, and last of all, Intermediate Flash Skill Scroll. Damaged Divine Flame Staff. Legendary weapon, 1 damaged. Space Crystal. Can be made into Space Teleportation Stone. Talent Divine Stone. Legendary item when changing jobs for the 3rd time. The probability of awakening talents increases to 100%. Flash Intermediate Skill Scroll. 100% mastery of skills without awakening. Amma gets very surprised after seeing so many harvests because all these props are of high-level props. Whatever equipment our maker's got here is not normal, except for the experience, nothing here is normal. Meanwhile, we see Yi coming there. There is worry on her face. She is asking our maker about this place from a distance. However, as soon as she reaches here and sees the equipment found here, she also gets surprised because she too cannot believe how this could happen. The reason for Yi's surprise is Divine Flash Staff, seeing whom she is very surprised and says in surprise, "How could it be here?" Yi's face was filled with excitement and a little deep shock. He only mentioned the Spirit Flame Staff and said nothing about any other equipment. Obviously, the Divine Flame Staff is more valuable in her eyes. Armic also asks Yi, is there anything special about this staff? Yi held the Divine Flash Staff in her hand. The staff was covered in damage, and the place on the head where the magical spur should have been embedded was damaged. After taking that staff from Lin, Yi started looking at that staff with excitement. Looking at her face, it was clear that she was very excited. She laughs and says, "Yes, this is something special. It is exactly as I had seen in the information." Then Yi tells Armic about this staff. This is the Divine Flame Staff that was once the exclusive weapon of the God-level fire magician, Master Yu Yan. Later on, during a great battle, he disappeared, along with his staff. However, then the staff started emitting hot smoke, and suddenly it glowed and became very hot, due to which Yi threw the staff away from her. That divine stuff starts emitting even more divine light, and within a few moments, the spirit form of a person comes out of the light. On seeing that spirit, Lin quickly activates the skeleton armor and quickly comes in front of Yi so that if this spirit form attacks, he can save Yi along with him. We can also see the fire glowing in his hands. This guy that came from this divine flame stuff is exactly like the boss that Lin was fighting a while ago. This person is none other than God-level fire mage Yu Yan, who as soon as he appears there, looks at Lin and says, "Young man, don't be nervous." A deep voice came from the figure with intense majesty. The spirit figure gradually becomes concrete and clear. As soon as she heard that voice, Yi took her head out from behind Lin and said in surprise, "You are Master Yu Yan." On listening to Yi, Yu Yan says, "Little miss, do you know me?" Then after this, both Lin and Yi bow down to pay respect to Master Yu Yan and say one by one Junior Lin Moyu greets Master Yu Yan. Then Yi also says, "I have seen your portrait in the Shanxia Museum, where your great deeds were documented." Seeing both of them, Yu Yan waves his hand and says to both of them, "I see, I have been dead for so many years, and you still remember me. That's wonderful." Then after this, Yu Yan says that he does not have much time because the fight he had with Lin consumed a lot of his energy, so he asks both of them to listen to him quickly. Yi and Lin start listening to him very attentively, and then Master Yu Yan starts telling. Back then, a space rift appeared on the third battlefield. That rift connected the human race and the abyssal world. The great demon king of the abyssals led a large-scale invasion of tens of millions of demons, and I led the first legion of magicians to fight them. Finally, we launched a forbidden spell and defeated the great demon king and his army. Then after this, Yu Yan shows the space crystal to both our heroes that I had got this space crystal in that battle, and also tells the specialty of this space crystal, that inside this crystal is recorded a place in the abyssal world. You have to look for an alchemist to refine it for you. While saying this, Master Yu Yan's eyes were looking at Lin seriously, and then he further told him that you will have to go into the abyss after refining this. Our MC's eyes remained wide open in surprise, and he was completely surprised to see the crystal. Seeing this crystal, thoughts arise in his mind that this is the key to attack in the abyss. However, he becomes normal and says that when I return from here, I will hand over this space crystal to the senior officers of the Empire. As soon as Master Yu Yan listens to our MC, he forbids him because our hero cannot do this. Both the space crystal and the talent stone are soul-bound. Only Alma can use them. They will get spoiled in others' hands. Then Master Yu Yan asks Lin, that young man, "Looking at your power, it seems that you have awakened your talent." Olmec says yes after hearing this. Saying this, he remembers the day of his awakening ceremony, how he was dictated by the system and got the job of a necromancer. Then Master Yu Yan smilingly says to our MC, "Then at your second awakening, you must awaken another talent. I know it's hard, but you must work hard to achieve it. In this way, when you reach level 70 and reach the third, you can use the talent stone and awaken the third talent. With the third talent, your strength will reach an unbelievable level. There has only been one powerhouse with 3 talents in our history. You must be the second." A different sparkle can be seen in Master Yu Yan's eyes regarding Lin, because he is seeing Lin as a powerful person who will become even more powerful in the future. Almec doesn't seem too excited by this praise. His mood and his face still look serious, and in this serious tone he says that I will do my best. However, he also asks in this, "But why did you choose me for this?" With the arrogance of a god-level magician, Zhu Yan said, "I don't like talentless people. Giving to others is a waste of these equipment. I would rather let them rot here than give them to waste." In addition to all these things, Master Yu Yan also told Almec that some time ago a miss had come here who was very good, and I was almost impressed by her strength. It's a pity she came in a team, and was a little lacking. He also told that the miss who came here earlier looked exactly like our MC. Yu Yan looked at Lin a little more and said, "No, she was exactly like you." Hearing this, our MC's heartbeat increased, and he showed the image of his sister in the crystal and asked Yu Yan, "Senior, are you talking about this girl?" Seeing the image in the crystal, Yu Yan says yes, it's her. Her talent was very good, but it is a matter of regret that it was a bit off. He asked Lin, "Do you know her?" Because when I met her several months ago, she was already at level 35, but I am not sure for now. Lin is very surprised to hear about his sister, and her level also surprised him that my sister has improved very fast. Seeing Lin a little surprised, Master Yu Yan says, "The level is not the important thing. Just like you, only level 27, but you can already clear a level 30 hell difficulty dungeon. Looking at the entire human race, there is no one else like you who can do it, and your job is also special, a necromancer. I had never heard of it before. Your summons all have combat power that exceeds levels. It can be seen that your talents would be of the amplifying kind. However, there are still weaknesses and they can be easily manipulated. Master Yu Yan also told Armak that if he combines his talents with anti-control skills in the future, his future will be limitless. These were all the special things due to which Master Yu Yan chose Armak for this. After listening to this, Lin seriously says this junior will definitely not let senior down. After this, Master Yu Yan's spirit body starts disappearing from there, and while leaving from there he says his last words to Lin. Your words are enough for me. My soul will be integrated into the staff, making it stronger after repair. Find someone worthy of it. After hearing these last words, Armak says, Senior, don't worry, I will definitely not let your divine flame staff go to waste. Master Yu Yan's figure has gone from there. Nothing is left there now and Lin has kept all the equipment. After hearing all this, Yi finally tells Lin after so long that the senior has dedicated his entire life to the human race. Armak nods after listening to her. It is because of the blood of such people that our human race can survive the threat of the abyss. I believe that we will continue to grow stronger. However, Armak had other thoughts going on in his mind that sooner or later we will counterattack the abyss. Today's chapter is all about talk. But never mind, let's move on to the story. Lin and Yi come out after clearing the dungeon. As soon as they see both of them there, other hunters present there start shouting that they have come out. It seems that they have cleared the dungeon. This is very awesome. So another group of hunters says the only ones who cleared this first battlefield dungeon in hell difficulty. So strong. The hunters present here started talking among themselves after seeing them. All of them are talking different things. And in this we see Shizingen, who on seeing Armak says, this is junior brother Lin. He is quite shocked that surprisingly, he could even clear the hell difficulty on the third battlefield. Here Armak, after listening to so many people, says to Yi, come on quickly, I have a bad feeling. No good will come out of this dungeon. Armak has such behavior because whenever he has come out of the dungeon, he has faced some trouble. Hearing such a thing, Yi starts laughing and says with a smile, okay. However, just then, exactly what Armak feared happened. Some experts ask everyone to be careful while passing through there. They were warning everyone that demons are coming, be ready for fight. Everyone was shouting loudly and continuously repeating their words that demons are coming, be ready for fight. And within no time, a large number of demons start coming there. Their number is quite large. All of them are wolf demons and small demons. While coming to attack the human world, they all want to taste the human flesh. That is why they are saying their words loudly. Human flesh, delicious human flesh, here we come. We are all hungry and thirsty. Finally, we can taste the delicious human flesh. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. So friends, if you want watch next part, click on left playlist quickly.
Hello friends, how are you all? I hope you're doing well. Please comment and let me know how you liked this video, and if you want the next episode to come soon, we need to reach 100 likes. Let's start. Many demons are moving forward in large numbers to enter the human world. His laughter echoes in the third battlefield. One by one the demons are roaring and moving forward. But before they could clearly see the presence of the human world, several broad swords glowing with red light fell upon them. Big knives one by one entered the heads of the demons and started killing them. The demons who were ahead start looking back after hearing the screams of the demons behind. But before they can look back, attacks begin on them too. They too are cut down one after another like vegetables. All the people present here started hearing repeated cutting, buzzing, and screams of pain. It seems like it is a one-sided fight, as the skeleton warriors' knives are so sharp that these monsters don't even get a chance to do anything. While dying, they were just shouting in pain that it is very fast. Who is there? Many demons while dying were saying, "Where are we? Isn't this the UN battlefield?" Our mech has killed so many monsters in such a short time that he starts getting experience points one after the other. Kill level 38 Abyss Wolf Demon, get experience plus 3 800,000, military ability plus 50 Demon Blood. Kill level 37 Abyss Snake Demon, get experience plus 3 700,000, military ability plus 50 Demon Blood. Our mech has killed Abyss Wolf Demons and Abyss Snake Demons so many times that he is getting similar experience and similar military abilities with Demon Blood. Lin's skeleton destroyed all the monsters that came. Seeing this, Yi smiles and says, "I told you that we will definitely face the space tunnel again." On the other hand, other hunters are also ready for battle. They all say to each other that the monsters are coming, be ready for battle. However, just then they hear a very loud scream from the other side. Hearing that voice, Shi Jing'an said with complete fear in that direction. Just then, the other person standing next to him says that Brother Lin had gone in that direction. Hearing this, Shi Jing'an starts running in that direction, and while running we can see a tense look on his face. His team members are also coming with him. Then Shi Jing'an tells his teammates that Junior Lin is really very strong. He can clear Hell Dungeon at level 27. But there is a huge difference between ordinary monsters and advanced monsters. Seeing Roman 11 Jing'an so stressed, his partner says, "Don't worry, Junior Lin probably hasn't encountered any monsters yet." I hope so too, Shi Jing'an thinks, heading in that direction at full speed. And here on the other side, a huge space passage opened up from where monsters were waiting to come out. And Armek is also standing in front of this space path. Many monsters are slowly coming out from this space path, and this time this space path is much bigger than the previous one. Seeing this, Armek also thinks that this time the space passage is at least twice as big as last time. To avoid the attention of the Flame Demon King, Armek can no longer throw corpses in the corridor. So Lin is waiting for these monsters to come out so that he can kill them as soon as they come out of the space passage. Lin knows that his current ability is not at all a rival to the Flame Demon King. The gap is too big. He was lucky the first couple of times, because if Armek provokes the Flame King again, there is no guarantee whether he will survive or not. Armek is confident that he will defeat the Flame King in the future, so he doesn't want to take any risks right now. Within 2 minutes, a large number of demons were seen coming towards them. His eyes were glowing red from afar. Seeing them all coming towards him, Armek gets ready to use Corpse Explosion on the monsters he killed earlier. Lin is fully prepared for the body explosion, as it will be easier to handle the first batch of corpses later. The demons moving towards the human world at full speed said after seeing 2 humans in front of them. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the Yuan battlefield, I encountered good rations, so the other one also says, "I want to eat that little girl, no one can take her away from me." Armek is waiting for these monsters to get closer, and Yi is ready to sit back and watch the scene play out. And as these monsters come closer, Armek uses an explosion, and due to the explosion, the monsters start dying one after another. Seeing so many monsters destroyed before him, Lin says that the first wave of military success had been achieved. Killing these first waves gives our MC-1 800 troop abilities. As soon as this first wave ends, more monsters start arriving. Seeing them all coming at full speed, Armek welcomes them. He greets them all with a corpse explosion. As they all get closer, the explosion starts. By killing these monsters, both our heroes were gaining a lot of experience and ability points. Many level 38 Abyss Wolf Demons and level 37 Abyss Snake Demons were killed in Lin's corpse explosion, and their experience points are also very high. Killing Wolf Demons gives 380,000 experience points, and killing Snake Demons gives 370,000 experience points, and the military abilities and Demon Blood are the same. This time he has received more than 400 military merits. While removing them, both their sergeant badges start glowing and a star appears on them. With over 10,000 military accomplishments, our hero eventually became a 1-star second lieutenant. A normal demon hunting team that spends a year and a half in the 3rd battlefield might not even earn 10,000 merit. Looking at his sergeant badge, Yi laughs and says, "I didn't expect that we would be promoted to 1-star second lieutenants so soon." Although Armek has no joy on his face, he hears Yi and says, "Be careful, some powerful demon has appeared." This time level 40 monsters have come whose level is like this. Abyss Shadow Demon Higher Demon. Level 40. Power 18. Agility 22,000. Soul 5,000. Body Structure 15,000. And the second demon is also a level 40 higher demon. Abyss Sword Demon Higher Demon. Level 40. Strength 17,000. Chanchel 19s. Spirit 10,000. bodybuilding, 14,000. Once here, these higher demons start talking amongst themselves. One of them says that we have finally reached the UN battlefield. The other one also laughs and says, I want to capture some human slaves. However, just then he noticed the dead demons. Looking at the corpses of the demons, one of them says, why are there so many corpses here? What happened here? Don't tell me there's a human with a third evolved profession camping us here. The second one listens and says that mankind does not respect martial ethics. While they are talking amongst themselves, Lin says that you will soon know what is happening here. Seeing Armek, one of them demon says. It turned out to be just a little guy at level 27. He asks Lin to decide to become his slave and also says that you come to me on your knees. Before saying anything further, an explosion happens there. Yi sees this and says, are all these demons idiots? But even if I were a demon, I would also not believe that a level 27 could wipe out so many higher demons. The tunnel is about to collapse due to so many explosions, so Armek thinks, why don't I help it get destroyed a little? To collapse the tunnel, Mahesh throws the dead bodies of dead demons towards the tunnel through skeletons. As soon as the skeleton throws the dead body towards the tunnel, the explosion starts, and as soon as the explosion occurs, they get military merit of 7,000. After this explosion and getting this military merit point, the sergeant badge flashes again, and this time a second star also appears on it. Yi says after seeing the star rising in the sergeant badge starts glowing. Seeing this, Lin wonders what is happening. Seeing the teleportation stone glowing in Lin's hand, Yi says that it is the destination teleportation stone that senior sister Mo Yun gave last time. This teleportation stone was given to Armek by Mo Yun, and he thinks about what she told him while giving him this stone. This is the teleportation stone given to me when Mo Yun invited me and Yi to hunt the battlefield Ghost King. Lin was wondering whether she found the Ghost King of the battlefield. Just then Yi disturbs his thoughts and says, Senior sister Mo Yun must have discovered a battlefield Ghost King. Let's quickly go and help her. We can see tension from Mo Yun on the faces of both of them. So without thinking anything, both of them crash the teleportation stone and get teleported from there. After both of them leave, Shizingen's entire team reaches the area. As soon as Shizingen reaches there, he says, Is this where the demons are invading? Then one of them notices something, so he says, Boss, look there quickly. As soon as they all look at the other side, they are completely stunned because there are many demon corpses lying there which Armek has killed. Seeing so many demons there, and even seeing the high demons, they all get completely surprised, and they all start talking among themselves. Abyssal Knife Demon. This is a higher demon. How did it die so easily? This is the work of Witchmaster. We rushed over to help the moment we received news. This means that these guys weren't even able to resist the attacks. Shizingen and one of his team members both look at each other with stupid eyes, because both of them had found out whose work it was. Shizingen says, Why do I feel this scene is so familiar? The guy standing next to him also says, I don't think this is junior brother Lin, am I right? However, both of them know who did it, so they both start using some nice words for our MC. Looking at these dead bodies, both of them talk about our MC. It's very possible Junior Lin's talents are perfectly capable of achieving this. To think that we were worried for him looks like it was for nothing. For Junior Lin to be brave enough to hunt demons here, he must have confidence in himself. We don't have to worry about him. After this, the story shifts to the second battlefield where we see Mo Yun, who is looking at the teleportation stone and wondering why they have not come here yet. We can see a look of seriousness on Mo Yun's face, and at this moment she is definitely waiting for our MC. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 35 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. The Ghost King is already fighting someone here, which means Mo Yun is not alone here. There are some other people who have also come to eliminate the Ghost King. However, Mo Yun and the people who came here do not have a good relationship. Battle Ghost King is a world boss type demon. It has level 39, strength is 25,000, agility is 20,000, and spirit is also 20,000, constitution is 25,000. Among the skills, it has Void, Magic, Life Steal, and its traits are 50% reduction in physical damage, 50% reduction in holy damage. However, the team that is here to eliminate the Ghost King is not happy to see Mo Yun here. They attack Mo Yun as well. This is Wang Zihao, a level 20 berserker, attacking Mo Yun with his team. Everyone present was attacking Mo Yun simultaneously. Arrows were being shot as if it was raining here, and the magician's skills were shining. Clusters of fireworks were bursting in the air. Mo Yun's unicorn is flying through the air, protecting itself from so many attacks. Mo Yun's unicorn was at this moment surrounded by magical attacks from all sides. At this time, we can also see the tension on Mo Yun's face, although she is not going to back down. While blocking the attack, the unicorn throws a ball of sacred energy at them all to fight back. However, it is a pity that there are a lot of people in the professional team who took turns to block Mo Yun's attack. Not all of them can match Mo Yun in terms of strength, but they have a large number of people who are fully equipped, and Mo Yun is alone here, so she is facing some trouble. These people have come in two teams, one that is fighting Mo Yun and the other team that is fighting the Ghost King. While fighting with one team, Mo Yun also keeps an eye on the other team because she knows that if she misses this chance, it will be difficult for her to find the Ghost King again. Then an attack passes by her side, from which she narrowly escapes. At this time we can see stress on his face. She says, avoiding these magical attacks. I just can't get rid of these troublesome people from Wangchao Guild. At this time he was just worried about why Yi hadn't arrived here yet. As soon as this thought entered Mo Yun's mind, the space around him distorted and Lin and Yi teleported there. The team leader of the other team saw this and still did not stop. His team kept attacking continuously. At this moment Mo Yun, Yi and Lin were floating in the sky. And the team standing below started casting spells one after the other, and the archers also started firing arrows. Seeing so many attacks coming, Mo Yun immediately created an energy shield to protect himself, Yi and Lin. But it was impossible to stop them all, and some of the attacks fell on Lin Moyu and Ning Yi. Within a few attacks, that energy shield was broken, and all the arrows and magic spells started moving towards Yi and Lin. However, even before they can be attacked, there is a light, and in no time the skeleton armor activates and protects them from the attack. Mo Yun is stunned to see that all the attacks hit the skeleton armor, but were unable to do any damage to it. Seeing all this, she begins to think. Lin Moyu's skills actually blocked all of these attacks. So has Yi been enjoying this kind of security for so long? The team leader of the attacking team is also surprised to see a familiar face in front of him. It is Lin Moyu. He recalls his old encounter with Lin, which makes him extremely angry. It's him. It's here again. After the attack ended, Yi asked Mo Yun what happened. Mo Yun then answers him. I searched for the battlefield Ghost King, but coincidentally, the people from Wangchao Guild were also nearby. Armik also knew the face standing below, so he also said, these are the same powerful scoundrels who threaten the weak, but are afraid of the strong. Hearing this, Mo Yun asks, have you met him before? Armik laughs and says that we had a small fight. However, what was going on in his mind was that I was not expecting that I would meet him again. Meanwhile, Wang Zihao standing below loudly calls our MC's name. At this time his face is torn with anger. Looking at Wang Zihao standing below, Lin asks why he is here. Then Mo Yun tells our MC. He is the youth president of Wangchao Guild. The guild came to find the Nirvana crystal for him. All of them are deliberately trying to stop our team so that the other team can get the advantage and take advantage of this to eliminate the Ghost King quickly. Mo Yun asks Armik what should we do next. After this, Armik tells Mo Yun to go and delay the other team, don't let them defeat the boss. And as soon as I deal with the people here and see you later. Yi wished Mo Yun all the best for this. Before leaving from here, Mo Yun also says, okay, if I can't defeat the boss, then I won't let them defeat the boss either. And both of you be careful too. After saying this, Mo Yun walks away. After this, Lin and Yi start coming down. The members of the other team standing below see Mo Yun leaving and ask the team leader, "Young President, should we stop that woman?" After listening to his team members, the team leader says to ignore him for now and that we will deal with Lin Moyu first. Wang Zihao is staring at Lin and getting more and more angry every time he looks at Lin's face. At this moment, he has two big swords in his hands and he looks at our mech and says, "Lin Moyu, Lin Moyu, I didn't expect to find you here. Do you know? You went to Jiajing Academy, but I don't have any academy to go to. And it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten a bad rating. If it weren't for you, the top scorer would have been me. It must be mine. Everything is because of you, all because of you." Saying this, Wang Zihao became furious. Perhaps he is very angry with our MC. That is why he does not want to show any mercy in this fight. Wang Zihao obviously has very poor control over his professional skills. His profession is fearless, and he has little control over his emotions and may explode at any moment. He is so angry at this moment that he is not even able to speak properly. He blames our mech for all his failures. "It's all because of you, all because of you." Ning Yi asked strangely, "This person's mind is not normal, and his failure to pass the entrance exam at Jiajing Academy is due to his own ability. What does this have to do with others?" Lin overhears and says that he is just jealous of others. Meanwhile, Wang Zihao becomes agitated again, and he yells to all his team members, "What are you all waiting for? Go ahead and kill him." Upon receiving instructions from their team leader, all team members set out to attack our MC. One of the team's knights was ordered to attack immediately. That knight used a charge-type skill to come towards our MC, increasing his speed even more. This knight is moving towards our mech with gold equipment. He is a level 38 knight. The strength of this knight is 8,000, agility is 6,000, spirit is 4,000, and constitution is 15,000. All these stats make it very strong. After this, more people started moving towards our mech to attack. Wang Zihao laughs as he sees his team heading towards our MC. No matter how powerful you are still a newbie who has just acquired your profession. While my team has experience from hundreds of battles, Lin Moyu, today will be your day of death. At this time, Wang Zihao was looking at Lin as if he had sent a lot of lions to hunt the chicken. Before they can come to Lin, Lin calls out to the skeletons. And as soon as the skeletons are summoned there, they immediately deal damage to that level 38 Knight Warrior. In one attack, he gets injured and falls on the ground, and the only thing that comes out of his mouth is that he is a demon. Seeing such a result, all the team members were surprised because they could not understand anything. They could not believe what happened. Seeing this, Lin's smile also turned into fear. Due to fear, sweat started appearing on his face. Even he could not understand what was happening. The healer, along with his team, instantly heals the knight, although we can also see fear on his face. Wang Zihao also reacted and shouted loudly, "Archer, magician, kill him with your own hands." The archers and magicians begin attacking as soon as they receive orders from their team leader. The entire sky is surrounded by their attacks. Even after seeing so many attacks, our mech does not move, but stands there very comfortably. And then he immediately calls his magician also. All the magicians start their attacks as soon as they reach there. The skeleton mage begins to perform continuous attacks, such as explosive flames, flame burst, thunderstorm, blizzard, and more. So friends, the chapter ends here. Now what will happen next we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to rate the chapter out of 150, and we will meet in the next video. Till then, bye. What will happen next now? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video.
Multiple magic attacks occur simultaneously on team members of one Kyo group. At this time, there is ice everywhere, flame at some places and electricity at some places. Magical attacks of such mages are flying all around and moving fast towards them. In a moment, hundreds of attacks came to hit them, and whoever was getting injured by those attacks was also getting destroyed in no time, meaning there was no chance of survival. Some are dying from fire attack, some from lightning attack, and some from ice attack. Everyone who is present there is getting destroyed due to the impact of these magical attacks. The team in front is totally scared of these attacks, and they are thinking of running away to save their lives in panic. Because the magic shield of the mage has been destroyed by these attacks at this time, the archer is using his dodge skill. That too is not working, and the knight's protection is also not working. Every one of their efforts fails in front of thousands of attacks of RMC. The Wang Qiu team is scared and starts running away from there to save their lives, and Wang Zihao says in a daze, "What is this? I didn't see him summoning undead mages during the exam." Wang Zihao muttered to himself as if he had lost his mind and gone mad. The entire team starts running away from here except Wang Zihao, and even while running, they are being attacked. Some were burning to death and some were frozen to death. Even the healer's healing ability was not working at this time, because thousands of attacks injure many more before they can heal one. While running for their lives, the team members start saying that we cannot win this fight. Everyone was saying that we cannot win this fight because even if there are 10 or 20 more healers, they still won't be able to catch up with the speed at which those skeletons are casting their spells. The entire team that was present there starts running away in fear, although even while running they are dying. At this time, Wang Zihao is also scared, but seeing his team member running away in fear, he asks everyone, "What are you all doing?" He angrily says to everyone that escape is not allowed. Wang Zihao is not doing anything but tells his fleeing team member that he is just an insignificant level 27 killer now. We can see fear on Wang Zihao's face, and there is sweat on his face also with fear, but still he is asking his team member to go instead of himself. Seeing Jevrion running away in fear, he becomes very angry and he shouts in anger and says, "I want Lin Mo Yu to be killed. I cannot allow him to again steal the glory that is mine." However, then we see Lin, who has raised his hand to do his favorite attack, and at this time there is a smile on his face, and he says smilingly, "Are you thinking of running away?" Seeing Lin like this, Wang Zihao, who is standing far away, gets completely surprised. Then suddenly his face becomes completely scared, and he starts remembering this skill of Lin. He fearfully thinks it's that skill before he can say anything. The explosions start. RMC's corpse explosion ability starts exploding all around, and the few people left are dying due to the explosion. He saw his companion getting killed in the explosion, and seeing his life in danger, Wang Zihao got scared and shouted in fear, saying, No, the explosions are happening there, as if there is a war going on one side. All the survivors who are trying to escape from here have been killed in the explosion. No one is left. There were screams of pain due to the explosion, but now nothing can be done. Knight, healer, mage, everyone has been destroyed by the explode. There is just peace after them. Explode, and at this time there is dust everywhere. There is only one person left, and that is Wang Zihao. After killing everyone, RMC comes face to face with him. Wang Zihao is very scared at this time. There is sweat on his face due to fear, and seeing his death in front of him, he is not able to say anything due to fear. He is not even in a position to stand. However, when Lin is in front of him, his eyes go to the sergeant badge, where he sees that he is a 2-star second lieutenant. He thinks to himself, how many demons has he killed so far? Then he falls down and says like a frightened child, "What are you planning to do? No, Lin Moyu. You can't kill me to save his life." Wang Zihao is saying different things like, "Do you know who I am? If you kill me, then you too will be in trouble." However, our mech does not want to spare his enemy and wants to eliminate him as soon as possible. The flame in his hand is glowing and his eyes are also shining, and he is ready to deal with this problem as soon as possible. Before eliminating his enemy, Lin says, "I am sorry, but I am not in the habit of letting my enemies escape," and just then a scream is heard, and with this the matter here comes to an end. After this, the story shifts to the other side, where the other team is fighting against the Battle Ghost King. This team is obviously stronger than Wang Zihao's team. All of them have surrounded the Battle Ghost King. Then suddenly one of them gets attacked and he saves himself quickly. The one who performs this attack is not the Battle Ghost King, but someone else, and as soon as one of these people sees the person performing this attack, he also fires a fire attack towards her. She is the Mo Yan who has attacked them, and seeing the fire attack coming towards her, she quickly creates an energy shield, although the attack that hits her is quite powerful, which hurts her a bit. Seeing Mo Yan, a twice-evolved Great Elder, smiles and says, "What a troublesome chick she is. When the young president is here, he will take care of you." There is also a mage next to him. He is also a twice-evolved Great Mage. He seems to be feeling something wrong at this time, so he says in a slightly worried tone what's going on over at young president's side. Why is he not coming to help after so long? Mo Yan became more anxious after seeing these two, because they are many times more powerful in terms of power, and they are two, however, in this light. Two corpses come towards them. Two corpses are coming rapidly towards them, and both of them are a little surprised to see what it is. As soon as both the corpses come closer to them, they are surprised to see the uniforms of those corpses and say that's Wang Cao's guild uniform. These are our people. The old elder has understood what happened on the other side, so he says in surprise, "Don't tell me that young president already." Before he can say anything further, the corpse explodes. The levels of these corpses were also good, due to which as soon as they burst, there were huge explosions which were enough to injure everyone. All of them are protecting themselves from the explosion with energy shield. Then the old man says, "Who was it?" Then we see Lin and Yi, who have come here after clearing the other side properly. Along with this, a group of skeletons has also come. Many of them have many corpses in their hands. Mo Yan is very surprised to see Lin because she did not even think that Lin would settle the other side so quickly. That's why she is very surprised that it cleared the other side very quickly. Mo Yan sees the corpse of the Wang Cao guild member in the hands of RMC's summoned skeleton and says in surprise, all these corpses belong to Wang Cao guild members. She is very surprised at this time as to who is the person whom he has recognized. She is unable to understand what is happening because the people with whom she was fighting for a long time were destroyed by RMC in just a few minutes, so she is shocked to see this. After this, RMC asks the skeleton to throw those corpses towards the other team member. As soon as they get orders from their master, the skeletons start throwing those corpses, and MC immediately uses corpse explosion. Due to the use of this skill, explosions start their destruction is happening everywhere, and the pressure of these explosions is also very high, due to which Mo Yan, riding in the air, escapes from this explosion and goes away, seeing this fight and staying away from this fight. Mo Yan says, "Lin Moyu, is this his true potential?" After seeing this, it is no wonder that he has cleared the hell difficulty dungeon single-handedly, so that's why he followed him willingly. And down here on the battlefield, none of the strategies of the opposing team are working. Due to the corpse explosion, the energy shield that they have created to protect themselves from the explosion has also been broken, so the senior one among them says in panic, "Where is the support team? Quickly heal the injured." After this, they immediately use group defense to protect themselves so that together they can create a powerful defense and survive the explosion. At this time, very few people are left, and those who are still in group defense are taking a sigh of relief, considering themselves safe. Then one of the knights says to all those who are still alive, "Come to me quickly." At this moment, there is happiness on the faces of all of them. They feel that they have been saved. Then suddenly, they all feel the skeleton warrior behind them, and the happiness on their faces turns into fear. And within no time, all the remaining members of the opposing team are destroyed at the hands of the skeleton warriors. After finishing all this, Almec looks at Mo Yan and says, "That's about it. Let's deal with the battlefield Ghost King." After listening to him, Mo Yan says, "Okay." However, we can see the expression of surprise on his face, and this expression of surprise is about the strength of Almec. Now all three of them are standing in front of the Battle Ghost King, and Almec has taken out his scythe. Battle Ghost King is a world boss type demon. Its level is 39, strength is 25,000, agility is 20,000, and spirit is also 20,000. Constitution is 25,000. In skill, it has nality, but which life steal, and its traits are physical damage decrease 50%, holy damage increase 50%. There was a wrong translation in the previous chapter where it was holy damage decreased by 50%. However, now this has changed. Now holy damage will increase by 50%. After this, Almec summons the guardian boss to come out quickly. As soon as the summon is done, the guardian boss stands in front of the battlefield Ghost King. Both are staring at each other. Seeing the summon of Almec, Mo Yan asks Yi in a surprised tone, "Yi, how many cards does Lin Moyu have up his sleeves?" I realize that I don't understand him at all. Yi doesn't answer Mo Yan. She just keeps smiling. Just then Lin looks at her and says, "I am not skilled in holy damage. I leave it to you." As soon as Mo Yan hears this from Almec, she says, "All right," and leaves. From there, she sits on her unicorn and takes to the air and gets ready to attack. The unicorn is preparing a holy attack so that it can quickly attack the Battle Ghost King. The unicorn in the air is preparing a holy attack. Down here, Almec has called his guardian boss. There is a difference in levels, but level does not matter to Almec. He will tackle this also very easily. Now the Battle Ghost King is not going to survive because he is going to face a person who is single-handedly capable of defeating the entire army. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next we will know. As the attack prepares to take place, Mo Yun begins to attack the Battle Ghost King with a holy beam, which goes straight towards him and collides with him. The Battle Ghost King's face was injured in the attacks, which caused his face to shrink. However, Mo Yun's attacks enraged the demon and attracted attention. He meets Mo Union and uses life-stealing skills on him. This life-steal attack of the Ghost King is moving at full speed towards Mo Yun, and Mo Yun is afraid to see it and quickly somehow exposes himself to this assault. To avoid this attack, the unicorn is escaping by flying here and there. Ghost King was continuously using skills on Mo Yun. From this line of sight, it is understood that I have been called Kolal by his officers, so he uses the curse of Jesus Christ on the Ghost King. The red curse chain remains upright and captures the Ghost King. After being trapped in this, the Ghost King is enraged and an attempt is made to provoke him. Due to his shouting, the air pressure starts increasing very fast. In order to stop the Ghost King, our Guardian boss has it from him. Go, put the Ghost King on the move. As soon as he is ordered, the Guardian boss is headed towards the Ghost King at full speed. And here the Ghost King trapped in chains has become very slow. Due to the curse chain being stuck, its equipment is not functioning properly. As soon as the Guardian boss appears from near the Ghost King, he physically attacks him and begins to attack him with a series of punches. The Ghost King doesn't know anything special, due to the strange curse he's got from some kind of Guardian boss attacks. Mo Yun, who is watching this fight from the air, says after seeing this unique fight, "This Lin Moyu, how many Turka bodies hasn't he used yet?" Down here, the Ghost King, who has been taking beatings for a long time, becomes very angry and attacks the broken Guardian boss. His single attack was successful in causing significant damage to the Guardian boss. And seeing those attacks, it wasn't long before Amma got the hint that the studio patrons were slowly jeopardizing my current battle. So now it's time for a new soul music for our MC. And we all know who that new soul will be. It is in front of us, but to achieve this, Amek is facing some problems, which is happening. Soon after, Mo Yun is also on the move, and Amek is told to focus on banning it, and I will deal with the attacks. It says that the Ghost King has a vision from Mo Yun Rapid and immediately attacks again with the Unicorn's Sacred Ray. This attack also happened on Ghost King, although before the attack he put both his hands forward so that the attack would not hit his face directly. This attack did not cause heavy damage to the Ghost King, so he was very surprised to see this. He did not understand what was happening because he thought it would cause heavy damage to the Ghost King. Seeing this, she says in a surprised tone, "Hey, doesn't the Ghost King get 50% more holy damage? This time I can't understand why my attack is not working." However, Ghost King also does not remain calm from this attack. He immediately uses magic skills. The Ghost King screamed and asked who had pierced the star and charmed the spirit. As soon as Mo Yun came under Vashika and Vidya test, her mind got hypnotized and she lost her balance of mind, and in a way she became unconscious. In the air, the moon's eyes suddenly lost focus and fell. Mo Yun started sweating due to being bewitched. Mo Yun's mind has now become disillusioned, and she is unable to think or understand anything, so she starts falling downwards. Seeing Mo Yun in the grip of bewitched skill, Lin quickly sends some skeletons towards her and says seriously, "Not good, I forgot to protect her with skeleton armor. She's not immune to mental controls." A skeleton quickly catches Mo Yun falling downwards and immediately brings her to a safe place. Then Ame quickly looks at Yi and asks her to take care of Mo Yun, because now Mo Yun is also no more, so Lin will have to deal with this big guy alone. Hearing this, Yi says okay and also asks to be careful. Ghost King is currently surrounded by skeletons from all sides, and Guardian Boss is also present in front of him, and Amek slowly comes in front of him and says this guy is quite powerful. Saying this, we can see excitement in the eyes of Amek, and at this time the scythe has also been summoned in his hand. And seeing such a powerful opponent boss in front of him, Amek makes up his mind that his next soul is the Ghost King. After this, Amek summons the Guardian Boss in the scythe. The Guardian Boss has now withdrawn from this battle, and at this moment only Amek is standing in front of the Ghost King. As soon as the Ghost King sees our MC, he uses the Nihility skill. Amek is also ready to fight the Ghost King alone, so he immediately activated the skeleton armor, and at this time he still has the scythe in his hand. Nihility's skill starts coming closer to Amek rapidly. However, at this time, a whirlwind of flame has been created around Amek, which is preventing the Nihility attack from coming closer. Then after this, Amek calls his skeleton soldiers for further work, that the time has come to work, my soldiers. And then he looks at the Ghost King smilingly and says, "Taste the fried soul." At this moment, Soul Blaze is glowing in our MC's hand, and he immediately attacks the Ghost King with Soul Blaze. As soon as Soul Blaze hits the Ghost King, his appearance becomes worth seeing. He is in pain due to the burn and is screaming in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the skeletons use the Rage Strike skill and start cutting and beating the Ghost King from all sides. The Ghost King is just thrashing about helplessly at this moment, because from one side he is burning with soul blaze, and from the other side skeleton warriors are attacking him with knives from all sides. On the other hand, Yi quickly makes Mo Yun drink the healing potion. The potion shows its effect within some time and Mo Yun becomes fine again, and after regaining consciousness, she cannot understand what I am doing here. Yi then tells her, "Sister Yuna, you were hit by the Ghost King's Bewitch skill." Mo Yun gets shocked after hearing this Bewitch skill. She looks around nervously. What happened to the fight? After looking around, as soon as her eyes fall on the fight area, she gets completely surprised, because currently in the fight area, the Ghost King is captured in Curse Chain, and he is surrounded by skeleton warriors from all sides. Some skeletons are currently causing such damage to the Ghost King as if a lion is playing with a chicken. Mo Yun is shocked to see such a moment that he is single-handedly suppressing the Ghost King. Mo Yun is completely surprised to see this, and this fight of Amek made her think, the Ghost King that didn't even receive holy damage even after I amplified it, it's actually quit. The Ghost King, who has been getting beaten for a long time, quickly attacks those skeletons with lifesteal skill. He catches the skeletons with his skills and is trying to absorb the life inside them. Seeing him doing this, Amek says smilingly, "Sorry, but my skeletons are all undead summons. Your life has no use at all. This skill doesn't hurt the skeleton warriors, and they immediately start attacking the Ghost King again. The Ghost King is being attacked with knives from all sides. Seeing which Amek thinks, it can transform into spectral form like this. But all it does is just ignore physical damage and swallow the curse. Ghost King was not getting much harm from physical damages, so Amek thinks of working on the next strategy. He says in dramatic way while summoning Skeleton Mage, "No matter what, I'm still considered a mage. I will just switch to magic attacks." Mo Yun, who is watching this fight from a distance, is very surprised and asks Yi in surprise, "Yi, is this usually how Lin Moyu helped you farm the dungeons?" Yi, hearing this, says smiley, "Yes, you are right, Sister Mo Yun." Then she also utters a dialogue about it's a shame there are no sweet potatoes. Mo Yun is unable to understand this dialogue of Yi and asks, "What is this sweet potato?" Yi hears this and says, "Oh, nothing, leave it." After 5 minutes of the fight, Amek killed the Ghost King, and as soon as he killed the Ghost King, he started getting experience and equipment. As soon as the Ghost King is killed, notifications start that you have killed the Battlefield Ghost King, which gives you 2,600,000 points in experience. After killing the Ghost King, Amek has received a Ghost King's Dagger and Ghost King's Longsword, Ghost King's Heart as well as Nirvana Crystal. Ghost King Dagger exclusive to Assassin-type professions, Platinum-grade weapon, all attributes increase 800, Assassin-related skills increase 60%. Additional skills, Nihility. Nihility, turn the body into nothingness for 30 seconds, ignores physical damage, cooldown time 5 minutes. Ghost King Longsword, exclusive to swords-type professions, Platinum grade. Weapon, all attributes increase 800, sword-related skills increase 60%. Additional skill, Vampiric Strike. Vampiric Strike, when using personal strength as base for launching attacks, absorb health to recover the body, cooldown time 5 minutes. Ghost King Heart, main ingredient to craft Ghost King accessories. Nirvana Crystal, increase the probability of a job evolution during the second job change. After killing the Ghost King, Amek summons its soul so that he can capture its soul and turn it into a powerful soldier. Ghost King's soul has come out of his body and Amek is ready to capture it. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. Hello friends, how are you all? I hope you're doing well. Please comment and let me know how you liked this video. And if you want the next episode to come soon, we need to reach 100 likes. Let's start. After killing the Ghost King, Amek also captured his soul, which means that his power has now become even more. Amek captures the Ghost King's soul and looks at his stats, which is exactly the same level, agility, stamina, everything is the same. Amek checks its stats and says laughingly, although it is also weak to holy control effects, but overall it's not bad. Mo Yun, standing at a distance, is very surprised to see this, and she says in surprise, "It is over just like this." RMC's power makes Mo Yun think he can single-handedly kill the Ghost King of the battlefield. After capturing the soul of this Ghost King, Alma gives the Nirvana Crystal to Mo Yun. Mo Yun gets very surprised after seeing the Nirvana Crystal because it is a surprise for her, and she says in surprise, "I've searched for the battlefield Ghost King for so long. Finally, I obtained a Nirvana Crystal." At this time, she is very happy, but at the same time, she has been working very hard for a long time, and now it has paid off. Holding the crystal in her hand, she thinks to herself, "With this Nirvana Crystal, I have 60% confidence evolving my profession. Twice evolved profession, Holy Summoner, I must be successful. The glory of my family shall be continued on by me." Then after this, Mo Yun thanks Almec laughingly and tells him that this Nirvana Crystal is very important to me. Then after the death of Ghost King, the material also drops, seeing which Mo Yun says, "Your luck is not bad. It even dropped the main material for the Ghost King necklace, the Ghost King heart." Mo Yun is happy with the crystal, and seeing these materials being dropped, she laughs and tells Almec that she only needs the Nirvana Crystal. Rest both of them can keep everything with themselves. There's also a necklace that drops after the Ghost King dies. Mo Yun tells Almec about it that the Ghost King necklace is a very good boss accessory. Its value is extraordinary if you can't find a suitable alchemist. Then she looks at Yi and tells Almec that if you don't find the alchemist, Yi will find him for you. Hearing this, Yi smiles and says, "I was planning, but Moyu is half disciple of Grandpa Bai. He doesn't even need me." As soon as the name of Bai Shen comes from Yi's mouth, Mo Yun is immediately surprised that Master Bai Shen. She is so surprised that different things start arising in her mind. "I didn't expect him to have such a status. I didn't hear about Bai Shen accepting a disciple before. But with his abilities, he is indeed worthy of being one." Thinking all these things, her eyes fall on the dead bodies of the Wang Ko group members lying behind, and after seeing them, she again says to RMC, "You killed the members of the Wang Ko guild, especially their young president this time. They would never let it go. Their guild president is a thrice-evolved top professional. With Lord Bai Shen guarding you, they won't be able to do anything in the open, but in the shadows it's hard to say." Hearing this, Almec says in the normal way, "Don't worry, I am mentally prepared for this." Although Almec thinks about it, looks like the place and time to summon the spirit of the Ghost King requires even more careful thought. Then suddenly he becomes very serious, that I have to make sure no one sees this. But to see it, it is necessary for the person in front to be alive, and Almec has made up his mind that unless a living person sees it, no one will know about it. Maybe Lin wants to completely destroy these dead bodies too. The moment the Ghost King died on the battlefield, many people nearby received a reminder. Everyone nearby got a notification that the battlefield Ghost King is dead and the Ghost King's heart has been dropped. Announcement was made after the death of Ghost King so that everyone could get information about it. This announcement spread everywhere, even in the third battlefield, because it is a world-type announcement which reached everyone. Everyone present in the third battlefield gets shocked after seeing this. They do not understand anything. They all say, "Oh God, the Ghost King of the battlefield has actually been killed." The battlefield Ghost King had the incredible skill to life-steal, and it was actually killed, which team is so powerful. After this, the story shifts directly to the Guild of Wang Ko, where the guild president has also received the news. The guild president looks happy after seeing this notification, because he thinks his people have killed the Ghost King. Seeing this notification, he becomes happy and says, Zihao failed the exams and couldn't enter any academy, but Wang Ko's guild would raise him by itself. As long as he obtains the Nirvana Crystal, he will be able to upgrade into a legendary profession after completing the second profession evolution, and will be fully able to strike back. All the humiliation my son received will be repaid one day. After Zihao experiences real fighting on the battlefield, he will definitely be a changed person. Then after this, the guild president calls one of his secretary and tells him to go and find an alchemist for me. I want to forge the boss accessory, the Ghost King necklace, for Zihao. After this, the story again shifts to Amec, where he has used Corpse Explosion. He has used Corpse Explosion so that the remaining dead bodies are completely destroyed so that no one can trace them. Yigi also sees this and says, unless we reveal the truth, no one will be able to blame us for this. Hearing Yuye's words, Mo Yun also says, don't worry, I am also responsible for this. I will hide my Nirvana Crystal well. Amec has destroyed all the dead bodies completely. No trace of them is left. No one will be able to blame the three for this. After doing all the work from here, all three break the teleportation stone and get teleported from here. After this, the story shifts to Bashan's small courtyard where both Bashan and Meng Anwen are enjoying their tea. While sipping tea, Bai Shen says, the day after will be the day of the great competition of professions, that Brat should be returning anytime soon. Hearing Bashan's words, Meng sitting in front of him says smilingly, "You are very worried about whether he has completed his mission or not." Suddenly after hearing this, Bashan starts coughing and feeling a little shy says, "I have seen these things many times, so all these things have become old for me." Meanwhile, Meng says, "Battlefield Ghost King has just died. Do you think that boy has killed him?" Hearing this, Bashan does not say anything. A serious look appears on his face. However, suddenly Amek teleports and appears right in front of them. On seeing Amek, Bashan says Lin is back. As soon as he reaches there, Lin bows his head and says hello to Lord Bashan and Lord Meng. Both of them are very happy to see our MC, because right now both of them were talking about Lin, and Lin immediately appeared in front of them. Then after this, Bashan asks Lin, "How was it? Is the mission completed?" Then Amek says, "Yes, I have finished." Amek presents before them all the materials he had collected during this trip. Seeing all the materials, Bashan smiles and says, Right, you have done it." However, then his eyes fall on our MC's sergeant badge, seeing which he says in surprise, "Wait a second, 2-star second lieutenant." This success of Amek surprised Bashan a lot, and he asked with surprise, "Have you cleared the entire demon home?" Our MC's promotion so soon forced Bashan to think, and thoughts about Lin started arising in his mind. 2-star second lieutenant would mean over 20,000 of military merit, and this is after carrying old man Ning's precious granddaughter. Ordinary demons only give 50 military merit. This kid Moyu must have killed over 400 demons. Then Lin tells that I also killed some high demons during my mission. Both Bashan and Meng are shocked to hear this. When Lin said that I have killed high demons, Meng was drinking tea, and on hearing this, the tea came out of his mouth. Both of them are very surprised because killing high demons is not a common thing, and Amma killed them all with such ease. Then Bai Shen controls himself and asks our MC, "Tell me what happened there." Then after this, Amek starts telling one by one that the matter is such that I went to the space portal, and there I met some high demons, and after that many more things happened there. On hearing our MC's words, Bashan starts laughing loudly and says laughingly, "Boy, you actually did that. Lai Yan, that bastard, is probably going to be pissed to death." Now Lord Meng also started taking interest in Amek, because such good progress of Amek is enough for anyone to show interest in him. "Here, Bashan, continue with your point that you have done a very good job. We can improve it even more next time." However, then Amek suddenly becomes serious, and a serious look appears on his face, and at the same time he says in a serious tone, "Lord Bai Shen, Lord Ming, this time in the 3rd battlefield." However, before Amek can continue his point, the chapter ends here. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 10 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too.
In Meng Anwen's palm, the tiny version of the Divine Tower slowly rotated. It was unclear what Meng Anwen did, but a beam of light shot out from the Divine Tower, landing on the time and space crystal. The once dull crystal now shimmered with dazzling colors, eventually transforming into the shape of a teleportation stone. Meng Anwen handed the abyssal teleportation stone back to Lin, explaining that he had embedded the coordinates of the human world within it. Now, Lin could use it to travel back and forth between the human world and the abyss. However, there was a 1-hour cooldown between uses. Moreover, this teleportation stone could only be used by Lin himself. Lin was still dazed seeing what just happened, however. He quickly understood the immense value of this stone and sincerely thanked Meng Anwen. White Divine picked up his teacup and advised Lin to carefully hold on to the Divine Talent Stone given to him by the Divine Mage himself, which would be incredibly useful when he decides to undergo his 3rd class transfer at level 70. As for the staff, White Divine promised to find someone to see if it could be repaired. Lin then took the staff out of his storage space and handed it to White Divine. This item was a legendary weapon, and if it could be restored, it would be immensely powerful. The human race had very few legendary weapons, so having this weapon repaired was significant. Finding someone destined to wield it would also fulfill the Divine Mage's last wish. Lin then produced another item he had recently acquired, no other than the Ghost Emperor's Heart. This item was green crystal-shaped heart as a diamond, with vein-like patterns running across it. Upon seeing the item, Meng Anwen glanced at White Divine and chuckled, remarking that he had told him that Lin was the one who had slain the battlefield Ghost Emperor. White Divine coughed twice before swiftly changing the topic, inquiring if Lin had acquired any Nirvana crystals. Lin did not hide the truth, revealing that 5 had dropped in total, with Yi Yi and Mo Yun each taking 1, leaving him with 3. White Divine seemed to make an important decision, asking Lin for 2 of the crystals to assist with Lin's second-class transfer. Taking a deep breath and clenching his fists, as if about to lose something valuable, White Divine promised Lin that he had an 80% chance of having Lin elevate his profession during the second class transfer and a 30% chance of awakening a second talent. Lin was momentarily surprised, since Mo Yun had said that even with her family's help, she only assured a 60% chance of professional elevation, without mentioning the possibility of awakening a second talent. Perhaps even she didn't believe it was possible. Seeing White Divine's expression, Lin knew that this time, White Divine must have had to pay a significant price to help him, in addition to everything White Divine had already done for him. Lin was deeply moved, respectfully bowing to White Divine in gratitude, while saying thank you, Lord White Divine. At the same time, Meng Anwen smiled and pushed a teacup toward Lin, his glance at the cup on the table perhaps carrying a hint of implication. Instantly, as if realizing something, Lin stepped forward, picked up the teacup, and offered it to White Divine. "Disciple Lin greets teacher," he said. White Divine, satisfied, accepted the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Witnessing this, Lin felt a warmth in his heart, reminiscing about his deceased grandmother, his older sister Yi Yi. And now he had gained another family member in this world. White Divine watched his beloved disciple with satisfaction, advising him to rest well tonight as they would head to Nanhong City early. The next morning, he encouraged Lin to perform well in the professional contest and to bring back the championship title. Lin nodded, respectfully bowed to both, and then departed. After Lin left, White Divine's expression broke into a content smile. Meng Anwen also teased and asked him if he was happy now. White Divine, the man he is, retorted that he was not happy at all, as he would have to spend all his savings in the coming years. Meng Anwen knew this old friend too well and could tell that White Divine was actually delighted, even if he pretended otherwise. After teasing him a bit, Meng Anwen mentioned something Lin hadn't shared with them. Lin, Mo Yun, and Yi Yi had clashed with the Dynasty Guild over the battlefield Ghost Emperor, resulting in conflict and the death of the guild's young guildmaster. White Divine was puzzled as to why Lin hadn't mentioned it to them. From the tone, it's obvious that White Divine was dismissive of the dynasty guild, confident he could easily wipe them out with a single slap. Meng Anwen believed Lin intended to resolve the issue himself, without troubling the both of them, advising White Divine not to intervene or make a fuss, letting Lin handle it. Should Lin be unable to resolve it, they would then step in. White Divine nodded. He liked Lin's way of doing things. Meng Anwen laughed heartily, continuing to jest with White Divine, clearly showing their disregard for the Dynasty Guild. The next day arrived swiftly, and countless individuals flocked to Nanhong City. Journalists, spectators, and contestants alike all gathered for the once-in-a-few-years professional contest. The five-man party, including Lin and Yeye, along with Tao Tao, Oliver, and Emma, exchanged greetings and chatted for a bit. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Countless people and a multitude of human professionals from all over the world. It was said that this year more than 100,000 teams had registered to compete, and the preliminary rounds were set to eliminate 90% of them. Only those teams that successfully passed the first phase of the test could stay. Failure meant immediate elimination. They lined up and awaited their turn to enter. After nodding to each other, the five of them stepped into the portal together, and the scenery before their eyes changed instantaneously. A long corridor appeared before them. The first phase of the contest was straightforward. To pass, they simply needed to defeat all the monsters present. Oliver promptly sprang into action, applying buff on everyone. Auras appeared around every one of them, strength, agility, and defense enhancement, alongside countless other buffs. Just as Lin was about to summon his skeletons, Tao Tao interrupted him. Tao Tao didn't want Lin to do all the work. She wanted them to try on their own first, and if they couldn't handle it, then they would ask for his help. Hearing this, Lin nodded in agreement. Lin followed at the back of the party, and soon they encountered their first monster, which astonishingly resembled an abyssal hound, however. This little thing was significantly smaller in size. The casting of a detection spell revealed it was actually a simulated abyssal hound, and not the real thing, with much lower levels and attributes. Tao Tao judged it wouldn't be difficult to deal with. The team instantly sprang into action, with Tao Tao activating her charge skill, charging forward with tremendous force and colliding with the abyssal hound. She then immediately followed up with a shield bash, striking the creature on its head with her shield and plunging it into a stunned state. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside it, no other than Yi Yi, who had stealthily approached the hound from behind. Her dual daggers plunged into the creature, instantaneously dispatching it. What followed was a hint of relief that crossed everyone's faces. It seemed like they were in for an easy run. However, based on Lin's experience, he suspected that this wouldn't be this simple throughout. Meanwhile, outside, the spectator seats were filled to capacity, and a giant screen displayed densely packed text listing the names of the team captains. Each team had a number next to its name, which changed from 0 to 1 when the first monster was killed. However, there were also those teams who got eliminated. Returning to the party, 3 more abyssal hounds appeared before them. Using the same tactics, Yi Yi executed Fatal Strike to swiftly deal with the first one, then threw her dagger at another, employing the skill Internal Explosion, quickly finishing the second. The remaining one was initially immobilized by Emma, then quickly slain by Tao Tao using a swift strike. White Divine, noticing Lin's team only scored 23 points while the leading teams had already amassed over 40, began to grumble, questioning why is Lin's team slacking so much. He got a bit anxious and also annoyed seeing their points not going up. White Divine turned to Meng Anwen with a smile, asking if he could secretly look into the Divine Tower to reveal what was happening inside. Meng Anwen firmly refused, as that would be considered cheating, while blowing on his tea, which steamed with heat. He seemed unperturbed, unlike White Divine, who was walking back and forth this entire time. After all, the preliminary selection wasn't a race. Making it through was all that mattered. He then asked White Divine if he lacked confidence in Lin. However, White Divine laughed heartily, raising his arm and clenching his fist, saying he was confident in his disciple. Yet he jested that Lin would be in trouble if he didn't bring home first place. As we returned to Lin and his team, everyone was noticeably exhausted far from the ease they initially felt, except for Yi Yi and Lin. Tao Tao's arms were numb from holding her shield for an extended period, and Emma was visibly fatigued from having to apply crowd control to the mobs, meanwhile keeping up with the healing duties. Oliver was in no better shape either, as he was also strained, constantly replenishing the buffs onto everyone with his mana and spirit points nearly depleted. After several battles against the gradually increasing abyssal hellhound, they finally encountered the boss, an abyssal dog demon. However, just like the hellhounds they've been battling against, the demon was simulated as well. As they were prepared for battle, they found themselves in poor condition. As the ugly creature before them slowly approached, they knew this was the final boss they needed to defeat to pass the preliminaries. Lin looked at his teammates and knew they had done their best, and they were nearly at their limit. Except for Lin and Yi Yi, the team had never encountered an abyssal dog demon, and were astonished to see it could summon multiple abyssal hellhounds. Emma looked towards Tao Tao, asking what they should do next. With sweat beading on her forehead, Tao Tao was acutely aware of their dwindling state after numerous fights against the Hellhounds. She knew with their current condition they had no chance of beating the final boss. As she contemplated her next move, Lin approached from behind and patted Tao Tao on the shoulder. And with a look of surprise, she turned to see Lin had already stepped in front of her, instructing everyone to rest on the spot, assuring them he would take over from here. Looks like it's showtime for our boy Lin again. Seeing Lin take charge, Emma and Oliver promptly sat down on the spot, gasping for breath and admitting they no longer had the energy to move. They expressed their confidence in Lin, asserting that with him there, everything would be all right. Tao Tao, rendered speechless by the scene, shook her head. And then, with a light blush on her cheek, she thanked Lin for stepping in, especially considering they had previously boasted about the challenge being easy enough to possibly not require Lin's help. Lin didn't say much in response, simply smiling at his teammates, reassuring them that this was what exactly he was here to do. Seeing the abyssal demon, Lin didn't even bother summoning his entire skeletal army. Within seconds, he casually summoned 3 skeletal warriors. Their sudden appearance and the aura they emitted caused Tao Tao and the others to involuntarily step back. Tao Tao watched everything unfold and gulped, visibly intimidated by the 3 skeletons that seemed even more daunting than the demon itself. This inevitably led the team to speculate just how powerful Lin had become, and whether his other skeletons were equally powerful. As the team watched in astonishment, the skeletal warriors had already charged into battle, meeting the Hellhounds head-on. The collision was brief. A simple slash from the skeletal warriors split the Hellhound in half. Sitting afar, Tao Tao couldn't believe her eyes. It seemed like Lin's skeletons could take out a Hellhound that would take them otherwise several minutes to deal with, simply just with a single strike. Within milliseconds, all of the Hellhounds that were summoned were now dispatched, leaving only the final boss. It seems like whoever simulated the demons also simulated their intelligence, as the demon quickly dove towards Lin, clearly recognizing him as the master of these powerful summonses. However, before the demon could get anywhere near Lin, a skeletal warrior had already set the target on it, covered the distance of tens of meters. Instantly, and with a powerful rampage strike, effortlessly eliminated the demon with a single blow. The team watched incredulously as not just the Hellhounds, but even the boss was downed with a single strike. As the corpses of the abyssal demons vanished, a voice resonated in the area, telling them that they had passed the assessment. Meanwhile, the leaderboard outside also updated, showing Lin's team suddenly leaping to first place from hundreds of places down. Lin's team, now at the top of the rankings, became the focus of attention. They were surprised to see a team manage to defeat the boss so quickly. However, Lin's own name became particularly conspicuous to many spectators, feeling they had heard of this name from somewhere before. When Lin and everyone were teleported out, they immediately saw their rank on the leaderboard. The 3 of them were still shocked, given that Lin had dispatched the boss in less than 5 seconds. With the preliminary selection concluded, the focus is now shifted to the individual competition in the afternoon, which everyone except Lin opted out of. As they were passing time chatting, another team was teleported out. They seemed like they had some tough time inside, but seemed highly spirited and satisfied with their teamwork, assuming they had secured the first place. Upon realizing someone had finished before them, their expressions turned sour. One of them pointed towards Lin and his friends. The captain of this team, noticing they had been outpaced, checked the leaderboard to find they were second to Lin's team. Unfamiliar with Lin's name, he squinted his eyes and, being second place further, fueled his competitiveness. Perhaps from Lin's impressive performance, he anticipated seeing him again in the individual competition later this afternoon. The man, who seemed confident in his supremacy in this level bracket, was determined to race Lin again this afternoon. Well, we all know little bro is gonna lose anyway. We fast forward. As the afternoon arrived, the individual competition was about to begin. Everyone lined up and entered at the same time. Lin entered the portal as his team cheered him on. Arriving inside the dungeon, everything looked familiar. This caused him to think the singles should be as straightforward as the team competition and deciding to summon just one skeleton. There were no trash mobs this time, and he was faced with a simulated abyssal wolf demon. Seeing the attribute of the demon, Lin let out a sigh, finding no challenge in facing these trash demons. Finding it too boring, he was prepared to speed run it. A couple of swings from the skeleton's greatsword, as always. It's swift and decisive. Quickly, the assessment concluded, and Lin found himself outside once again, securing first place with a completion time of only 1 minute. Meanwhile, the little bro, also doing the assessment, didn't seem like he was in the greatest shape. He fought desperately against the demon and emerged full of injuries, but quite exhilarated, believing he had secured first place with a time of 2 minutes and 55 seconds. However, his confidence was quickly shattered upon seeing the leaderboard. Not only was he second place again, but Lin had astonishingly finished in just 1 minute, leaving little bro in utter disbelief. As the adrenaline wore off and the pain kicked in just before collapsing, the little bro caught a glimpse of Lin's departing figure. A realization struck him, and he suddenly remembered Lin was this year's top national scholar. Meanwhile, Lin, walking away, felt a pang of disappointment with the preliminary selection, his eyes drifting towards another competition area, designated for higher-level professionals. He wondered if his sister was participating this year and decided to check it out in hopes of finding her. As he made his way, someone called out to him. Lin looked up, and at that moment he was stunned. The voice was incredibly familiar, stirring an unprecedented excitement in his usually composed demeanor. From a distance, a figure approached him with a gentle smile, softly saying, "Long time no see, little bro." Seeing the woman, Lin quickened his pace and wrapped his arms around Mohan in a tight embrace, calling out, "Sister." With all the longing and emotions, it was as if time stood still in that moment, tears quietly tracing down his face. We had never seen our boy shed tears. Perhaps this marks the first time we've seen our boy in tears. As the wind rustled through the leaves, Mohan let out a smile and slowly returned her brother's embrace. She also missed Lin very much. After a while, they found a place to sit, and Mohan playfully noted Lin's height. He now stood a whole head taller than her. They chatted and laughed, eventually sitting side by side under the setting sun, sharing their recent stories, however. Lin didn't speak much. It was Mohan doing all the talking. Suddenly, Mohan turned to Lin with a smile, teasingly commenting on his quiet nature and how it might hinder him from finding a girlfriend, then gave him a wink. Lin shook his head, happy to see his sister the same way she had always been. He then asked how she knew he would be there. Through their conversation, Lin realized his sister had always kept an eye on him, aware of his accomplishments as the national top scholar and his admission into Zyajing Academy. However, this made Lin a bit frustrated on one hand. He was touched by her attentiveness, yet puzzled as to why she hadn't reached out to him, not even with a letter or a phone call. Mohan sighed deeply as well, hinting at a complicated reason behind her silence. Eventually, she explained she was in a prodigy program and that her mentor's strict requirements had kept her intensely focused on leveling up, leaving her regretful for not reaching out to Lin sooner. This got Lin very curious as he wanted to know what level is Mohan right now. However, when he asked about his sister's level, only led to a playful refusal from Mohan, which left him no choice but to prompt him to use a detection spell. To his surprise, he couldn't discern her level or any information other than her profession, suggesting she either wore an item that capable of blocking detection, or her level was significantly higher than his. However, Lin noticed her profession was now a holy blade dancer, a surprise given he remembered her initial legendary profession as the blade dancer. His excitement bubbled over when he speculated if she had elevated her. profession during her second-class transfer. Mohan smiled and said she got a bit lucky. However, this left Lin astounded, surprised that his sister could level up so rapidly. Mohan then whispered to Lin and asked if he had already awakened a talent. Lin nodded. She then revealed her talent allowed her to significantly accelerate her leveling. Speed, allowing her to advance much faster than others, as he knew that talent. Awakening is rare, with a wide range of talents, some powerful and others less so. Those who awaken talents and obtain favorable ones are considered a 1 in a million prodigy. Both Lin and his sister belong to this exceptional category. Mohan emphasized the importance of keeping their talents secret from others. Advice Lin took to heart with a solemn nod. As they continued their conversation, footsteps approached. 4 individuals in uniform attire and cloaks walked toward them, each exuding confidence and a compelling aura. The leader of the group smiled at Mohan before asking about Lin. And who might this be? His gaze shifted towards Lin. Mohan introduced Lin proudly as her brother. Upon learning Lin was Mohan's brother, the man's demeanor towards Lin visibly softened, followed by a friendly handshake. As he did so, he also noticed the military badge on Lin's chest. He was surprised to find Lin was a 2-star lieutenant. His initial hostility turned to friendliness upon learning Lin was Mohan's brother, now mixed with respect and a hint of surprise. Despite his feelings, he politely excused himself, expressing a hope that Mohan to return sooner to discuss tactics for the next day's competition before departing. Lin had also noticed the man's badge, a silver 1-star lieutenant's badge, a rank below his own. Turning to his sister, Lin asked if these individuals were her teammates for the competition. Mohan confirmed with a nod, explaining that, like her, they were from the Creators Academy and were among its top prodigies. Lin earnestly commented that he felt they weren't as powerful as his sister. Hearing this, Mohan chuckled while feeling pleased. She reached to pat Lin's head, a gesture from their childhood. However, when she realized that she had to stand on her toes to do so now, she smiled and told Lin that was very sweet of him to say, while internally marveling at how quickly her little brother had grown up. As the day came to a close, it was time to say goodbye. Mohan prepared herself for the reality that, after the competition, she'd be heading off for another trial assigned by her mentor, likely leaving her unable to see Lin for a considerable period. Shifting from a momentary sadness, she playfully extended a thumbs up to Lin, commanding and a jest that she hopes to meet his girlfriend the next time they see each other. Lin, looking earnestly at his sister, shared his plans to join the Creators Academy soon. Mohan's smile widened while saying, "All right, I'll be waiting for you." The sunset marked the end of the first day of the professional competition. The following day arrived swiftly and, with the completion of the preliminary selections, the majority of the teams were eliminated, leaving only the elite contenders. As the 100th professional competition officially commenced, massive arenas became the center of attention. It was said there were 124 teams that had passed the preliminaries, setting the stage for a straightforward elimination round where the victor advances and the loser is eliminated. Tao Tao retrieved their team number 512 and they were up against team 513. Quickly, each team received its own number, with Tao Tao paying special attention to a few noteworthy teams. Number 18, 322, 599, and several others. These teams consisted of top prodigies from different nations and factions, each composed of level 29 professionals equipped with top silver tier gear, and some of them also consisted of legendary professions. Tao Tao's diligent preparations paid off as the team immediately began strategizing, deciding to employ the same approach as the day before. Let themselves handle the combat initially and have Lin intervene only if necessary. They want to test their own skills while getting stronger through real combat. Soon, it was Lin's team's turn to take the stage, with both teams' participants stepping up as the professionals' information was displayed on the big screen for all to see. Their opponent's team captain was a female knight, just like Tao Tao. as both teams stepped onto the stage. It was the start of a challenging and eagerly anticipated match. The opposing team's captain, a level 27 knight, was 3 levels above Tao Tao. However, no one on the team was worried, confident that Lin had their backs. The audience, upon seeing Lin's profession as a necromancer, expressed surprise, regardless of their familiarity with the profession. Many recognized Lin's team as the first to pass the preliminary selection, and Lin himself as the first place in the individual preliminary selection as well. Team 513 breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the levels of Lin's team, underestimating them due to their lower levels and unfamiliarity with the necromancer profession. Thinking it was just another standard mage profession, seemed like they were confident in their victory, as the match commenced in the arena. With both teams positioned dozens of meters apart, Tao Tao led the front, holding her shield, followed by Yi Yi with Oliver and Emmer right behind. Tao Tao locked eyes with the female knight on the other team, clearly ready for battle. At the start signal, both teams' support members cast buffs onto everyone. Soon, the opposing knight initiated with a charge skill and Tao Tao, not to be outdone, launched her own charge. Simultaneously, Emma cast her skill. She used wind-binding skills and targeted the female knight's legs. The female knight was abruptly halted as the wind-binding skill, which interrupted her charge, stopping her momentum and causing her to lose her balance. In that instant, Tao Tao collided with her, sending her flying and dislodging the shield from her grip. Tao Tao's charge skill didn't halt after the initial collision. She continued her momentum toward the rest of their team. In the midst of their disarray, she unleashed another knight-specific skill, Mass Taunt. Instantly, all attention and attacks from the enemy team were directed at Tao Tao, diverting focus from everyone else on her team. Unnoticed by the enemy, Yi Yi had vanished from sight, except for the female knight who was previously knocked away. Now, Tao Tao found herself standing in melee range with the enemy mage, with the opposing archer quickly reacting. Pulling out 3 arrows, the archer launched them simultaneously toward Tao Tao's flank, attempting to finish her off or at least save the mage. Witnessing the incoming attack, Tao Tao decided to disengage first, and raised her shield to block. With a swift move, she blocked all of the 3 arrows flying towards her, rendering the archer's attack ineffective. She then used the charge skill once again and maneuvered towards the enemy team's backline, which caught them off guard, as the female knight captain retaliated, employing her own taunt skill to divert Tao Tao's focus. The enemy mage began casting a powerful fireball spell. Just as the spell was nearing completion, the knight captain remembered the assassin in Tao's team and shouted a warning to the team to be careful. The archer activated his eagle eye skill, quickly spotting Yi Yi and her stealth state right behind the mage, just as he was about to yell out a warning, but it was too late. Yi Yi's sneak attack was successful, not only interrupting the mage's casting, but also delivering a fatal blow to the mage's back with one of her daggers, and another to the neck. However, protected by the arena's magical barrier, the mage was not killed, rather was teleported out of the arena upon receiving the fatal blow. As it turned out, the magical barrier will safeguard them from actual death. With the mage defeated and teleported out, the situation looked dire for the opposing team. Yi Yi and Tao Tao pressed their advantage, targeting the enemy's support and healer. Yi Yi quickly eliminated her target with a fatal strike, while Tao Tao used her charge skill once more, knocking another opponent out of the arena. Lin watched everything unfold, then nodded approvingly. He observed that although his team was at a clear disadvantage in terms of strength, numbers, and level, the opposing team's lack of combat experience against human professionals was also very evident. They had likely never fought against a team of human professionals before, seeing everything going very one-sided. Perhaps his team doesn't need him this round. However, without Lin in the action, this also leads to a sense of disappointment among the spectators. Many had anticipated Lin, wanting to witness what the necromancer profession can do firsthand. Many of the spectators had never expected that his team could win the match with only 4 against 5, causing the spectators to wonder if the opposing team was really that weak. However, some spectators also noticed that Lin's team clearly had a better strategy, which resulted in a one-sided match. Not long after, the team was jubilant with their victory, with Yi Yi waving cheerfully at Lin as she approached him. Lin smiled and nodded in approval. Tao Tao and Oliver, though slightly out of breath, were visibly excited about their win. However, they didn't get ahead of themselves. Fully aware that the upcoming matches would only feature tougher opponents, and they would be increasingly reliant on Lin. Lin wasn't particularly concerned about who their future opponents would be. He was confident to win against anyone going up against him. After the match, the team celebrated their victory at a restaurant before returning to rest, concluding the first day of competition. The next day swiftly arrived, and once again, the spectator seats were filled to capacity. This time, their opponents were much stronger. All level 28 and 29 professionals comprising a gladiator, a sharpshooter, an elder, an elemental, mage, and a summoner. Surprisingly, they were all rare professions. From the look, it appeared that they were very confident and clearly didn't think their opponent for this round would stir any problems for them. The gladiator, likely the captain of the team, noted that aside from Lin and Yi, the rest were around level 20, with the highest being only level 27. He laughed mockingly, suggesting their previous win might have been due to their opponents forfeiting. The mockery from the opposing team elicited laughter from them as the jokes settled. They didn't let their guard down, and soon the mood shifted as they were prepared for battle. Shortly after, the summoner on the team began to summon his creature. No other than a shadow beast wreathed in dark mists, growling as it stood beside its master. This was quickly recognized by Yi as a summoned creature particularly challenging for assassin-type professions due to its ability to be stealthy and possess the ability to see through stealth. Tao Tao's expression also turned serious. Clearly, their opponents were no joke. This time, as the referee announced the start of the match, the opposing team's confidence seemed unshakable, with the gladiator leading the charge, buffs already applied by their support, and the elemental mage activating a magical shield. The shadow beast advanced stealthily, primarily focusing on Yi. She realized that the shadow beast was a big threat, potentially tying her down and leaving her teammates vulnerable. Oliver had already applied buffs to the team, and the two teams quickly got into a standoff, with Emma consulting Tao Tao on what they should do next. They figured that without a knight on the opposing team and no apparent offensive moves, their previous tactics against their first-round opponent seemed ineffective. Tao Tao looked quite uncertain and decided to adapt as the match progressed, knowing too well that Lin had their backs. The opposing gladiator, eyeing Lin, who appeared nonchalant with his hands in his pockets, took Lin's calmness as underestimating them. When the gladiator initiated an attack, Tao Tao instructed the team to scatter. Oliver and Emma quickly retreated a couple of steps. In the next second, the gladiator's sword swiped through the air, sending a cross-shaped sword wave toward Tao Tao. Quickly, Tao Tao, raising her shield to block, felt the impact, which numbed her arms, but managed to withstand the attack. However, the gladiator's relentless assault quickly put her at a disadvantage, despite her attempts to counter. Meanwhile, Emma kept casting spells, trying to keep up with the healing, while Yi vanished from sight, closely followed by the shadow beast. Seizing an opportunity, Yi landed a hit on the summoner's creature. Unfortunately, it wasn't fatal, and the creature's health began to regenerate. As it turned out, the summoner also possessed a skill that was able to heal his summoned creature, just as the situation looked as dire as it could be. The next moment, the elemental mage had finished casting her spell, which targeted Emma and Oliver with a meteor fall in the back line. Emma in the midst of casting a healing spell for Tao Tao couldn't dodge in time. Oliver, prioritizing Emma's importance as the healer over his own safety, pushed her aside and took the full brunt of the attack, which resulting him getting knocked out of the arena. Oliver believed that his buffs had already been applied and that Emma's role as a healer was crucial for the team's sustainability. However, shortly after Oliver's elimination, the mage turned his attention to Emma. Unfortunately, she too was hit and eliminated from the match, with the support and healer both out. The gladiator mockingly suggested Tao Tao surrender to avoid the pain of defeat. Although no real death would occur in the arena, the pain was still real. Tao Tao, recognizing the dire situation, shifted her strategy from defense to offense. She used her shield to repel the gladiator, breaking his rhythm and creating an opening for herself, then using her charge skill and aimed for the enemy's backline. However, the elemental mage remained composed and cast the mage's exclusive skill, Fire Repulse Ring. Just as Tao Tao approached, a ring of fire erupted, forcefully repelling Tao Tao and sending her flying back several meters, landing just beside Lin. Breathing heavily, Tao Tao looked towards Lin with a gentle smile and said, "It's up to you now." Lin gave her a reassuring nod while telling her, 5 people, 5 seconds. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. Tao Tao and Yi gave Lin a high five before stepping down from the stage. Nonetheless, there's only Lin and the full team of 5 remained on the stage. However, seeing what was happening only made the spectators more excited. Finally, get a chance to witness the necromancer in action. Not gonna lie. But I think we were also looking forward to it, having waited almost 2 weeks to see this moment. Anyway, all eyes are on Lin, curious to see if he is really that powerful. At the same time, there were many who also believed that it was impossible for him to take on 5 opponents all by himself. Either way, they were all excited to see him in action. On the stage, the gladiator leaned on his sword nonchalantly while the others on his team looked at Lin with smug smiles, perhaps already thinking they had already won. In the gladiator's eyes, since Lin's teammates had surrendered, did he really think he could turn the tide alone? Or did he simply underestimating them? To his surprise, Lin simply shook his head with a smile and pondered for a moment, perhaps thinking how many skeletons he would need. Seconds later, he then raised his hand to summon forth a skeleton. A skeletal mage slowly ascended from the ground and appeared beside him, surrounded by chilling frost and ice particles, revealing itself to be a water-type skeletal mage. One of the mushroom-headed shorties on the other team immediately recognized the summon as an undead creature. Just as he expected, Lin was also a summoner type of profession. However, what puzzled him was why Lin waited until his teammates had left the arena before making his move. The gladiator burst into laughter, asking the same question. Clearly not considering the skeletal mage a threat, they didn't even bother using detection spells to check on the attribute of the skeletal mage, but even if they had, they would have only seen its attributes before Lin's amplified talent was applied. Within seconds, the skeletal mage raised its staff and used the skill Ice Storm. The temperature in the arena suddenly dropped, and what followed was ice spikes that fell like raindrops. But from the look, the gladiator didn't seem to be worried whatsoever, perhaps not taking Lin seriously. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression changed dramatically, and he screamed out loud. He called out to the healer on the team, "Quick, heal me." He had never expected just a single ice spike that only happened to scrape him could severely injure him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt on the arena floor. He tried his best to not pass out from the pain. However, he waited and waited. No one had cast a healing spell on him. He suddenly thought of something. When he looked back, he was terrified to see that he was the only one left on his team. All 4 of his teammates were no longer on the stage. His pupils shrank. And gulping hard with cold sweat streaming down his face, he looked at Lin in disbelief. He could never have imagined that a simple summoned creature could eliminate his team with a single spell, especially under the protection of a mage's magical barrier. What kind of summoned creature was this, and why was its skill so powerful? That was the only thing he could think about. Meanwhile, his teammates didn't even feel the pain. By the time they regained their senses, they had already been teleported below the arena. All four were clueless about what had happened, finding themselves eliminated in the blink of an eye. But it seemed like they had been attacked by that skeleton. When their focus returned to the stage, the skeletal mage was about to cast its skill for the second time. The gladiator already knew the outcome and didn't even attempt to dodge. Several ice spikes shot toward him, and the next second he lost consciousness, causing an uproar among the audience. Countless people jumped up in disbelief after witnessing this scene. Lin's skeletal mage shocked everyone. A single summoned creature had easily wiped out a 5-man team. Oof, that's only one of them. They didn't get to see Lin's entire skeletal army yet. Anyway, not only the audience at the arena, but also those watching the live broadcast at home stood up in shock as well. It was the first time they heard about this necromancer profession, and likely will remember it for the rest of their lives. It was also then everyone realized why Lin didn't make a move sooner. If he did, his teammates wouldn't have needed to do anything. A lot of them were already worried about the contestants who would face Lin in the individual matches later on. Lin's friends began to discuss the situation with smiles on their faces below the stage. Tao Tao believed that with their strength they had done about as much as they could. For the upcoming team matches, it seems like they would have to leave everything to Lin. Now, Oliver and Emma both raised their hands in agreement. Although the four of them are quite strong, having won the first match on their own, however, their levels were still a bit too low compared to the rest of the contestants, and the teams they would face were only going to get stronger later on. Lin had no objections, just smiling and nodding. After celebrating for a while, the day quickly passed and the professional competition moved into its third day. This time, they didn't make any plans because as long as Lin was there, nothing was a problem. Tao Tao and the others stepped back several meters, and at the moment the match started. They all jumped off the stage together, clearing the space for Lin. Clearly, Lin was to face a 5-on-1 situation again. The opposing team, all students from Ziyang Academy, had a wry look on their faces. They turned to their team captain, asking what to do. The captain spoke righteously, reminding them who had led them through the tyrant desert dungeon that had stumped them for months, helping them complete the academy's mission so they could make it this far. Turned out that these students had all gotten carried by Lin before, and they were all grateful to Lin. They knew to fight him seemed like a joke. After the match started, both sides fell into an odd silence. The 5 of them seemed to have no intention of preparing to fight and soon took several steps forward, bowing 90 degrees, then saluting Lin and wishing him victory. They then jumped off the stage, conceding the match. Their voices were loud enough for all the spectators to hear clearly, leaving Lin speechless. Witnessing this, Lin's friends chuckled, not really surprised, especially since every student from Ziyang Academy knew how strong Lin was. However, the audience, unaware of these connections and having traveled far and paid for tickets, naturally felt displeased by the concession. Yet, many also expressed understanding, recalling the terror of Lin's skeletal mage from the day before, who would dare to fight him. Back to White Divine's small courtyard, he and Meng Anwen were both paying attention to Lin's matches. Meng Anwen, with his eyes closed, pondered for a moment before asking White Divine if it was really good for Lin to be so high profile. White Divine disagreed, seeing no issue with it. He believed letting the world know that Lin was not to be trifled with was a testament to being a good disciple of him. Meng Anwen, however, didn't fully agree with his view and even worried that being too conspicuous could attract enemies. After all, Lin was still young, and there are people out there who might not hesitate to target an emerging prodigy like Lin. White Divine understood Meng Anwen's concerns but scoffed, saying he was actually hoping for those bastards to make a move. After all, their provocations in the past had not provided White Divine with enough leverage or evidence to act against them. Should they dare to make a move, White Divine promised to teach them what real pain was. Meng Anwen's eyes flashed with a killing intent, realizing it was White Divine's intention to have Lin act so conspicuously. It turned out White Divine and Lin had discussed this before. Their nation's talents in recent years had been targeted and killed at a young age, and while they all knew who was responsible, they lacked evidence. They couldn't let those deaths be in vain. Upon learning this, Lin had agreed without hesitation to serve as bait. White Divine also tells Meng Anwen that he heard the old man was also planning to use Mohan as bait to draw out the hidden powers. Meng Anwen massaged his eyebrows, murmuring while saying a necromancer with infinite potential and possibilities and a holy blade dancer who had gone through the profession elevation were indeed good baits. He then noted how coincidence it was that both just happened to be siblings as well. He wondered how many people out there envied their talents. White Divine laughed heartily, but looked afar with a terrifying gaze, assuring Meng Anwen he would never let anything happen to the siblings. Meng Anwen, also looking into the distance with his pupils briefly turning red before returning to normal, murmured about not having killed anyone in a long time and that it was time to get some exercise. The two released killing intent filled the small courtyard as the temperature plummeted. The day quickly went by and the professional competition entered its fourth day. The teams that had made it this far were undoubtedly very strong, and Lin's opponent this time was the team led by the young man named Tang, who had ranked second in both the team and individual preliminary rounds. Upon seeing Lin, he looked mad, fists clenched, thinking he finally met Lin again. He is the captain of his team, a legendary profession known as a holy swordsman. The moment he stepped into the arena, the audience erupted into deafening cheers. Many had heard his name before and were speculating whether he could defeat Lin, standing by Lin's side. Yi Yi frowned as she recognized the opponent and his profession, cautioning Lin to be careful. Lin wasn't very familiar with this profession, but wasn't overly worried either. Remembering his friend Feng, he realized that the holy swordsman seemed to be what Feng would become after his own profession elevation. After his teammates cheered for him, they once again stepped off the arena. The opponent approached Lin step by step, having heard of Lin's previous 1 vs 5 battle, but not expecting Lin to dare to act this bold again in front of them. This made Tang take it as an insult. Turning his head, he instructed his teammates to step off the stage as well, his gaze filled with fury as he looked toward Lin, surprised and offended by Lin's apparent underestimation. Lin was puzzled by the man's hostility towards him, wondering if they had met somewhere before. Tang then drew a long sword, clearly a powerful and very valuable weapon. Tang revealed a smirk while telling Lin that he had originally hoped for a one-on-one in the singles match, but it had come sooner than expected. He had watched Lin's previous matches and acknowledged the strength of Lin's skeleton, but deemed it ineffective against him. The next second, he charged towards Lin with swift speed, so fast that the audience could barely see his figure, as the audience cheered again, excited that the match had finally started and eager to witness the holy swordsman in action. Some pointed out that even among the legendary professions, the holy swordsman is up there. Perhaps Lin would have a tough time this round. Lin didn't look very concerned as he lifted his hand to summon a skeleton, but he was very interested in what Tang was capable of. Seeing how confident he was, he smiled and praised Tang, which only added fuel to the fire, making Tang feel contempt. Lin's tone seemed like he was looking down at him, which irritated him greatly. Veins bulging, he then unleashed his first skill. Seconds later, Tang's long sword was immediately surrounded by 2 glowing rings. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. Seemingly a buffing type skill, which resulted in 2 rings encircling his sword. You might wonder, what's so impressive about that? Well, I'm not entirely sure myself, but the audience seemed to recognize the skill. As it turns out, Holy Swordsman can summon a star ring every 10 levels, and each ring represents a top-tier skill that he has mastered. It seems like Tang has mastered 2 of the most powerful early-level Holy Swordsman abilities. Lin, who was quite intrigued by this, begins the match by summoning a skeletal mage, this time choosing a lightning elemental type. The moment the skeletal mage appears, it raises its staff and the sky darkens. Clouds gather above, and then a striking bolt of lightning tears through the sky. This was no other than the skeletal mage's ability, Thunderstrike. Following a tremendous roar, Tang doesn't dodge or flee. However, the Thunderstrike didn't seem to inflict any damage on him. Tang started laughing while informing Lin that this was his elemental sword form. His first ability, making him immune to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes. That's why he isn't afraid of Lin's skeletal mage. Cheers and screams erupt from the stands, with spectators standing screaming. Some jumping up waving their arms, others clapping, and a few shaking their heads, believing Tang's ability completely counters Lin's skeletal mage. Already thinking Lin was about to lose this round. However, some recall that Lin's previously summoned mage was a different elemental, and speculate Lin might have other types of skeletons up his sleeve. Back onto the stage, as Tang anticipated. His ability completely neutralizes any of Skeletal Mage's attacks. Lin's only chance of victory is to outlast the 10 minutes. But he didn't think Lin would have any chance. The next moment, he dashed towards Lin, ready to strike. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washes over him. Trusting his intuition, Tang swiftly retreats. In the moment of his retreat, a slash imbued with a red glow whizzed past him, just barely missing his throat. The audience, shocked, leaped up once again. It was then that everyone saw a skeleton wielding a long sword materialized in the arena. It appeared to them that Lin was indeed capable of summoning more than one type of skeleton. Tang, recovering from his initial shock with a sweat breaking on his forehead, took several deep breaths to calm himself, realizing he should not underestimate Lin. Perhaps this was his true trump card. The sudden appearance of the skeletal warrior only fueled his fighting spirit, and he charged forward once more, this time with even greater speed. However, the skeletal warrior was noticeably faster, remaining stationary until Tang entered its attack range. A spark flashed in the skeleton's eyes, followed by a rampage strike, the great sword meeting the charge in an instant. Tang could hardly see the skeletal warrior's swinging motion. Leaving him no room to dodge, Tang employed his repel skill. This skill which allowed him to block all incoming attacks and repel the enemy. However, with a clash, Tang was sent flying back several meters by the impact. The skeletal warrior was not any better and was also propelled backward. Tang could feel severe pain in his palm, and his entire arm went numb after that first encounter. He quickly realized that the skeletal warrior was not only faster but also terrifyingly strong. Clutching the hilt tightly and taking a deep breath, he activated his second star ring. Suddenly, his body was covered in a golden light and his muscles tensed. In this state, all his attributes were increased tenfold for the next 5 minutes. Witnessing such an exciting match drove the audience wild. This skill was one of the exclusive abilities of the Holy Swordsman, much stronger than the Berserk skill for most warrior-type professions. What makes it even more amazing is that this skill comes without any side effects, without missing a beat. Tang lunged at the skeletal warrior with the skill Dragon Strike, although it didn't kill the skeletal warrior. It still managed to once again send it flying and cause it to crash to the ground. However, the skeletal warrior didn't get up this time. Seemed like it was under some crowd control effect. The crowd was once again in an uproar, with the skeletal warrior controlled and the skeletal mage's attacks ineffective against Tang. The audience finally got their money's worth and witnessed the strength of the holy swordsman firsthand. But at the same time, they also began to pity Lin for his impending loss. Meanwhile, on stage, Tang revealed a slight smirk, perhaps confident of his victory. After sending the skeletal warrior flying, Tang made a beeline for Lin, determined to finish the duel in under 10 seconds. However, what happened next put him on the fast break. Standing across him, Lin summoned several more skeletons, nonchalantly placing one of his hands in his pocket, seemingly not worried at all. Despite being able to easily end the fights in mere seconds, Lin chose to prolong it, clearly intending to show off his prowess and his skills so he could draw more attention. And who exactly he was trying to draw out? None other than the hidden forces watching in the shadows. The audience was taken aback as Lin summoned 2 more skeletons. No one had expected a single professional before their second-class transfer managed to own so many powerful summoned creatures. However, this also led many to believe that this was Lin's limit. Seeing 2 more skeletons materialize beside Lin caused Tang to halt, though he stubbornly believed that if he went all out, even 2 additional skeletons couldn't defeat him. Preparing for another attack, Tang was about to boast about his unused skills when suddenly several more skeletal warriors appeared, lining up in front of Lin, forming a defensive line. Each skeletal warrior, adopting a different pose, glared fiercely at Tang. The arena was suddenly engulfed in a chilling wind, and Tang could feel the temperature plummeting. He shivered. The skill he was about to cast was also interrupted, and his previous confidence shattered. He wondered how Lin could manage to summon so many skeletons. He isn't the only one pondering this, as the scene also leaves the spectators in stunned silence. "Screw this crap, I'm out," he thought to himself before sheathed his sword and turned away. Lin, curious, asked if he was giving up. Tang coughed twice, waving his hands towards Lin, and announced that he would return for a rematch after his second-class transfer. By then, he will surely kick Lin's ass. With that, he sprinted to the edge of the arena and leaped down, which left everyone speechless. After a few seconds of dead silence, the announcer declared Lin's team the winner. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, with everyone shouting Lin's name and proclaiming the necromancer is invincible. Lin stepped down from the arena, greeted warmly by his teammates who praised him, while Yi Yi also noted his growing popularity. As the both of them walked along the sideline, other contestants also greeted him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Yi, noticing Lin seemed a little odd today, expressed concern and asked him if everything was okay. Lin turned around and shook his head with a smile, insisting he was fine. With the semi-finals approaching and the teams qualified for tomorrow's battles announced, it seemed these last few fights would feature very strong teams. Yi Yi regretted not being able to offer more help to Lin, aside from cheering him on. Lin didn't mind, telling her it was all good, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been advised by White Divine to perform exceptionally well to attract certain attention. White Divine also mentioned that several talented prodigies from their nation had been assassinated during their rise in recent years. This only made Lin angry as a cold killing intent formed within him. He looked into the distances, while hoping that with him being the bait, they could lure them bastards out. As they walked, one of the contestants pointed towards a high platform, surrounded by a purple barrier with 3 items floating in the air. One of the items, as one man excitedly recognized, was a basic miracle potion that could permanently increase attributes by 200 for anyone below level 40. Another was a brilliant basic skill scroll that guaranteed mastery of a new skill. Lin smiled at the sight, understanding these were the rewards for the champions of their level bracket in the professional competition. unlike others who fixated on the prizes the entire time. Lin only glanced for a brief moment before continuing walking, confident in his victory. He preferred to take his time examining the rewards when they were in his hands. Tao Tao had reviewed all the teams entering today's semi-finals the night before. As expected, the notable teams she had been wary of were all present. The tension was palpable as they were unsure which team they would draw today. The lottery concluded swiftly, pairing them against the team from Sakura Empire. The Sakura Empire team glanced their way, led by a woman who boldly approached them. Or more precisely, she was approaching Lin. Seeing this, Tao Tao narrowed her eyes, recognizing the woman no other than Nanako, a shrine maiden, a profession unique to the Sakura Empire. This mysterious profession is not quite legendary, but is rumored to have many secrets and was not well documented. Nanako, leaving her team behind, approached Lin alone. She first greeted him with a slight bow. At least from the look, she was showing more than just politeness. When Lin gave no response to her silent greeting, Nanako took several steps forward. She then expressed her empire's keen interest in recruiting Lin. She sincerely invited Lin to serve under their empire, promising to fulfill any requests he might have, emphasizing the word "any" with a quite seductive tone. While saying it, she even showed her large pair of bowing, intentionally revealing, and with a look that carried an all-too-clear message. Yi clenched her fists upon hearing Nanako's words, while Emma and Tao Tao looked on disapprovingly. Lin's eyes betrayed a hint of disgust, coldly dismissing her. Seeing Lin's reaction unperturbed, Nanako didn't seem offended. Instead, she turned to excuse herself, but paused after a few seconds to suggest Lin reconsider her offer before rejoining her team, followed by a knight professional stepping in front of her. And with that, the competition officially commenced. Out of nowhere, the team from Sakura Empire summoned a colossal creature, half human, half serpent, that took everyone by surprise. Lin initially thought it to be a Shikigami, or perhaps some sort of summoned creature for protection, but a closer inspection revealed it was not. Without hesitation, Lin summoned several skeletal mages to counterattack. But what happened next left him in utter disbelief. The enemy's summon opened its vast maw and devoured all the attacks launched by the skeletal mages. Nanako, peering from behind a knight, revealed with a smile that their creature was the serpent god, capable of absorbing all elemental attacks. It was clear she had done their homework on Lin's skeletal army. Realizing elemental attacks were futile against this foe, Lin shifted his strategy to physical attacks, summoning skeletal warriors to the fray. Nanako, however, remained composed, having thoroughly studied Lin's combat style and prepared countermeasures for every tactic he had. She then unleashed her second skill, summoning a fearsome phantom beast with spikes, a head resembling a wild boar and a body like a savage bull which hovered above her. With a delicate cry, this phantom beast merged into the knight standing before her. The knight's eyes glowed red with increased fervor, and a bestial roar escaped his lips, revealing Nanako's second ability, divine possession. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the knight employed a group taunt, drawing the attention of Lin's skeletal warriors towards himself. He charged forward with a large shield in hand and clashed with the skeletal warriors. But clearly, the knight underestimated the power of the skeletal warriors, finding himself forcefully repelled several meters by a single strike. Nanako looked shocked, thinking to herself that even a knight imbued with the strength of a titan was sent staggering backward. How powerful are these skeletons really? Either way, without missing a beat, she cast another spell to further enhance the knight's prowess. His aura surged anew, clearly applying even more buffs, his muscles swelling and veins bulging as he roared and launched into a fierce counterattack against the skeletal warriors. This time, the knight stood as a bulwark against 5 skeletal warriors, shield raised in defense while his other hand brandished a long sword, striking back with relentless ferocity. The spectators watched in disbelief. The strength of these powerful skeletons was well known to them, yet here stood a single man, holding his ground against 5. They all began to wonder, what can Lin do now? Can he still win even after having all of his skeleton army countered? Nanako's smile widened. She taunted Lin that Lin's little skelly didn't seem to be listening to him, now insinuating that even they refused to heed his commands, since they were all taunted by the knight's taunting skill. Lin, for his part, felt somewhat amused. To be fair, he hadn't issued any explicit orders to his skeletal warriors. He simply summoned them, and they were acting on their own. Yet this seemed to bolster his opponent's confidence in a rather unexpected way. Unruffled by Lin's composed demeanor, Nanako was driven to deploy her ultimate skill, summoning yet another monstrous creature. This creature, covered in barbs and sporting limbs, as sharp as size, bore an eerie resemblance to a spider. Upon its arrival, it swiftly merged with one of the mages, who then abruptly raised his head, eyes ablaze with a sinister red glow. With a commanding gesture, the mage unleashed a series of breezes that materialized as chains upon the skeletal warriors, effectively immobilizing them and halting their advance. Nanako's laughter echoed across the arena, taunting Lin while saying he was going to lose very soon unless he could conjure up a countermeasure. However, Lin's response was far from defeated. Instead, he simply asked if that's all she got, leaving Nanako momentarily taken aback. Before she could grasp the full implications of his words, the arena was suddenly covered by a red light. Nanako's smile froze as she witnessed hundreds of red shackles emerge, ensnaring her and her teammates in a tight grip. Recognizing the skill as a curse, Nanako found herself and her team immobilized, unable to move as Lin slowly approached. Despite her efforts to retreat, she found herself rooted to the spot, her expression shifting to one of fear as Lin casually bypassed the knight and walked up to her directly. The audience erupted in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lin had so swiftly turned the tide of battle. The members of Nanako's team stood motionless, their expressions devoid of any look of anxiety or urgency. Lin then posed a question to Nanako, inquiring whether her abilities could only be used on the corpse. Her wide-eyed reaction was to answer enough for him. Lin's gaze conveyed a mix of disdain and mockery. As it turned out, her teammates were not living beings but rather reanimated corpses or precisely puppets crafted through some ancient skill. As a necromancer, Lin is sensitive to these things. Lin, without wasting more time, summoned a soul flame onto his hand. The sight of the flame sent Nanako into a panic. Though unsure of its nature, she sensed the power behind it. She struggled in vain to escape, her efforts futile against the shackles binding her. It was then the audience realized something unsettling. The stiff demeanor of Nanako's teammates revealed them not actual living beings, but rather puppets crafted from the corpses of fallen professionals, a revelation that sent shivers down their spines. As the soul flame descended upon Nanako, she experienced a brief, excruciating pain that seemed to scorch her soul itself. But the agony lasted less than a heartbeat. The next moment, she found herself defeated, standing off the arena with Lin's soul flame vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. Staring at her hands in disbelief, Nanako could hardly accept her defeat. Looking up at Lin, still standing in the arena, she wondered if the soul-searing pain was another of his skills. With a heavy sigh, she thought, if only she had brought a healer with her, the outcome might have been different. Healers could cleanse curses after all. But who could have predicted Lin would employ a curse? It seemed there were many secrets about Lin yet to be uncovered. Not long after, the referee soon declared Lin the victor, advancing him to the next round. Lin rejoined his teammates, their battle over for now. But elsewhere the competition raged on, and whoever won will be determining their final adversary. The other match concluded with a team led by Su Sheng from the Xiajing Academy prevailing effortlessly, mocking their opponents for being weak as they descended from the arena. Su Sheng inquired about their next opponents, glancing towards Lin and his team, a teammate. Predicted their upcoming match against them. Su Sheng seemed surprised, having not expected Lin to reach the final. Moments later, Su Sheng approached Lin and his teammates, telling them that his team needed no rest and inquired if Lin's team did. He didn't want to waste more time and simply wanted to go home with the coveted brilliant skill scroll reward. Su Sheng regarded this tournament as a mere formality, hardly seeing Lin as a worthy opponent. Lin, however, had seen enough spoiled brats in his days and was unfazed, suggesting they were ready any time. As both teams took their positions on the arena, the audience buzzed with excitement, anticipating a showdown between the Su Sheng's team, who had just defeated the Holy Domain faction, and Lin, who had made his way to the finals just by himself. The fact that both hailed from Ziyajing Academy, the Empire's most prestigious institution, only added to the spectacle. Emma cast a worried glance at Tao Tao, questioning if they were truly to stand aside without aiding Lin. Tao Tao sighed, asserting that their involvement would only hinder Lin, and all they could do was trust Lin. Su Sheng, observing Lin taking the stage alone, scoffed, mistaking Lin's confidence for pretense. He turned around and dismissed his own team with a few words, shortly after all of his team turned around and jumped off the arena. As it turned out, Su Sheng also prepared to face Lin alone. Su Sheng had heard of Lin before, however. He wasn't very fond of him, and his words were carried with hints of disdain while considering Lin's way of earning points by carrying others in dungeons was unacceptable. Lin's patience wore thin against Su Sheng's arrogance. When Su Sheng lamented the disgrace of sharing an academy with Lin, Lin simply shook his head, while telling Su Sheng that if he had some problem with his brain, he then advised him to seek medical attention rather than barking senselessly. Hearing this, Su Sheng's face flushed with anger. It seems that villains are all like this. They can insult you, but you can't insult them back. If you do, they get angry. Look, even the art style changes, and their nostrils become bigger than my big toe. Meanwhile, Tao Tao looked at Yi Yi with a face full of bewilderment, wondering why this insult sounded so familiar. Yi Yi giggled sheepishly, insisting it definitely wasn't something she taught. Su Sheng, a spoiled little brat, naturally had never been spoken to in this manner. He immediately summoned a weapon, a golden staff, revealing his profession as a holy light mage. Lin couldn't care less about him. He had encountered many like Su Sheng before, and the only solution was to pin them down and give them a couple of slaps to snap them out of it. The battle began. Lin also summoned several skeletal warriors. As a holy light mage, Su Sheng had an innate disdain for undead creatures. The shape on his forehead suddenly lit up, and he shouted, "Disgusting undead, receive the punishment of the holy light." The arena lit up again, turning into a bright ball of light, obscuring everything within. Inside the light, Lin's skeleton armor shimmered, clearly under attack. Only when the light touched him did he realize it was a spiritual attack, indicating the enemy planned to affect his spirit from the start. However, it was evident the enemy underestimated Lin's high spirit attribute. Su Sheng, maintaining the light with one hand, raised the other high. Seeing Lin unmoving in the distance, he used his second skill, Blade of Light. A sword made of light flew towards Lin at the speed of light, but it shattered into pieces upon coming in contact with the skeleton armor. Su Sheng frowned. The durability of the skeleton armor exceeded his expectations. In the quiet world of light, the footsteps of skeletons were particularly distinct. By the time Su Sheng reacted, he was surrounded by several skeletal warriors. But he wasn't so weak. A beam of holy light from the sky instantly sent the surrounding skeletal warriors flying several meters away. Lin watched this scene, thinking to himself that the opponent's skills seemed impressive, but they did no damage. Then he summoned a few skeletal mages. Su Sheng watched in disbelief as the skeletal warriors charged at him for the second time, unable to comprehend why his holy light couldn't purify these undead summons. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and he took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Just as he was about to say something, a loud boom occurred and 2 bolts of lightning struck down. Su Sheng's body was smoking and his hair stood on end. He quickly used the holy light shield and a white magical shield appeared around him. Su Sheng looked disheveled, wanting to continue speaking, but then several more bolts of lightning descended from the sky. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. But when the second lightning bolt struck from the sky, he finally grasped the vast power gap between him and Lin. His heart roared in fury. He had already been accepted into the Creator's Academy, capable of reaching level 30 2 months ago. Yet he had held back his level for this very competition. He simply could not afford to lose now. His eyes turned white as a glow emanated from them. Shortly after, he suddenly unleashed a burst of powerful holy energy, which collided with the lightning bolt. Seconds later, as the dust settled, Su Sheng was now clad in shimmering golden armor, his veins popping from his forehead. This was his secret skill, the armor of holy light. Rarely seen by others, this skill was legendary for its incredible defensive power, rumored to match the limitless defense of a knight's profession. Some of the audience clearly heard about this, and some of them started to feel pity for Lin, doubting Lin was able to breach such a defense. At this moment, Su Sheng's aura transformed. Seeing this, Lin nodded. This so-called armor of holy light is indeed quite powerful, although no match for his skeletal armor. But end of the day, legendary professions are not something to be looked down upon. Yet, thinking further, Lin raised his hand and summoned a wisp of eerie green flame. However, Su Sheng scoffed, all the while saying currently he was invincible, and that no attack could penetrate his defense. Lin simply smiled, not opting to use his soul flame, but instead becoming deeply interested in just how much can this armor withstand. At the thought of this, he then summoned several skeletal mages, each wielding a different elemental power. The crowd was astounded. It was their first time seeing Lin summon skeletons of 4 distinct elements. Was Lin holding back this entire time? Did he have anything else under his sleeves? Su Sheng was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin to have such a variety of skeletons at his disposal. Yet even facing 4 elemental mages, he did not believe they posed any threat to him. The 4 skeletal mages took a step forward and simultaneously raised their staves, casting spells at a blinding speed. In an instant, attacks of 4 different elements flew towards Su Sheng. First was wind and fire. Su Sheng felt the terrifying force from the attacks, yet it wasn't enough to breach his defense. Then came ice and lightning, bombarding him relentlessly. But he still appeared very confident, even finding the strength to mock Lin, asking if that was all he got. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cracking sound echoed beside his ears. Su Sheng followed the noise and saw to his horror a crack forming on the shoulder of his armor. The crack swiftly spread, and within moments, his entire shoulder guard was riddled with a web of fissures over 10 centimeters long. Disbelief etched on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, the crack widened dramatically, and in an instant, the armor of holy light shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Without the protection of his armor, a new barrage of attacks rained down from the sky. Su Sheng wanted to say something, but this time he couldn't withstand the onslaught. By the time the audience caught up with the action, he was already outside the arena, utterly eliminated. His eyes were wide open, unable to believe he had been disqualified, although the arena's protective barriers were designed to prevent fatal injuries. The pain was still real, and Su Sheng was knocked unconscious by the intensity of the pain. The audience fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into cheers. Lin's skeletons had shattered the armor of holy light, defeating a legendary professional who supposedly countered Lin. People marveled at Lin's formidable power, celebrating his incredible victory. Over at White Divine's small courtyard, White Divine, Meng Anwen, and Old Ning were closely following the competition. White Divine burst into hearty laughter, declaring that Lin was sure to be the champion this time. Meng Anwen nodded in agreement, his eyes drifting towards Mohan, contemplating that the siblings might draw out many hidden forces. When Yi Yi leaped onto the stage to hug Lin, Old Ning blew his beard and stared, cursing at the screen for Lin to keep his distance from Yi Yi. His words, however, couldn't be heard on the stage, and Yi Yi, clinging to Lin's arm, joyfully announced their victory. Old Ning was visibly upset but powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through as a power professional appeared midair, slowly descending onto the stage. Lin quickly shielded Yi Yi, casting a wary glance behind him. The aura emanating from the powerful professional was so powerful that it even became suffocating, the kind only a top-tier professional above level 80 could possess. The competitors took a deep breath, all recognizing the man was a powerful top-tier professional. Yet the man seems to bore no hostility. He looked over everyone, his gaze finally resting on Lin with a smile, praising everyone's performance and saying everyone here has a promising future. He introduced himself as Y, who was one of the 12 senators of the Empire. And then, with a grand gesture, the 3 sets of championship prizes floated down from the air. He spoke to everyone, but his eyes never left Lin, hinting that should they need assistance in the future, they could seek him out. He was more than happy to offer help. Lin felt something odd about the offer. Was this an attempt to win him over, or was he hinting at something? Yi Yi also sensed something was odd, but neither of them pointed it out right away. Rather, Lin politely thanked the man, who nodded and handed over the championship prize. The moment Lin's fingers touched the prize, he felt something amiss. However, he didn't see a dark energy seeping into his body. Back in White Divine Courtyard, the moment Lin's finger came in contact with the prize, Meng Anwen remarked, "The fish has bitten the hook." Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin took a quick look at the prize before stashing the items into his storage space. However, he kept inspecting his palm, but felt nothing awry. Lin sensed something was amiss, but he couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. Seeing the concern on Lin's face, Yi Yi approached worriedly and asked what was wrong. Lin sighed and shook his head, assuring her that he was fine. Back to White Divine Courtyard. White Divine raised an eyebrow and turned to Meng Anwen, asking who it was. Meng Anwen replied gravely, unable to be completely certain, but suspected it was Y. Old Ning was surprised and let out a deep sigh, mentioning if it was really Y. Then it would have been troublesome. He then brought up an organization called the Demon Worshipper, suggesting that no one could have anticipated their infiltration to such an extent. If they had penetrated even the high ranks of the Empire, what about other nations? Meng Anwen decided to verify his suspicions one more time and closed his eyes to concentrate. Meanwhile, Lin's team competition had just concluded, and the competition for high level professionals also concluded, undoubtedly dominated by Mohan's group from the Creators Academy. Their victory was effortless, not just because of Lin's sister, but because each member was extraordinarily strong. Lin, leading his own team to watch, was thrilled to see his sister win in her bracket. Yi Yi, curious, looked toward Mohan, surprised to see that this beautiful woman was truly Lin's sister. As the competition ended, a gust of wind passed, and once again Senator Y was presenting the awards. He repeated his familiar opening remarks, telling the winners that they could seek him out if needed in the future. After handing over the prizes, Lin's pupils constricted as that strange sensation returned. He quickly asked Yi Yi to use her skill to examine the pouch that contained the prize money. Without hesitation, Yi Yi activated her skill. Her eyes emitted a golden light as she used the shadow vision. The colorful world around her turned to black and white. Under the shadow vision, Yi Yi immediately noticed something amiss. To her surprise, the pouch was enveloped in a dark aura. Yi Yi furrowed her brows as she scrutinized the pouch, unsure of herself. Yet the black aura seemed to be very similar to that of the abyssal energy. As Mohan came in contact with the pouch, Yi Yi hurriedly warned Lin that the dark aura had already crept up to Mohan's wrist. Yi Yi looked visibly anxious, and she wanted to yell out and tell Mohan, but was stopped by Lin. She was confused, and just as she was about to ask why, she turned around and noticed the very same black aura was also on Lin's wrist. She gasped in surprise. Lin tells her everything is all right and remains composed, staring at his own wrist. He couldn't see the dark aura himself, but with Yi Yi's confirmation, he had no doubt about its existence. The dark aura spread from the rewards, burrowing into the hands of each member of the team. It seemed his teacher had been right all along. There indeed were rats hidden among them. His teacher had warned him about these individuals who called themselves the demon's worshipper. All followers of the abyssal demon, intent on aiding their master's invasion of the human world. Lin's role was to act as bait to expose some of them. Clearly, they had made their move, and with the upcoming solo competition just around the corner, he wondered when these rats exposed themselves. At the same time, Lin was concerned for his sister and the rest of his own team. But at the thought that with his teacher and other divine-level professionals on site, they should be safe, hopefully. The day slowly passed, and the sky turned gray. The city was quiet. Most of the professionals were asleep or meditating when suddenly a fierce wind swept through the city, buildings swaying, the sound of the ocean waves intensifying. Then the wind picked up, whipping the waves hundreds of meters high, and a massive tsunami was coming their way, nearly submerging the city. The sky thundered, and a portal appeared amidst the storm clouds with thousands of lightning bolts striking down. However, there was a protective barrier protecting the city. In an instant, the city was enveloped in lightning. These lightning bolts seemed to be controlled, deliberately targeting different parts of the city. As it turned out, they were attacking the magical arrays that controlled the city's barrier. Many professionals emerged, their expressions grave as they watched the unfolding chaos, uncertain of what was happening, but sure it was nothing good. Some noticed a new magical array forming in the sky, possibly the work of a high-level professional. But why would they do this? Lin looked up at the sudden appearance of the magical array. He knew something was odd. It seemed the demon worshippers had finally made their move, with the city hosting a massive gathering of the new generation's powerful professionals, including many prodigies and legendary professionals. Eliminating them before they could grow stronger was the optimal strategy. If successful, it would deal a severe blow to the Empire and the human race. The magical array quickly formed, yet the surrounding storm raged unabated as many buildings collapsed. Many ordinary people who had come to watch the event fled from their hotels in panic, screaming for help on the streets. What was once a quiet night was now filled with cries of despair. Suddenly, a group of figures dressed in black cloaks and wearing masks appeared in the sky, obviously high-level professionals hovering in the void. Lin looked on with a sinking feeling, realizing that the enemy had dispatched over a dozen top-tier professionals, all above level 70. The distinctive symbols on the cuffs and collars of their cloaks made it clear to everyone. They were members of the demon worshipper. A few more buildings collapsed, and Lin's pupils suddenly constricted. He spotted an individual among the demon worshipper, a top-tier professional over level 80, whose aura was comparable to that of Senator Y, who had presented the awards to him. Within moments, more armed professionals emerged, many recognizing the people in masks as members of the demon worshippers. Their audacity to strike within the Empire was shocking. Weren't they afraid of White Divine? The leader of the demon worshippers scoffed coldly, looking down at the young professionals below and commanded kill. Instantly, about a dozen figures soared towards the ground. They split off in different directions, attacking the strongholds with incredible speed. Just as these attacks began, figures could be seen within the ocean, and countless abyssal creatures surged from the depths. The number was staggering, perhaps over tens of thousands. And while these creatures varied from those typically seen in the Yuan battlegrounds, familiar demons like dog demons and wolf demons were among them. Accompanied by countless other abyssal demons, they roared hungrily, their bloodlust palpable. Alarms blared throughout the city. Every human professional, regardless of past rivalries, sprung into action. Small teams formed as individuals grabbed their weapons, ready for battle. The abyssal creatures that had stormed the shore now rampaged through city, clashing violently with the professionals. At that moment, Lin's wrist began to glow, the dark aura around it sparkling conspicuously. He became a beacon in the crowd, and as if they had found their target, the abyssal demons surged towards him. As the abyssal demons charged towards him, Lin remained calm, almost expecting their arrival. He smiled, having waited for this moment. It wasn't just the abyssal demons that were approaching. Several members of the demon worshippers were also advancing. Looking at how confident Lin seemed, a figure in the sky. No other than the level 80 professional from the demon worshippers with a mocking grin. Remarked, "Your bravery is commendable, but futile. Prodigies like Lin often don't live very long." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, saying he disagreed while saying he was doing quite well himself. The members of the demon worshippers looked up in shock and glancing back, laid eyes on none other than White Divine. The man chuckled a few times, not particularly surprised to see White Divine, who responded with a laugh of his own, suggesting that perhaps they were expecting to see him. Then added coldly, "Right. Senator Y." Y shuddered slightly and let out a sigh as he removed his mask to reveal himself, realizing he was not going to deceive White Divine. However, what seemed odd was that facing White Divine, Senator Y showed no fear. Perhaps he was well prepared for the encounter. Suddenly, a vortex appeared beside the senator, followed by a playful giggle. A female voice emerged, saying, "Who would dare provoke Lord White Divine without a backup plan?" From the shadows, a figure emerged, a female demon with short hair, 2 long curved horns on her head and a pair of wings behind her back. She wasn't wearing much and had a lustful figure, and a slender long tail swayed slowly behind her, adding a playful charm to her appearance. She was one of the abyssal lord's succubus. Upon her appearance, Senator Y's eyes gleamed with fervor. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were glued onto her as if already seduced by her. White Divine, however, remained unaffected by her charm, though he became more serious. Seeing the appearance of Succubus, he finally understood why a level 83 top professional would become a minion of demons. Succubus laughed coyly, using her alluring voice to express her regret that she couldn't charm Lord White Divine. White Divine slowly clenched his fist, not planning to let any of them escape. "Since you've come here," he said, "you might as well stay forever." The succubus seemed unconcerned, laughing as she tells White Divine that she had no plan to stay here, and her goal was simply to kill all the human prodigies. Her laughter continued, her body swaying seductively. Suddenly, another vortex appeared beside her, erupting into flames that soared into the sky. A demon lord emerged from the midst of the fire, its body engulfed in flames. The succubus pointed to the fiery figure and mockingly asked White Divine if he still thought he was going to make her stay. With a mighty roar, Old Ning appeared next to White Divine, gritted his teeth, and called out the name of the Inferno Demon Lord. Without missing a beat, Su Sheng activated his skill, Holy Light, sending out a bright curtain of light that quickly expanded. The weaker creatures touched by the holy light evaporated instantly, while others were scorched, panting heavily. It was clear the skill had drained much of his stamina, but at the same time, he estimated that from that one skill, he had wiped out hundreds of abyssal creatures. If he could use the skill a few more times, he was confident the first place would be his. Glancing at Lin, Su Sheng noticed something odd. Lin hadn't summoned any of his skeletons. Instead, Lin raised one of his hands as if waiting for something. Su Sheng was confused, wondering if Lin had seen his holy light and decided to give up. But the next moment, a flash of red light emanated in Lin's hand and Su Sheng heard him say something along the line of thanks for the corpses before he had the chance to ask Lin what he said. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, causing the ground to shake violently. Su Sheng turned quickly towards the sound and was stunned by what he saw next. Whether that's abyssal creatures or demons, everything fell in the wake of the explosion, drenched in cold sweat, as he quickly realized just how powerful this skill was, much stronger than his holy light. But who could have orchestrated such an attack? Then it dawned on him. He turned around and thought, could it be? Lin maintained his pose, his hand continuously emitting red light. Su Sheng was right. It was indeed Lin. In an instant, all the human professionals stopped what they were doing and turned their attention toward him. Incredulously, they soon realized that Lin was not just a summoner, but perhaps a mage with powerful AI skills as well. They start to wonder, why had Lin never used such a powerful skill before? As each deafening explosion erupted, every explosion obliterated hundreds of abyssal creatures. In mere moments, the entire battlefield was cleared of any living abyssal creatures, leaving only charred corpses scattered across the terrain. However, some demons, quicker and luckier, had managed to evade the blast by flying as high as they could. Lin surveyed the field, contemplating that most of the abyssal creatures had been dealt with, and what remained were the lower-level demons. Other human professionals also recognized this shift, though the abyssal creatures were gone. Killing demons scored 100 points compared to just 1.4. The abyssal creature. At the thought of this, perhaps they still had the chance to win. Driven by this realization, everyone surged forward chasing after the demons. Su Sheng, shaken briefly by Lin's prowess, also realized that he needed to grab onto the opportunity to potentially surpass Lin, if he also focused on going after the demons. Once again, regaining his confidence, he once again activated his armor of holy light and clutched his golden staff. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, a chill ran down his spine, as if something extremely powerful had materialized behind him. Hair standing on end, he slowly turned to look back. The first thing he saw was a pair of wings spanning several meters. Then, the full visage of a monstrous creature came into view. None other than a Hell Outpost guardian who wielded a massive cleaver. When he turned back towards Lin, he noticed that Lin was now clutching onto a black scythe. Before he could react, the guardian charged forward. At the same time, countless shackles flew towards the fleeing lower-level demons. In an instant, the demons' movement slowed to a crawl, almost as if frozen in place. And the next moment, the guardian materialized in front of them. With its massive cleaver raised, it mercilessly slashed through the demons, felling them like weed. The other professionals momentarily halted, stunned by the sudden appearance of the guardian. The moment they saw him slaughtering the demons, they couldn't help but suspect this was another of Lin's skills. Everyone gazed at Lin, baffled. Whether it was the earlier explosions or this guardian, they had one question on their mind, which was just how many more tricks did Lin have up his sleeve? Was this really just a solo competition, or was it a one-man show starring Lin? This thought was exactly what was going through Su Sheng's mind as he stared at Lin, pondering the hell is going on with this necromancer profession. Meanwhile, Tang, who had earlier conceded to Lin knowing he couldn't match up, had become a fanboy of Lin after witnessing just how powerful he was. He laughed heartily, teasing Su Sheng, only now realizing Lin is the real boss, huh? The guardian relentlessly reaped the lives of each demon, and streams of golden light flew toward Lin. Not long after, a new star appeared on his military badge, marking his promotion to a 3-star lieutenant. As the dust settled and the battlefield grew quiet, The surrounding professionals still hadn't gotten out of their daze, and everyone's eyes were glued to Lin. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also held the rank of a 3-star lieutenant. Given his young age and the same level as most of them, it was hard to imagine just how many demons Lin had defeated to earn such a high military rank. Su Shang glanced between Lin and his own badge, feeling embarrassed and shattered the confidence he had painstakingly built up after his previous defeat. Tang, cheekily looking at Su Shang's badge, noticed that Su Shang was merely a 1-star private. He couldn't resist teasing while saying he had thought Su Shang was a big deal. But it turns out he's just a 1-star private. Embarrassed and then angered by Tang's comments, Su Shang retorted that he had been focusing on his training and hadn't yet really entered the Yuan battlefield, asserting that once he did, he would surpass Tang within mere days. Tang, not bothered by the comeback, simply pointed at Lin and quipped that catching up to Lin was the real achievement. He then shrugged and sighed, laughing as he added, Su Shang can only dream of catching up to Lin in this lifetime. Tang continued to use Lin as a benchmark to taunt Su Shang, and there was nothing Su Shang could do. We switch back to the scene of the battlefield, where the corpses of the demons had piled up on a small mountain, nearly all of them slain by Lin alone. The professionals standing beside him didn't really know what to say. Perhaps that this solo competition had truly been a solo show by Lin. With a calm gesture, Lin then raised his scythe and summoned the guardian back into his scythe. Shortly after their harrowing ordeal, everyone was teleported out by the Divine Tower and found themselves back in the center of Nantong City. The city was brightly lit and looked peaceful, as if the demon invasion had never happened. Suddenly, someone noticed a body ahead. It was a member of the demon worshippers, clad in a black robe and mask, lying dead. Above them, there were many human professional powerhouses, as well as many other members of the demon worshippers who were now being detained. White Divine's voice then resonated through the city. He introduced himself, and as his voice carried across the crowd, everyone looked towards him with respect while cheering loudly. With White Divine here, no one could stir trouble. He explained that the attack by the demon worshippers had been anticipated and prepared for. He then expressed his satisfaction at seeing the young professionals not backing down from the fight. Clenching his fist, he announced that they had successfully subdued the attackers and ingeniously turned the ordeal into a practical part of the solo competition. White Divine then proceeded to announce the champions of the solo competition for different level brackets. Lin, no doubt, was declared the champion for the 20 to 29 level bracket. Soon after, prizes materialized before each champion. Continuing, White Divine revealed that the next day would feature a challenging event, open to anyone confident in their abilities. He then added that the rewards for this challenge will be exceptionally generous. Well, looks like things just got a bit more interesting and more loot for our boy Lin. After White Divine finished announcing everything, people went on with their night, much relieved that what happened earlier was finally settled. In the crowd, Mohan spotted Lin. She checked him all around then and asked if he was all right. Lin said he was fine when he then inquired about his sister's well-being. Both knew each other were safe. His sister got to the point, turned out. She was leaving soon and wanted to say goodbye. Lin was a bit surprised, especially with the challenge match coming up tomorrow. He wondered if his sister is still participating. Mohan chuckled and playfully remarked that she is nearly level 45 and she has no plan to attend and wants to leave the spotlight to Lin. Then she waved goodbye and slowly walked away. Seconds after, Yi Yi tiptoed up behind Lin, shyly clutching his arm and watching her sister's departing figure. Curious, Lin asked why she hadn't come over earlier. He would have had the chance to introduce her to his sister. While blushing, Yi confessed she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Lin, ever the dense guy, wondered why meeting his sister required any preparation. Either way, he didn't dwell on it, turned around and asked Yi what had happened outside while he was teleported to the Divine Tower. Only then did Lin learn that the Abyss had sent out both Succubus and a Flame Demon Lord, but they were intercepted by White Divine and Yi's grandfather, Old Ning. At the same time, the top-level professionals from Xiajing Academy had also teleported to the city and soon joined the fight. They managed to either slain or capture members of the demon worshippers. Yi then recalled that another much more powerful person had appeared, seemingly even more powerful than White Divine. The moment the person appeared, the two demon lords quickly fled as if facing something terrifying. Just as they were about to be killed, Succubus even used her own blood to summon a portal connected to the Abyss, and within, a powerful demon blocked the mysterious person's attack. Things got a bit complicated, and they wanted to avoid a battle over the city that could endanger innocents. Because of this, the two demon lords got away, and even the senator was dragged away with them. Lin was surprised to hear about the Flame Demon Lord. He wondered if it was the same one they had encountered before, which Yi confirmed. Lin was slightly taken aback, not expecting that neither White Divine nor Old Ning could subdue the demon lords quickly. It seemed the demon lords were much more powerful than he had once thought, but Lin wasn't necessarily worried. He still had the teleportation stone and was confident that he would someday finish them himself. Later in the night, we returned to White Divine's small courtyard. Meng Anwen sat on a stone bench, leisurely sipping his freshly brewed tea. Just as he took his first sip, footsteps sounded not far from him. White Divine and Old Ning strode in, both appearing to be in a not very good mood. Meng Anwen asked if they handled everything. White Divine, somewhat resentfully, gulped down a cup of tea and revealed that Black Fire had intervened, rescuing the two demon lords. Old Ning was even more upset, loudly cursing that had it not been for Black Fire, he would have surely killed the Flame Demon Lord. It was clear that the two of them had some really strong beef. Meng Anwen looked a bit surprised since he knew the old man was there too. So what happened? White Divine let out a sigh and explained that Succubus had used her blood to open a portal to the Abyss. If it weren't for their hesitation to cause collateral damage above the city, they could have captured the two demon lords, and it didn't matter if Black Fire intervened or not. Things didn't go as planned, but at least they racked out many rats and even exposed the senator. However, this isn't all good news, and Old Ning's brow further. The fact that a senator, one of the top council members and highest echelons of human society, had turned against them was deeply concerning. It raised the alarm that there might be other spies and traitors within their ranks. Meng Anwen's expression grew more serious. He stroked his beard and told them that he would thoroughly investigate this matter, and it was time for a purge within the empire. The next day arrived quickly, and Nanhong City returned to its usual state as if the events of the previous day had never happened. The arena was packed as usual, but the buzz among the crowd was all about the surprise attack by the demon worshippers during the night. Due to this, the format of the solo competitions had changed. Other than the result, no one had the chance to see the competition. Thus, the anticipation for today's challenge matches was higher than usual. This challenge match was also the final event in the professional competition series. The rules of the challenge match were simple. Anyone could participate, and if a contestant succeeded in 5 rounds, they would receive substantial rewards. However, the challenge matches were easier said than done. Here's the key. As it turned out, Participants had to challenge opponents 5 levels higher than themselves, and the level differences increased as the round progressed. In the second round, the gap would increase to 10 levels, and in the third round to 15 levels, and so on. So most lower-level professionals might end up going up against high-level professionals who have gone through their second-class transfer. So for someone like Lin, who's level 27 right now, if he successfully passed the 4th round, he would encounter a level 52 professional in the 5th round. Over the centuries, only a handful of prodigies had completed the 2nd round, and only a handful had ever succeeded in the 3rd round. The crazy thing is, no one had ever completed the 4th round. Therefore, the rewards were also very generous. Passing the 1st round grants a brilliant basic skill scroll, and for the 2nd round, it will be a brilliant intermediate skill scroll. A lucky magical potion after that. 2 brilliant intermediate skill scrolls for the 4th round. As for the 5th round, no one knew what the reward was, as no one had ever reached it. I know I've been talking too much, and you all know what's about to happen next. So let's skip ahead to the action. The 1st round, I'm sorry to say, was not Lin's match, but featured a male challenger, a 34-level sword and shield knight. His opponent was also a sword and shield knight, but 5 levels higher at level 39. The opponent wore silver armor and a black robe, holding a silver shield. His face bore several scars, and his equipment showed signs of damage. Clearly, he's been in some tough fights. Lin could tell this guy was from the military, as his demeanor showed that he'd been through numerous life and death battles on the Yuan battlefield. Lin was absolutely right. Tao Tao explained that the challenge matches were notoriously difficult, not only due to the level disparity, but also because the defenders were handpicked from the Empire's military, from the hosting nation. As the match started, the challenger was the first to launch an attack, opting to go on the offensive, with a charge skill going straight at his opponent, confident in his strength. He believed he could knock his opponent off with one hit. However, as their shields collided, the defender not only countered the charge, but also instantly executed his own charge, which then sent the challenger flying out of the stage. The shield flew from his hands as he hit the ground. The same thing pretty much happened for the fights after. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th challengers followed, all similarly defeated in under 10 seconds. Then it was Su Sheng's turn. He slowly stepped onto the stage, clenching his fists. He had lost to Lin twice in 2 days, and was determined not to lose to anyone else, as he sought to reclaim his honor. His opponent was a 34-level sword and shield knight. As the battle commenced, the arena was enveloped in a pure white light. Su Sheng did not underestimate his opponent, and started with full force using his holy light skill. Simultaneously, the knight launched an attack, using 2 skills at once. He first executed limitless defense, and then used charge skill to close and distance. Su Sheng remained calm and deployed the holy light ring as the knight approached. The aura exploded, pushing the knight back several meters. However, the knight landed smoothly and swiftly swung his sword down at Su Sheng in a flash strike. Su Sheng, slightly surprised, quickly deployed the holy light shield, blocking the attack. The two were now in a deadlock, exchanging skills, and now it became a test of their stamina and mana. Su Sheng was confident that the knight's limitless defense could not outlast his holy light shield. They continuously exchanged attacks. Ultimately, the knight's skill expired sooner, and he lost. Su Sheng, breathing heavily, listened as the referee declared his victory. The audience was thrilled, witnessing a challenging match unlike any in previous years. Typically, the competition was hosted in different nations every few years, and the challenge match could be a hit or miss, depending on how powerful each nation was. But this year's challenge was exceptionally exciting and clearly more difficult. After hundreds of challengers, only Su Sheng emerged victorious. Despite his success, Su Sheng wasn't entirely pleased. The battle had been too close for comfort. His shield had nearly shattered, and a few more seconds might have swung the outcome in his opponent's favor. However, he still managed to grab a win. He knew this was his limit. Clutching his reward, Su Sheng stepped down from the stage. However, at the same time, he glanced toward Lin. Although he had lost to Lin twice, his competitive spirit was still high. Boy, you just never learn, do you? Soon, it was Lin's turn to compete. As he stepped onto the stage, the cheers from the stands were deafening. Some speculated that if Su Sheng could pass the first round, perhaps Lin could conquer the second. Quickly, another voice countered, predicting that Lin would break records, possibly beating the fourth round, or maybe even fifth. The entire spectator area became a cacophony of noise, with everyone arguing with each other. Lin's opponent was a level 32 mage who, upon noticing the badge on Lin's chest, immediately recognized him as a lieutenant. Respectfully, the mage placed one hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Lin. Immediately caused a huge stir. Many began to speculate whether Lin was also part of the military. However, sharp-eyed observers realized this was not the case. The reason for the salute was Lin's high military rank. Everyone entering the UN battlefield knew that military ranks were not exclusive to military personnel. Anyone who entered had a rank. At level 27, Lin had already become a 3-star lieutenant, and it dawned on many that his strength might stem from his countless battles with demons on the UN battlefield. Anyway, the match soon began, with the defender casting spells first. In an instant, he raised his staff and several fireballs flew towards Lin. Lin raised his hands, summoning several skeletons. The skeletal warriors bravely met the fireballs, its greatsword slashing through them in midair. Then, dashing forward, the skeleton charged at the defender. The experienced mage quickly deployed a magic barrier, blocking not only the skeletal warrior's strike, but also the bolts of lightning cast by skeletal mages. The mage was momentarily startled by just how powerful the lightning was, and after several attacks, the magical shield cracked and shattered. Reacting swiftly, the mage leaped back. As the skeletal warriors followed him closely, he then cast a ring of fire, pushing the skeleton back several meters, allowing him to shield himself with another magic barrier. Skillfully managing the cooldowns of his abilities to avoid any hits and keep the skeletons at bay. Lin knew this dude actually knew what he was doing. Lin then summoned more skeletal warriors, which charged at the defender. However, the mage's mana was nearly depleted, leaving no room for further delay. Following this, he raised a hand, and several rings of light appeared as he cast spells swiftly. A pentagram emerged on the ground. Seeing this, it was Lin's first encounter with this skill. From the audience, we learned that this was a battlefield skill, exclusive to military personnel, usable in conjunction with a battlefield gear set. These skills are notoriously difficult to master, and not everyone in the military can use them. Not only that, but each profession possesses unique battlefield abilities, some of which even require multiple people to execute simultaneously. Back onto the stage, the mage thumped his staff heavily on the ground. Soon, flames erupted in front of him, shooting up into the sky, perfectly striking the two skeletal warriors charging towards him. The skeletons were instantly knocked into the air and controlled, the flames continuously scorching them. Lin was intrigued. He had not expected such an interesting skill with strong AoE damage, crowd control, and dot damage. Lin then summoned several skeleton mages and warriors again. By now, the defender was gasping for breath. He looked at Lin with a wry smile and said, "Lieutenant, you really don't leave any room for hope, do you?" However, he didn't give up. As the fight went on, lightning from the skeletal mages struck down from the sky. The mage quickly encased himself in another magic barrier, but this time his mana was completely drained. When the shield shattered, he was struck by a skeletal warrior and sent flying out of the stage. Lin had instructed the skeletal warriors to go soft on the strike, so the mage wasn't injured. The first round went as everyone expected. Although the mage was strong, even after mastering a battlefield skill, Lin was still stronger. Su Shen already knew the outcome, yet he looked at Lin with an unyielding gaze, not ready to admit defeat. "Boy, I wonder what happens after you see Lin pass the 5th round." The referee asked Lin if he wanted to continue the challenge, and Lin nodded affirmatively. The next round quickly began, and he was now facing a level 37 professional. A sword and shield knight walked onto the stage. Having witnessed Lin's earlier matches, he didn't underestimate him despite the level advantage. He also knew that the best strategy against a summoner was to target the summoner directly. As soon as the match started, he used charge skill to close the distance, hoping to land a combination of blows on Lin before he could summon his skeletons. However, he underestimated Lin's summoning speed. Almost instantly, a skeletal warrior appeared in front of Lin, raising its huge sword to strike at the knight, who managed to block with his shield but was shaken by the impact. The knight was shocked by the strength of the skeleton and realized he had missed his best chance to approach Lin. Now he had to outsmart him, but as he prepared for another tactic, a second skeletal warrior charged at him. He didn't panic and used shield bash, stunning the two skeletal warriors on the spot, and then used charge skill to knock them away. Quickly, he rushed again towards Lin. The knight understood he shouldn't waste time going head-on with the skeletal warriors. Seeing the opening alongside this unexpected charge skill, he thought, would surely catch Lin off guard. Turned out, he couldn't be more wrong. He saw a slight smile on Lin's face, which sent a chill through his body. He knew he messed up. The next second, the two skeleton warriors he had knocked away suddenly vanished, and the next moment, even more skeletal warriors surrounded him.
The knight was thinking that if this continues, then I will not be able to defeat Lin Moyu at all. He needed to break through and come up with a new plan, but Lin wasn't going to give him that opportunity. Suddenly, Lin Moyu, due to his curse red shackles, came his way and quickly bounded him. He recognized this was a curse skill, but he couldn't dodge in time and found his movements becoming very sluggish. Meanwhile, several skeletal warriors closed in. He frantically raised his shield to block them, but it shattered after just a few seconds. Before he could react, more skeletons joined in and quickly outnumbered him, and in mere seconds, he found himself now off the stage. He hadn't even used all his skills yet and lamented that he had underestimated Lin's skeletons. He had hoped to target Lin right off the bat and end the fight quickly, but the strength of the skeletons had exceeded his expectations. With a sigh, he shook his head and saluted Lin, who was on the stage, not just because Lin was a 3-star lieutenant, but also because of just how powerful he was. The audience erupted with excitement. Watching a level 27 effortlessly defeat a level 37 made some of them believe they too could also step up to the challenge, and their anticipation quickly grew for the next round, all wanting to see just where exactly were Lin's limits. On the stage, Lin won the second round with ease, and secured a brilliant intermediate skill scroll. Will he call it a day? Of course not. Our boy chose to continue the challenge. Next up on the stage was a level 42 archer professional clad in platinum tier equipment. Not only he was a seasoned archer who had undergone a second class transfer, just like Lin, he was also a 3-star lieutenant. Some of the audience began to doubt if Lin could win this time. The archer didn't wear just any platinum tier equipment, but the highest grade battlefield set. And considering how high-level professionals benefit from significantly boosted stats after the second-class transfer, and how their skills became stronger and were able to unlock even more powerful higher-level skills, winning this round wouldn't be easy for Lin in anyone's eyes. As for Lin, he smiled confidently, showing no sign of believing he would lose. Seeing the archer, he seemed to be more eager to check out just what the 4th and 5th rounds could bring to the table. At the start of the match, a volley of arrows shot up into the sky as the archer used his first skill, tracking arrow. The arrows seemed to be on aimbot, or perhaps had a mind of their own as they rained down on Lin from all directions. At the same time, Lin summoned 2 skeletal mages. As the arrows descended, the skeletal mages too had finished casting. Seeing the elemental attacks coming his way, the archer swiftly retreated, activating a skill to create 2 dummy clones of him as they dodged the attack in different directions. A deafening explosion rocked the entire stage, and the intense flame obscured what was happening. Most had thought Lin wouldn't stand a chance to withstand a level 42 high-level professional's attack. But as the smoke cleared, Lin stood unharmed while in his gleaming skeletal armor. Seeing this, they all wondered what kind of defensive skill could withstand a high-level professional's attack. This even caused the archer to pause for a moment in surprise, while exclaiming how powerful this defensive skill was. Still, he didn't stop his assault. His clones dashed around the stage, shooting arrows relentlessly as skeletal warriors chased them. The archer was too agile to be caught, and the skeletal warriors kept getting kited. Lin knew he needed to restrict the opponent's movements first. He prepared to use the same strategy again. A red glow formed on his hands, and several red shackles shot toward the archer. 2 of the clones were instantly struck, but the chains missed the real archer, who raised his bow high, and it gleamed as a beam of light as he shot skyward. This was one of his skills, Purifying Arrow. Upon impact, it shattered the shackles instantly. Lin was a bit surprised, not expecting the archer to have a cleanse-type skill, too. The archer then launched another attack, a high-speed arrow with a purple glow aimed directly at Lin. However, to the archer's surprise, the silencing arrow couldn't penetrate Lin's skeletal armor, nor did it cancel out the skeletal armor. The spectator also notices this. Perhaps Lin's skeletal armor was more strong than they once thought. Not only it withstood numerous attacks unscathed, but what was even more impressive was that the skeletal armor was immune to control skills. So far, what Lin had demonstrated could only be described as flawless, making the necromancer profession seem nearly too perfect. However, back on the stage, both sides were locked in a stalemate, unable to break the deadlock. Lin watched as his skeletal warriors were kited, and the skeletal mage's skills kept missing. He considered summoning more skeletons, but they would just end up getting kited, and his only curse skill wouldn't work because the archer had a cleanse-type skill. So what should he do? Lin pondered for a few more seconds before summoning a ball of green flame in his hand. He was concerned about using it on the stage because it could inflict too much pain. After all, this was just a friendly tournament. He hesitated as he really didn't want to use it on a human professional, even if there's a protective array on the stage and divine level healers off the stage to prevent real harm. But leaving the match in a deadlock wasn't an option either. With a sigh, he decided to use the soul flame, but kept its power to a minimum. The ball of fire flew toward the archer's brow, and the archer who was kiting the skeletal warriors suddenly let out a bone-chilling scream as he's staggering and collapsing to the ground. Even his bow slipped from his grasp. Most in the audience didn't know what had happened, but someone explained that Lin had used a targeted skill, meaning the archer had no chance to dodge it. Meanwhile, Lin let out a sigh, knowing this was exactly what he didn't want to happen. Since this skill, even if he had controlled to inflict the least amount of damage, it was still simply too painful. Within just 1 second after the skill was cast, Lin looked at him and then apologized, and the archer, gasping for breath, looked at Lin still having a bit of terror in his eyes. Surprises come when least expected. Watching from the sidelines, Su Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Lin as if he were a monster. Just how many tricks did Lin have up his sleeves? He murmured to himself. Afterward, the archer was teleported off the stage while a healing spell was applied onto him. His initial screams unnerved the spectators, who now looked at Lin with an edge of fear. With the third round complete, Lin claimed his reward, and unhesitatingly chose to continue the challenge. In the fourth round, the audience held their breath, as a sword and shield knight stepped onto the stage, wearing the same platinum battlefield set as the previous archer. Surprisingly, he was only level 45, just 3 levels higher than the level 42 archer in the previous round. Many began to question the supposed difficulty of this round. Why was it rumored to be extremely challenging? If it was just one level 45 professional, why had no one ever cleared it? The answer came in the next moment. To everyone's astonishment, several other professionals appeared behind the knight. They were all level 45, a fully formed 5-man squad with an archer, a mage, an assassin, and a support. They too had worn the same platinum battlefield set. People finally realized the real reason why no one had ever passed the fourth round. The challengers had to face a well-coordinated 5-person squad who were much higher level. Lin, only level 27. Perhaps only a miracle could bring him a victory, as most lamented. Meanwhile, as the team captain, the knight looked at Lin with high praises, while exuding a powerful aura that made Lin realize this knight captain was a 9-star lieutenant, who must have fought on the UN battlefield for years. Not only that, his teammates were also at least 5-star lieutenants. It was clear that they were not to be underestimated. Lin's gaze grew more serious, but was tinged with fighting spirit. The other professionals also looked at Lin with high praise. The knight captain spoke first, commending Lin for making it this far, and saying he should be proud of himself. Lin thanked the captain. However, he added that he still intended to win today. At the start of the match, Lin slowly raised his hand with the sound of "Arise, my soldiers," and in an instant, a chilling wind howled through the arena, engulfing everything. Spectators leaped to their feet, many shielding their eyes from the gust, while others gaped in disbelief. What? How can there be so many? Someone stammered. The center of the stage was now filled with a massive army of skeletons, like a legion summoned from the underworld itself. Even the battle-hardened knight captain gulped hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the stands behind, Su Sheng and Tang finally realized that Lin had been hiding his true power all along. Not only that, he still had that massive creature he had summoned before. Is he still holding back? They both wondered. At Lin's command, the skeletal warriors charged, and the skeletal mages began casting spells. Despite their shock, the squad didn't panic. Having faced abyssal demons and outnumbered foes countless times before, they swiftly prepared for battle with the support of rapidly applying buffs to the team. While everyone else raised their weapons, a group protective barrier was quickly set up, as it briefly blocked the skeletons' attacks before the mage and archer began to cast their spells. The skeletal mages struck first, unleashing a barrage of elemental attacks that swept across the protective barrier. The knight captain bore the brunt of hundreds of skeletons' attacks, and was quickly reaching his limit and commanded his team to attack. The damage dealers finally finished casting their spells. The mage's meteor fell, and the archer's arrow storm rained down upon the skeletons, the wide AoE skills wounding many skeletal warriors. However, the skeletal mages, with weaker defenses, were not able to withstand it, and one was killed on the spot as many others were injured. But these attacks weren't enough to turn the tide. However, the explosions raised a cloud of dust, obscuring Lin's line of sight. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind Lin. Unbeknownst to him, an assassin pulled out his dagger, aiming straight at his neck, but in the next second, Lin's skeletal armor lit up, blocking the attack. The assassin was momentarily stunned by his failed strike. He tried to retreat back into stealth, but 2 skeletal warriors materialized beside him. holding him firmly in place. He sensed danger, but was too late, as several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking him directly. He activated another skill and disappeared. But Lin's palm flashed with soul flame as he barely glazed the assassin before he ran away. And soon a scream echoed through the arena. The assassin reappeared back to his squad, and the support hurriedly began healing him as the captain anxiously asked how he was doing. Covered in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, the assassin could barely withstand the searing pain that seemed to pierce his soul. In the next moment, Lin unleashed a slowing curse, and several red shackles flew toward the squad. But before they could reach their targets, the team's support used a mass purification skill, breaking the curse. Lin sighed, realizing that his curses would inevitably be countered with high-level support. But he tried his luck. However, it didn't really matter since the squad wasn't just facing Lin. They were up against a legion of skeletons. Before long, their group's protective barrier shattered, and although the knight captain stood at the forefront, his hands went numb. After withstood minutes of continuous attack, as the skeletons closed in to form another encirclement, the team's mage cast a fire ring, scattering the skeletal warriors away. Immediately after, the archer fired an arrow with a chained symbol into the cluster of airborne skeletons, immobilizing many of them. However, he tells his squad that it won't last long. With the skeletal warriors momentarily removed from the stage's center, the squad had created a passageway, knowing it was their best opportunity to regroup and charge straight at Lin. The audience watched as Lin's skeletal army formation faltered, many now on their feet. The squad knew how relentless the skeletons were, but if they could take out the summoner himself, the rest would vanish. The knight captain led the way with his sword and shield, his teammates close behind. Lin admired their skill. No wonder they were from the Empire's military. It was his first time fighting professionals with such exhilaration. He became more excited as the fight went on. He then let out a smile, while telling the squad that he would win regardless. What followed was a flicker of green flame that ignited within his palm.